Okay. All right. This should take care of it, folks. All right. Hold on a second here. Sorry about that. I wasn't sure what happened, but I should have it fixed. Okay. That should take care of it.
Local storm report from 2 miles west of Marthasville in Warren County, Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 2.7 inches. Reported by NWSM. Local storm report from Webster Groves in St. Louis County, Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 4.4 inches. Reported by public.
All right, dude. God damn it. Hold on, I did something a little bit different today. I forgot something. All right, I should be good now.
County, Missouri.
All right, dude. God damn it. Hold on, I did something a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I'm expecting quite a bit of snow today, folks.
To Bowman.
Go ahead, 157.
10-7 Attica to reload.
10-4.
All right, we're just about good. I'm just trying to make it so we can get the YouTube chat to actually like show up today. Great, but I might be asking a lot. Okay, I guess. Okay, so we've got our snowstorm happening now, finally. Much awaited. The snowstorm that they said wasn't going to be a snowstorm, and here's a snowstorm.
East of Boys Town in Douglas County, Nebraska. Snow magnitude measured 2.5 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information. Liquid equivalent was 0.33 with 3 inches on the ground. Near 120th and Ford.
Who cares? Ooh, the liquid equivalent. I don't even know what that is. Anyway, so I suppose hold on. I gotta get the Facebook started here.
For 182.
Alright, we can welcome our Facebook viewers in here. They should be on. We're in southern Wisconsin right now, obviously. Winter storm warning is in effect. It's just getting started. This is going to be an all-day thing. The wind is going to come in tonight later on, so we're going to have that problem as well. We've got several Project Weather Eye cameras up already. That one that looks like it's on YouTube right now is covered in snow. Apparently that one, they've got a built-in like snow melting thing where it heats up the lens, but apparently that one's not turned on, so I'm going to go manually clear that. But we're going to head toward town. I have to get breakfast, and then we will figure something out from there. So you can go ahead and check all this out in the Radar Omega app, folks. Couple of things. I already had somebody asked, and I nuked it because it was just a really belligerently rude question and very accusational for no reason. But folks, I acknowledge that everybody else supposedly is in Davenport awesome, good for them. It doesn't go watch them if that's a problem. Somebody came in here and was telling me I'm an idiot because everybody else is in Davenport. Oh, you know what? Go watch them. I don't know what to tell you because I really don't care where anybody else is. I live here, and we're going to get up to potentially 20 inches of snow. And so is Davenport. Like, the entire area is going to get the same amount of snow. There's really no reason to go one place over the other. It wouldn't make any sense for me to drive to some random town in Iowa 4 hours away for the same thing that's happening right here. So I appreciate the critique of my target area. It seems like I can't get away from that. But I promise I've got it handled, folks. It's, I know it might be my first day doing this, but I think I can figure it out. Plus, frankly, you know, it sounds really bad, but the farther away from other chasers we can be, probably the better. So, anyway, looks like the heaviest snow right now is coming out of like eastern Iowa.
Local storm report from Blanco in Monona County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 4.5 inches. Reported by public. Additional information via social media.
Looks like the heaviest snow is coming out of eastern Iowa right now. A couple of storm reports showing like 2-3 inches of snow. They've had the plows out up here, so I don't know how much snow we've gotten. But we'll probably deploy a couple more Project Weather Eye devices. I'm just not entirely sure where. I've got 3 more with me, but I forgot my straps, so we have to stop at Walmart for some straps. I have 1 strap. God, these windshield wipers are shit, aren't they? We might be getting some windshield wipers at this rate. Jesus. So, yeah, I know I've had a lot of doubts, too, of the snow totals.
Report from Cadet in Washington County, Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 1.5 inches. Reported by 911 call center. Local storm report from 1 mile south-southeast of St. Paul in St. Charles County, Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 5.6 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information. 0.51 inches liquid.
Is this guy gonna get on this side of the road down here? Or what the hell, dude? He's coming right on down the middle, buddy. I can't get over no more. There you go. Now he's getting over. He's starting to wonder there for a minute. You got no more road to give you, dude. Jesus. 2 feet across the line here. But I had a lot of people doubting the snowfall totals on Facebook. Everybody was like, oh, you're going to get 6 inches. No, we're probably going to get at least a foot, maybe more than that. Maybe even up to 20 inches in places.
Snow magnitude measured 9.5 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information in the town of Venner.
Don't be surprised if we see some reports come in of like 20 inches. That's not going to be like widespread. It'll be localized wherever these big pockets of snow set up. So I'll be live off and on throughout the day. I'm not going to do this 24-hour live stream stupidity. There's just no reason for it. So we're going to, you know, as much as I like being live and everything, I don't want anybody to take it the wrong way. It's just my health is important to me. I don't want to die when I'm 35. And if you're just never stopping and you're running around like a dumb fuck all the time, you're going to die when you're 35. So we're going to not do that. And avoid that. So I'm going to be off and on streaming today. If it does die down, where are we? I don't know, man. It's up there in the top left. I don't always know exactly where we're at, so I would just defer you to the top left there in the text. But with that said, I'm going to, you know, it looks like it's going to get pretty heavy here pretty soon. So what my plan is, so my plan here is to kind of focus on when it's most impactful. So it's probably going to be pretty impactful here for a few hours, and then it might die down and then come back. So we'll target the most impactful portion of this.
Snow magnitude measured 2.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, still light snow. Via social media.
Yeah, nobody cares. Yeah, I've got the text is up there in the top left. I apologize for not always knowing my location, folks. It's just I drive all over the country and I have no idea what township or whatever what is in. So whatever it says up there at the top left is probably more information than I can give anybody.
147, that's 10-8.
That's all 147.
So they've obviously been out plowing the roads. We don't really have that much snow up here. We're kind of, I don't know what time it started, to be honest with you. I know the winter storm warning went into effect at like 3. But I have no idea when it actually started. I paid no attention. I haven't been outside since 10 o'clock last night, and I know it was trying to maybe snow a little bit last night, but it's not even snowing that hard. It's going to be a couple of hours before it gets heavy again, though. But south of Dubuque, down toward Maquoketa and Quad Cities, there's definitely some snow that's heavier. That's obviously going to be moving into the area. But the road is actually in pretty terrible shape, but it is Greene County, Wisconsin, and I'm not trying to be mean, but all the locals know that our highway department is kind of well, I'm not. I know this is probably kind of mean, and I apologize for anybody that like works for the highway department. But our highway department's a freaking joke. Like as soon as you cross the county line into any other county, like the road is bare. It's clean and dry. But you come into Greene County, and it's just they don't do the whole pre-treating thing very well. They don't maintain the equipment very well. I mean, if you look at any of the plows, I mean, you'll see what I'm talking about. I mean, the freaking scrapers are worn down to nothing. So it is kind of it's not a good indicator, let's put it that way.
142 is 10-7 Mineral.
It's not a good indicator here of road
142.
conditions. They might be better elsewhere. And that's a fact. I live here, so, and I am saying that. So I think I'm allowed to if I live here, right? I know I'm sure they do the best they can, but it's it ain't always the best. I mean, not that this is that bad, but they're just so icy. It's not even funny. Looks like they got some salt down, but it looks like it's only in one lane. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but it's definitely pretty pretty bad for what it is. I mean, you wouldn't expect it to be this bad. It looks like there might just be a coating of snow, but no, it's...
Local storm report from Ethel in Macon County,
165,
Missouri.
10-7 Mineral.
Snow magnitude estimated 5.0 inches.
165.
Reported by public. Additional information, 5 inches of snow estimated.
We'll see how things go, but I mean, I'm only doing like 35, 40 miles an hour, and that's all I can do. Hell, I probably am even going too fast, honestly. It's just, it's way too slippery. So, not trying to dog on our highway department, it's just, anybody who lives in this county is, oh my god, dude, that guy's gonna be in the freaking ditch. Why do people drive like that? That guy's doing every bit of 65, 70. Holy Christ. Yeah, slow down, folks. The roads are shit. I mean, because it's not even snow, it's ice. It's almost like they half salted it and it kind of started to melt and then it froze back over. I'm not sure what's going on there. It's 25 degrees out. The salt should be working, but it's almost like it froze back over. Because it's like almost glare ice. I mean, I'm honestly afraid if I have to hit the brake. And that's saying something, because like driving in the snow in the winter doesn't bother me. And this doesn't bother me per se. It's just, these road conditions are worse than what we had when we were in that like 1.5-foot snowstorm with the lake effect in Indiana. Like the road was less slippery out there than it is here. So, I mean, they're out plowing. It seems to be an equipment issue. I don't know, but this road is known to get pretty bad in the winter, though. They'll quit. They'll just give up on plowing at about 5 o'clock tonight. Usually, it seems like. So it's going to get a little bit windy after dark as well. So that'll give us a chance to see some blowing and drifting. But as of right now, for like the first part of this snowstorm, I'm not really expecting much in the way of like blowing and drifting. It's probably just going to be snowfall. So I don't know what that's going to mean. How well they're going to actually keep up with the roads with that in mind. But if it's not blowing and drifting, it's about 20 times easier to keep up with, because you're just dealing with the snowfall rate. You're not dealing with it trying to blow 2 feet of snow back across the road. So in my opinion, the most impactful place for this snowstorm is going to be here. Like, I understand all the adrenaline people and these people that just want to see car crashes. They're probably going to go down to I-80, which is fine. But if you want to be in the most snow, the most measurable snow, because down there they're just going to plow it. Up here, we're going to get some big drifts across the road. We're going to get some snow on the road. They're going to stop plowing, and it's going to be the Wild West out here before you know it. So that's why I'm here. I'm here for the weather, not for the chaos. I mean, if there's chaos here, I mean, okay, fine. But I don't go looking for people's misery and the car crashes and stuff. And some of these social media chasers and stuff, it's like, oh, we got to go drone the car crash. And like every time there's a flood, oh, we got to go drone the people standing on their roofs begging for help. It's like, oh my God. So I just don't care about any of that. Like, I'm one of those people, folks, like if I'm in the area and something's going wrong, or if there's something going wrong and we can provide help, sure, we'll go down there and provide some help. But I don't really think that it's the proper thing for me to do to just go drive around and film car crashes, especially if I'm not going to help.
182.
Because that's most of these people.
Still can't get nothing to come out.
Especially in a
of
populated area where there's plenty of help. Like, we are way, way more useful out here in the rural communities.
For 182. I am not sure what to tell you about the brine.
We are way more useful out here in the rural communities, where if there is a car accident and we come across it, it's going to be 45 minutes for an ambulance because the road is ice and things like that. No, lady, he didn't check his salter. It's not like he's a freaking plow driver. Jesus Christ.
106 to 182.
My salt thing's not working. Well, did you check it? No.
Is that pump trying to make a noise? Yeah, I can hear the pump trying to make a noise. The filter was clogged earlier. I snapped that out. I just rechecked everything again, and I can't get it to spray out at the spinner. Did you happen to uncouple that hose back there and see if it just shoots out direct? Yeah, it wasn't shooting anything out back at that coupler either, so I don't know what's going on. Okay, I heard you earlier, and you got the valve in the right position. Yep, I made sure that when I took the filter off, I made sure that was in the right spot, so I don't know. 10-4.
Well, that's why the road sucks. You can't salt the road.
The exact same issue.
See, they're all having the same problem. No wonder the road sucks.
Yeah, I'm thinking on that one, we're probably plugged in the tank. I know 186 had a problem like that one year. We had to back flush the tank to get the clog out. Gotcha.
Gotta back flush it. Always fixes it. Good back flush. good back flush doing some good.
41, you got any ideas on 25?
Yeah, 41 back flush it. Christ, get with the program here. Jesus.
What was that? 41, do you have any ideas on 25? Has Dan said anything about it?
No, I don't have. I had talked to Charles earlier about it. I'm not sure what would be going on with it. We didn't use brine that first time we were out, so I don't know. Till the other day when I loaded it, I don't think it's had brine in it yet or anything.
Well, maybe it's run out.
10-4, thanks.
Maybe that's your problem.
Yeah, it still had RV antifreeze in the filter when I got in it this morning, or when I checked the filter this morning. 10-4.
God dang.
We'll just have to make do without it.
Yeah, typical.
Yeah, I just bumped my rate up a little bit. Sounds good.
Ah, we don't need that.
Local storm report from 2 miles west of Marthasville in Warren County, Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 2.8 inches. Reported by NWS employee. Additional information, snow has ended.
Riveting information. Should probably deploy a camera somewhere around here. I'm trying to target highways. I don't think there's much sense in putting these cameras in populated areas because it's just obviously they're gonna plow in town. Like I think I'm trying to mostly target state highways so we can watch the snowfall. And we'll probably want to get another one or two up in like rural.
25 and
damn.
82. If you have the valve on, when you pull the filter off, does brine come out?
He already answered that.
125, it does not come out.
10-4, then it's plugged.
No shit.
10-4.
No shit. That's helpful. So what my thought is here, maybe target some of the rural areas so we can watch the snow really pile up. Because the townships out here just give up on plowing the roads. Like some of them are better than others, but I know like some of the ones in the southern part of the county, they just kind of like give up. It seems like. So we're heading south. I got to get some straps. I got to go to the Quick Trip, and oh, we got gas. So. We're cycling those cameras up there at the top left. There's 4 of them. One of them got snow covered. Apparently the heater's not running on the camera. It's supposed to be. I don't know why it's not. So be sure to, subscribe, like, share with your friends, all that. Help get the word out. Myself and the team puts a lot of work into these live streams. Spent 6 hours yesterday
Local storm report from Bennington in
deploying
Douglas
cameras.
County,
It shouldn't have been 6 hours, but it was
Snow
because I
magnitude
forgot stuff and had to go home twice.
estimated 2.5
But
inches.
there's a lot that you don't see. 6 hours yesterday, so you guys got something to
Via
watch.
social media.
We're working on our fundraiser here for our weather balloon launching mission as well. It's a lot of work that goes in here, and a free way to support the channel is by helping others find it, so we can get some viewers and, frankly, make some money off of having some people watching. So we're really trying to do something very productive here. Let's put it that way. unfortunately, with honest reporting and ethics, that doesn't always get you views right away. Just screaming and yelling and freaking out gets you views because people like to watch dumb shit, but that's not exactly us. I'm not quite sure what the plan is here. I probably started way too early. Probably jumped the gun on this one, but
Local storm report from 2 miles southeast of North Syracuse in Onondaga County, New York. Snow magnitude measured 12.7 inches. Reported by ASOS.
yeah, I'm only doing 40, and this is a state highway. There's a guy riding my ass, of course. He's welcome to pass, but the road is really slippery. Like, it's not, the road itself isn't bad. Well, it is bad, but it doesn't look bad. There's barely anything on it, but it is very slippery. Way more slippery than it should be. It's like ice. So like I was saying a few minutes ago, it's almost like they salted and then for some reason it refroze. I don't know what's going on, but it shouldn't be like this, and it's slippery as all hell here. I'm afraid to go over 40, honestly. And that's saying something because I really don't slow down a whole lot in the winter. You know, within reason I do, but normally you could be doing 55 on this with the right tires and the right driver, and it's not the case today. And I know that sometimes triggers people, but you gotta understand, when you grow up and you've been driving in the snow for 15 years, and you drive in the snow every year, and you drive in lots of snow and lots of different vehicles, like, you get pretty good at it. You know, the people in these parts of the world, they drive pretty well in the snow because they're used to it. So they obviously are going to drive quite a bit faster than areas like southern Kansas that doesn't see snow very regularly or whatever. Like, it's just more practice. I caught some attention for that 2 years ago on a live stream where another chaser freaked out because I passed him doing 35 miles an hour on the interstate in a snowstorm. They're like, he's going to cause a wreck, and I hope he does. It's like, no, buddy, I just know how to drive. And what was funny is I was driving a two-wheel drive Tahoe, and about an hour after that happened, the chaser that posted the video trashing me ended up getting stuck in the ditch with a four-wheel drive SUV. So I kind of giggled at that. It's like, wow, you're trashing my driving with a two-wheel drive truck, and then you go get your four-wheel drive truck stuck in a ditch. Like, maybe I need to be the one trashing your driving. I don't know, but I thought that was funny. Like, that was the biggest moment of karma I've ever had in history, and I will never forget that. I will think about that the day that I'm dying. I will replay that memory in the back of my head of how big of a smile I had when I passed that a-hole sideways in the ditch. And I didn't stop. I didn't, because this guy made a remark on Twitter once where if he ever saw me in person, it wasn't going to be pretty or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, if you're going to threaten me, I'm not going to stop. You know, you've made it clear that you don't want me there. So I didn't stop. If he would have been injured or something, I would have stopped. But he was very clearly just in the ditch. So I don't know. That was absolutely karma, and I was totally there for it. You know, that made my day. You know what? It was one of those things where it's like, God, it couldn't happen to a nicer person. So you got home fry here just freaking flying about 65, you know. Probably got bald tires, she's probably late for her coffee at Dunkin' Donuts. I hear you, lady, I hear you. Ah, shit, I'm on a windshield washer fluid already. Alright, well, we need windshield washer fluid too now. When we pass that camera down here, I'm going to scrape the snow off. And I have a feeling the snowplow went past it and blew snow on it. Shouldn't be a problem for these cameras. They are heated. But yeah, I don't think the heating is... It's either not working or I didn't turn it on. And it probably didn't turn it on. The camera that's on the southwest side of Monroe, and you can see that on Radar Omega, that one's actually showing some snow piling up in town. They haven't plowed that, apparently. or they've plowed it. It's been a while, but typically that town doesn't touch the roads until like 9 o'clock in the morning, which is fine. But they just kind of let things slide for a little while. But tomorrow, you know, I guess tomorrow's a pretty busy travel day for Thanksgiving and everything. So tomorrow, there's a chance that the blowing and drifting is going to cause some significant problems as well. I shouldn't say significant. Could cause some pretty decent problems, let's put it that way. So kind of be on the lookout tomorrow as well. Tomorrow might not be any easier for traveling. I haven't heard much of car accidents or anything, but I also haven't seen much for people on the road. So, but it's also what, 750, 740, I don't know, something like that. So we're just getting started. But I tell you what, this is probably the biggest snow that we've had in years. And I'm not kidding. And maybe any of the other locals, I don't know if Carrie's on here yet, but maybe some of the locals can correct me if I'm wrong. But the last big snow that I remember was not last year, but the year before. So like 2023. It was like the ending of 2023. Or possibly, no, it was January 2024. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was. January 2024. It was like the beginning, it was right around New Year's, I think. We had probably a good 12 to 14 inches maybe, but that was a legit blizzard. We had like 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts. It was absolutely incredible in this region. It was very, very cold too. The nice thing about today, it's 25 degrees. We don't have this like 10-degree wind, you know, frickin' wind chill out here. So people that do need to get out and shovel or get out and plow or whatever, at least it's not miserably cold. It's cold, but it could be a lot worse. So, but before that, it's probably been a couple years before that, because I remember ever since like I got out of high school, it seems like we've gotten off really easy in the winters.
Southwest of Waverly in Lancaster County, Nebraska.
Just hasn't been bad.
Snow magnitude estimated 2.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information. Measurement taken in northeast Lincoln.
Coming up on that camera. I hope somebody didn't spray paint the lens. I think it's snow. I swear to God, somebody spray painted that. I'm going to track their asses down. I'm 99% sure it's snow, though. I tried to face most of the cameras to the east so that, you know, because the snow coming out of the west, so it would try to keep off the lens. But I'm starting to wonder if maybe that was the wrong idea, because the plow comes through and then it just cakes the snow on there. So maybe they need to face the opposite direction of traffic. Maybe that's what I need to do, honestly. You know, so if you're in the eastbound, you know, if you're on the right side of the road, have it face, you know, with traffic so that it's not getting caked. So I'll go brush that off. 1 second. Gotta get the coat off fast enough that I don't get snow in here. I got snow in my boot already. God damn it. Ah, shit. It's freaking actually snowing way, way harder than it looks. All right, we should have that camera back now. It was just covered in snow. I am gonna need 4-wheel drive to turn around, aren't I? Unfrickin' real. It is that slippery.
Local storm report from 2 miles northeast of Rock Island in Rock Island County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 4.0 inches. Report Reported by Broadcast Media. Additional information, snowfall so far.
Okay, so we should have that camera alive again. I'm gonna have to stop and get a new pair of boots. This is ridiculous. I'm already soaked. Unreal. It's coming down way harder than it looks, just really little flakes. Because when I got out, I mean, it's definitely dumping. So it doesn't look like it's coming down that hard, but it's coming down pretty hard. No, they don't do road closures out here, so I know that's a legit question. So, and this is gonna sound really arrogant. I don't mean it to, but a lot of these areas they like to pull this. Oh, we're gonna close the roads, which you really can't do that. People are gonna drive on them anyway. Like, it's a free country for shit's sakes. But out here, if there's a bunch of snow on the road, you know, the highway department doesn't say, "Oh, nope, you're not allowed to drive." No, they don't say that. They just say, "Well, we're done plowing. You know, good luck." So, no, we're not going to have to worry about them closing roads. And frankly, I really don't worry about it anyway when I'm doing what I'm doing, because sometimes you got to do it, and people drive on, all the locals drive on them anyway. Like, I know what I can get down and what I can't. I probably just triggered
Local
somebody,
storm
but
report from Loudoun in Cedar County,
I don't
Iowa.
pay a whole lot of attention to
Snow
that stuff,
magnitude
honestly.
measured 4.5 inches.
I just don't have a lot of time to, because I'm
Reported by
driving, so I can't keep up
Observer.
on it.
Additional information. Storm total so far. Snow depth 4 inches. Local storm report from 1 mile south of Salem in Henry County, Iowa. Snow magnitude estimated 5.0 inches. Reported by Co-op Observer. Additional information. Estimated snowfall. 3-foot drifts. Local storm report from 1 mile east-northeast of North English in Iowa County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 3.0 inches. Reported by Co-op Observer.
Let's take a drive through town to get to the Quick Trip. I just want to see if they've been plowing. Because sometimes, like I said, this city, they just don't. They definitely use the method of letting the snow pile up before they bother, which I guess makes sense. You know, there's only 10,000 people in this city. It's not really that big of an important place, so they try to, I guess, conserve some resources by not just constantly plowing. So they typically let it pile up for a little while before they touch it. They usually do a pretty good job of getting it cleaned up, though. So we'll take a drive through town here just a little bit.
.153 will be 10-7, roll reload.
We'll just turn right here. Yeah, I'm not, these are probably our silicone type wipers. I don't, I can't afford to spend, you know, these expensive freaking $30 Rain-X wipers and stuff, because they're shit for me. So I'm running my wipers so much that if I buy $60 a piece wiper blades, I did that once. I'm like, oh man, if I buy these expensive ones, I'll never buy them again. Nope, they lasted about 2 weeks. So it doesn't matter what wipers I buy. They're gonna cost, you know, either a lot or a little, and they last about 2 weeks when I'm actually using them. So, and they all work equally shitty, in my opinion. So it just doesn't make any sense for me to buy anything more expensive than the $7 ones at Walmart, because even the expensive ones, they only last me 2 weeks. And if I'm buying, $30 a piece wiper blades or something every 2 weeks, it's just ridiculous. So, it's also a little louder right now because I don't have the external mic. I don't know where it went, and I apologize, but it is what it is. So, it's might be loud for you guys too, but I'm also listening to it, so I guess we're all in good company. But I tell you what, you pull up some of these other live streams, basically everybody except for Daniel, and my God, all it is just like squeaking wipers and blurred windshields. So we're doing pretty good here, I think. For the bar's been set pretty low though. I do need to get windshield washer fluid. That's why I'm trying not to run them as much, because I really need to get some fluid sprayed on there, but I'm like pretty much out. I got like one more spray before it's out. But it is what it is, and that's just I should bring that up too. I usually try to bring that up every time we do a winter storm at the beginning here, is folks, I do apologize in advance for shitty camera views. It's just out of my control, unfortunately. If I get out and manually clean the windshield about every 10 minutes, maybe, but it does get pretty bad here.
Go ahead, Sheriff 20.
From time to time.
Sheriff 20 on the highway. Did on your guys' report that on GG, the little yellow indicator sign for the splitting of it for turning westbound on 11 or going straight onto 81 is being damaged?
I have not had any reports of it.
10-4, it's pushed over.
Oh no.
Not sure if somebody struck it or if a semi hit it, but it looks like the pole is either bent or kind of busted there.
So that's right at that intersection.
Probably got hit by a plow.
Where it splits apart there.
Plow probably hit it.
Yeah, 10-4 on the GG side.
10-4. I'll have one of my guys when he gets over that way take a look at it. Thank you.
10-4.
Yeah, pretty big deal out of a little sign, aren't we?
141.
The commentary is unnecessary. Oh, it's very necessary. That's why we're all here, to not be bored. The commentary is very necessary. Thank you for the comment, which was commentary.
You call 41.
Yep. When you get that way, can you take a look at that? See what I need to do to write it up, please?
Yep, it'll be a little bit, but I'll check it out.
10-4. Thank you.
Your commentary is unnecessary. Yeah, well, so is your commentary. Loser. God, I get so sick of that. I don't like what you have to say. Well, then change the freaking channel. Christ. I don't like half the stuff you have to say either. Whoever you are. Oh, Christ, look at this. I got the damn Quick Trip lot plowed better than they do the damn road. Jesus. I tell you what, anybody's ever plowed snow, those like snow pushers, those box snow pushers, like what they got on those loaders, those things are freaking nuts. Like, I remember about 10 years ago when those things started getting popular around here, because before then everybody was just using an open blade. Because I used to plow snow just because I thought it was fun. And I tell you, when everybody started getting those box snow pusher things around here, man, those things are pretty nice.
Local storm report from 1 miles northeast of West Amana in Iowa County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 4.6 inches. Reported by public.
Alright. I gotta go in here and get something for food. Alright, I hope to God there's this kid named Steven, and he's really weird, and I hope he's not in here today. He, very nice person, and again, as probably somebody's gonna get pissed at me saying this, but he it's a story. Let's put it that way. Hold on, let me get this garbage out of here. I'm going in without a coat too. You guys want to bet whether or not how many people you want to bet in there say, oh, it's awful cold and I don't have a coat on or something like that? How much do you guys want to bet at least 2 people say that to me? Oh, I got to show you something too. You guys see this? Look at my finger. See how this one is all swollen and shit? I don't know if you guys can tell. I think I might have broke it. Seriously, I can barely move it without wanting to go bury myself 6 feet in a ditch. It hurts so bad. I smashed it last night
165, 10-8.
trying to put a camera up. And
For 165.
I don't necessarily expect it to be broken, but it hurts very bad. And I'm probably not going to do anything about it. I'm just going to keep bitching about it. So that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, I could tape it, sure. But that also takes 5 minutes out of my day that I'm way too lazy to deal with. Give me a second. Yep. Sure did. Yep, sure did. Didn't your mother tell you to wear a coat when it's cold out? I wanted to say, didn't your mother tell you to not make stupid comments? I'm serious. I swear to God, every time it's cold up here, and if you go anywhere without a coat, there's always somebody, and it's not like always an old lady or something, because that's excusable, because that's just what old ladies do. No, it's this freaking, did your mother tell you to wear a coat? Yeah, yep, all right, cool. I don't know, that's just one thing that drives me nuts. And I know some people are gonna be like, oh, lighten up. And like, I do. Like, I obviously don't, I'm not offended by it. Like, I'm not upset about it. But I will tell you that it does annoy the living hell out of me, because I typically don't wear a coat. because if I'm just getting out of the truck and I just tough it out because I'm an adult, you know, it's
Local
not that big of a
storm
deal.
report from 1 mile south of
But
Guthrie Center in Guthrie County.
I don't wear a
Iowa.
coat in the car. It makes me
Snow
very
magnitude
uncomfortable.
measured
I don't like
5.5 inches.
tight clothes, and I don't like stuff
Reported by
touching me.
Observer.
I don't like to be in the seat with a coat on. Plus, it gets everything wet and stuff, so it's just easier to go without the coat. So there's no sense in me putting it on to walk 10 feet into the gas station. And I get told so many times every year, and I know this is totally a petty issue, but you know, I'm here to talk, so that's what I'm here for. But you know, it just drives me nuts. Like, I don't know why. Like, I don't really, I'll be honest with you guys, I really don't like talking to people. I like to keep to myself. Friendly people are one thing, but and you guys and stuff, but let's put it this way, I'm not necessarily out there looking for a conversation here and there. Like, yeah, it's good to be friendly at the gas stations, don't get me wrong, but it's really awkward and honestly kind of annoying when it's like every time you're in or out of the car, it's you need a coat, and it's just like, haha, yeah. Well, like, what do you say to that? I mean, you know what it's like, come on. Like, I get it, but then it's just like, you know, I just say like, oh yeah, no, I'm good. And it's like, well, it's pretty cold, and it's like, oh, okay. It's a thing up here. Like, I'm telling you, it's this thing that these people do around this area. Like, I don't get that anywhere else. It's just, I don't know. And sometimes when I talk about this, people get upset at me. I don't care. It's just my honest opinion, because it does honestly drive me nuts. Like, you need a coat. Like, no, I don't. It's cold out, I know, but I'm not gonna die. I'll be all right. I think what I'm gonna start doing is, next time somebody asks me that, I'm just gonna look at them, get real serious, and be like, "It's against my religion, ma'am." And then, I don't know, have some sort of like gang sign I flash or something. I don't know, have some sort of like symbol, or I don't know. I need to make up a religion that I can use as an excuse when people are like questioning me on anything. Like, it's against my religion. So somebody asked what I was arguing with that guy on Twitter for the other night, that Storm Report 8 or whatever. That's a guy named Eric from Colorado. He's a storm chaser. He's a Colorado storm chaser. And that's like what his page is on Facebook, but there's like 20 of the same pages. He's been a firefighter for like 3 years, and that makes him more important than everybody. And volunteer firefighter, mind you. And he was on Facebook or on Twitter. Well, he started because myself and this other guy named Dean, we commented on a thread where somebody was talking about lights, and he started getting upset. So I made a tweet and I said, "Oh, I see we're all getting personally offended over flashing lights again. Let me help you." So I took a video. I posted a video of one of my old trucks that's got red and blue lights. It was a red on the front and red and blue on the back, and it was because of another state, EMS, fire, even if it's a private service supervisor, you have to have at least the blue on the back, at least. So I took a video of that and I posted it, and this guy's like, "Wow, impersonating a first responder, blah blah blah, well, exactly what I would expect from you." And he's just like going off on me, and I zoomed in on the license plate and I screenshot it. I was like, "Okay, asswipe, you see the license plate? It says emergency medical services on it. It's an EMS plate. Like, that, it's an emergency vehicle. Like, I don't know what to tell you." And he's just like, "Oh, that's probably fake. You probably got that license plate's fake." And it's like, this guy wasn't trolling. This guy legitimately thinks that. So this is the guy that goes with that Tabitha Flatass or Flatten or whatever her name is. She's a police impersonator from Dixon, Illinois. And she's watching right now, and she is a police impersonator. or a firefighter impersonator or whatever. She's known locally where she claims to have all these FEMA certifications. Anybody who tells you they're FEMA certified or something is making it up. Like, it's not a thing. You're not like a FEMA technician. Like, that's not a thing. What these people do is they take these like FEMA ICS classes for free online, and they print out their certificate and they're like, I'm a first responder, I'm FEMA certified. It's not a thing. But anyway, she claims to be this like rescue technician. She's actually a delivery driver for a pizza company, and she's known locally throughout all of Northern Illinois as like the serial lunatic. And she doesn't have a car, she doesn't have any of the stuff, but she goes around and accuses actual people for impersonating different things. She's done it to other. She's a nut bag. She's a legit bag of screws. And her and this Eric dude are just like absolutely just trashing the shit out of me. So I was just trolling the hell out of this guy, and he's like, your EMT license expired in 2017, and then he's got a screenshot of the National Registry website. Well, that's a good thing that's not my EMT license. That's a certification that's not valid for anything that I do. So once again, you're spreading false information to make me look bad. So and I almost wonder if I can sue these people. And I'm not a sue happy person, but I'm kind of wondering if I can sue these people because I know who they are. Because they're going around and then they start tweeting that, well, if he was working an ambulance job in 2020 and his license expired in 2017, he was illegally treating patients. He didn't have a license. That's bullshit. That's not true. So they're out there trying to like slander me, and I think I actually can go after him for that. So I kind of wonder if I should just spend the money and do a petty lawsuit knowing I'm never going to get any money out of it or anything from him, just to be an asshole. Because like that's basically the definition of libel and slander, is false statements to screw somebody's character. So that's what somebody asked what the Twitter thing would that do with that guy. He's got this burner account. He doesn't want to admit it's him. And she is a lunatic, but she at least uses her own account. Like, she doesn't hide behind a fake account. So you got to give a round of applause for Tabitha here for actually not hiding behind a burner account, because that takes balls, people. That takes balls.
Magnitude estimated 2.0 inches. Reported by emergency manager.
So I don't know.
Additional information.
There's that same guy again. The commentary is not necessary. No, the commentary is necessary because nothing's happening, and I'm the only entertaining thing in this car right now. The two things I know how to do that are funny is make fun of what somebody else said on the radio and make fun of what some jerk off said on Twitter. So here we are. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's gonna be okay. I'll hold your hand if you want. Are you close to Tom Purdy's house? I am close to Tom Purdy's house. He doesn't live that far from here. I'm not gonna expose him where he lives. I'm not that person. But I really wish he would stop with the slander and stuff too. It's getting a little old. This road right here is known. I used to live on it. It drifts really, really bad with just a light wind. So I think we might deploy a camera up here. I think. And this township doesn't plow the road. Like, I think it's a budget thing, because they do come through and they do clean it up pretty nice, but it takes them a while. I'm just gonna put it in four-wheel drive and drop it right off the road. I don't want someone coming sliding down here and hitting me.
31 to 1,000.
That's 131.
But it always drifts right here.
10-7 and Broadhead at 18th Street and West 2nd Avenue.
So we're gonna put a camera here,
That's fine.
right on that pole there. It doesn't really matter where we put these in a situation like this. It's not lake effect. You know, it's just snow is going to be snow.
17.
It's just more for visual effect, you know. Something to watch.
That medium post up here at GG, it's a steel tube. We'll just have to change it. It's broke. It's still standing somewhat, but it's broke, so we'll have to just fix it.
I'll shoot you an email so you have the reminder for it.
Local storm report from Stoutsville in
10-4, thank
Monroe
you.
County,
The sign's
Missouri.
fine, it's just a post.
Snow magnitude measured 6.5 inches.
10-4, and you said it's a
Reported
metal
by
one?
NWS employee.
10-4.
Local storm report from 1 mile southwest of St. Peters in St. Charles County, Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 5.5 inches. Reported by NWS employee. Additional information, still falling.
I gotta start parking facing the other way so that when I open the door, it doesn't funnel the snow in here. Okay, let me position that one. Obviously, where it's at on the map is not where it actually is. So give me a second. It should have popped up in Radar Omega for you, but it's in the wrong spot. God dang, it sucks out there. See, that is R2. It's 2. Yeah, it's 2. Oh, God damn it. Too many clicks here. Hang on. I gotta get GPS on these things. God dang it, man. Come on. Good enough. Close enough right there.
Local storm report from 1 mile southwest of LeMay in St. Louis County, Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 3.7 inches. Reported by NWS employee. Additional information, still snowing.
131, 10-8.
Okay. Well, we got that done.
131.
That's another one up. And again, that one's just, you know, with this kind of a low end event like this, whatever, it's just another video stream. good. There's a plow right there. Turn it, dude. I can't make it any more obvious. There you go. This road is really
Local
slippery.
storm report from Radcliffe in Hardin County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 9.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, event total so far, snow continues.
No kidding.
One 10-7 mineral, fuel and weight.
For 151.
I think this is out with a semi blocking the lane I-88 eastbound entrance ramp to Illinois 26.
God, this is really slippery.
These will be en route. I understand.
Figure 60.
78 number.
I'll probably go jump on the state highway. I don't really even know. We're so early in this event that it doesn't matter that much. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. Like, there's gonna be snow everywhere, and it's gonna get worse, later. I mean, we're just... probably go between eastern Iowa and southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois today. is the earliest I've started live streaming on a weekend for a long time. Probably head, I don't know if I want to go west or south. I'm gonna look at one of those road condition things here. Hang on. There's nobody behind me. Winter road conditions are all reported as normal up here. Really?
$122, be 10-7, GG's all set to reload.
10-4-122.
Let me look up Iowa.
But miraculously, the owner just showed up, and Maggio's is more than happy to have them go ahead and remove their own skid loader. And for the owner request, he still wants a trailer towed pumps. Just for your information, we're all on the same page here.
Yeah. All the Iowa roads are snow covered, according to the map. Well, I'd go check out Iowa. Eastern Iowa. Let's say the heavier snow is starting to move in. Could also go down to Illinois and then take 20.
Local storm report from Tripoli in Bremer County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 6.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, event total so far, snow continues.
So I think, we're about 500 feet from the state highway here, so we'll take a peek here. But we could go south down to US 20 in northern Illinois. That might be an option. Because to me it looks like the heaviest snow is coming in from the southwest. See how it looks here.
Located him to the shoulder.
Pretty nice, that's far.
Yeah. Well, the map is definitely wrong. I mean, it's definitely snow covered. Hold on, we got Redneck Randy here in his red Dodge. Passing 2 cars and he's doing like 80. With no lights on. You want to follow him and see if he goes in the ditch?
Local storm report from 9 miles west-southwest of Red Elm in Ziebach County, South Dakota.
146,
Snow magnitude
10-7,
estimated
Monroe reload.
3.0 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
For 146.
Additional information, 24-hour snowfall.
Yeah, like you gotta at least turn your lights on in the damn snow, like, 'cause especially, you know, because, well, I was gonna say lighter color cars, really any car, but you really need to turn your lights on. I mean, for Pete's sakes, they need to at least be visible to other cars on the road. A true professional, if they're gonna do 60 miles an hour on the snow, turn your lights on, dipshit. Yeah, there, yeah, you like them? Yeah, there's some high beams for you. I still didn't turn them on, dumbass. Like that right there, we would have seen that guy a little better, you know? But, cripes. And then you give it 5 minutes, somebody in the chat's gonna be like, don't be so hard on them, their headlights are automatic and they didn't turn on. Well, you know what? I'm pretty sure we can all handle turning them from auto to on. I know that's really complicated, and sometimes even I forget how to do it and I have to look at the manual, but trust me, it's not that bad. We can handle it. So what I'm kind of leaning toward is maybe heading out toward Dubuque and then going down toward maybe Iowa City and then coming back. Where did Redneck Randy go? I don't know. He's probably 16 miles up ahead already. People say I drive like crap. There's just nobody on the road. I mean, I don't know if I would really expect it Saturday morning after Thanksgiving at 9 o'clock, but I don't know. I don't know what to expect today. Sometimes we handle these snow events really well out here, sometimes we don't, and I don't really know the rhyme or reason to it. I just know that sometimes it's almost like, oh wow, oh, I'm on the wrong side of the road, so you couldn't even see the damn road. Good thing I got my lights on though, Jesus. But sometimes it's like we handle the snow really well, and sometimes it's just not. So I really think that if this snowstorm happened tomorrow, it would be worse, but whatever we get tomorrow is most likely just going to be blowing snow, which is going to be a problem, don't get me wrong. But I honestly thought we'd have slide offs all over the place. I mean, if you go to like an interstate, I'm sure there's slide offs all over. But I honestly thought that we would have some slide offs and stuff on this road yet already, but I don't think it's really necessarily that the conditions don't suck. I think it's just that there's nobody on the road, which I don't blame them, I guess I wouldn't be either if I didn't have to be. Turn your lights on, dumbass. Nope, still didn't turn them on. God dang, that makes me so mad. You know how many accidents happen because you can't see cars? Because I don't really care what the insurance companies say, but if you get into an accident in weather like this where you legitimately can't see the other car, it's kind of that car's fault. I don't care whose fault it is according to the insurance or the law. It's, in my opinion, it's that car's fault. There's that argument of, well, you need to be driving slow enough so that you can see the other cars. It's like, sometimes it don't matter. You know, everybody's got it's not hard to turn your lights on. You would be surprised how polarizing of a topic that is, because I will get people, anytime I talk about it, that are like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. We don't need to turn them on. Pay attention. And then you've got other people that are like, if you don't turn your headlights on, you shouldn't have a driver's license. And I'm definitely one of those people, but when you can't see the damn car, like, that's usually your indication you need to have some sort of lights on. It is technically a law. Obviously, it's not enforced at all, but I don't know, guys. We'll see what we can do today. Correct. Automatic light. Well, I don't understand why we have daytime running lights for the headlights, but not the tail lights. That would actually solve all these problems. Another doorknob without their lights on. Man, Wisconsin, you're not doing too well here. Embarrassing. Yeah, we'll go head down toward, let's go down towards Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and then we'll work our way back. That'll take the whole day. I mean, it'll take 3 hours down there, probably 3 to 4 hours down there at this rate, and 3 to 4 hours back. So that'll take us until probably 5 o'clock, and we'll get back here about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, something like that. And we'll see how bad the roads are getting. It's just not piling up enough yet to really be much, but we'll kind of go drive out to where the heaviest snow has been falling, and then we'll kind of follow it back. TAR indicator, technical BTC at 26,000, 15 months, 235 million something. Are you having a stroke? Sounds like you're having a stroke. Hold on here, we're just, are we stopping? Nope, we're turning.
Local storm
All right.
report from 1 mile
We're all
west
turning,
southwest
okay.
of Loves Park in Winnebago County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 1.7 inches. Reported by Broadcast Media.
Obviously, plow's been through here, but it's just not getting scraped down very well. 24 hours ago was pretty nice out. Yesterday was actually pretty nice. To be completely honest with you. It was actually pretty nice. Guy's like a half a car length off my back bumper too. Oh, I don't know why people do that. We're doing 45. It's really about as fast as we can go here, honestly. It's very icy for what it is. It doesn't, it shouldn't be this bad. I don't know why, if it just didn't get salted or what the deal is, but this is a dry, powdery snow. So it should just come off. It's not.
Local storm report from Matson in Calhoun County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 6.8 inches. Reported by public. Additional information. Event total so far. Snow continues.
You are creating a danger to yourself and others, as well as getting in the way of first responders by being out on the road. Okay, James, if that's your real name. That's a real stupid comment, and that's all I'm going to say. That's a really stupid comment. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole. You might want to see yourself somewhere else. Argument that you're not going to win. I don't actually know where the road is. I keep feeling for the rumble strips, and when I find it, I know that's the edge of the road. I don't know how fast these guys behind me want me to go, folks. We're doing 45 to 50. It's slippery. This guy will not get off my ass. The truck behind him won't get off his ass. I don't know what we're trying to... I don't know what these guys want. I guess they want us to be like freaking Redneck Randy up there with this piece of junk Dodge pickup truck and the tow mirrors upside down in the ditch, I guess. I don't know. They're not going to be happy till we're in the ditch. I can't really pull off and let them... See, that's the thing. Like, they're so close to my ass that if I start slowing down to pull off, I'm afraid they're going to slide into me.
Local storm report from Trenton in
That's how
Grundy
close
County,
they are.
Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 1.8 inches. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information. Mostly snow but rain.
But they won't
mixing.
pass.
Snow has compacted to 1 inch in depth.
They won't pass.
122, be 10-8.
122.
Funny how that works.
Local storm report from 1 mile
You can tell it's been snowing a little bit longer out here because we're going west, and like it just seems like there's more snow out here. So it's definitely been snowing longer out here. Obviously, this has been coming in from the west, so yeah, obviously, but. Somebody that was riding your ass slide into a utility pole. Oh man, karma. Yeah, I mean, I would never wish upon anybody an accident, but I tell you what, it's better that the accident happens to somebody who is driving erratically than a good person, so I guess there's that. Yeah, I don't get it, guys. Like, it seems like there's always that one group of cars on the road that'll do like 80 miles an hour even though it's ice covered, and they'll cause an accident, and they'll be like, oh, I didn't even see it coming. Well, no, you did. You were just too dumb to realize it. I think it's important to be kind of honest about stupidity in things like that, because so many, this culture in this world, everybody's like, oh, it's okay. Here's a participation trophy. And I really do think that maybe some of the stupidity we see in society is because we're no longer condemning it.
In Johnson County, Nebraska.
I mean, it's good to be inclusive, but sometimes things are so dumb they need to be condemned. And
reported by emergency manager.
Yeah.
137, 10-7 mineral for fuel and top off.
Cancel 137.
But yeah, yesterday was actually pretty nice out. I don't know what the temperature was, but it wasn't terrible. It was not bad out at all yesterday. I wish I would have got more done, because the damn snow is going to stick around for a little while. It's going to be mostly below freezing for the next week. I think it'll melt off after that, though, but... about Ryan Hall using YAWLBOT to spot tornadoes before everyone else. I'm assuming that's a bait comment because it came from one of those user 985 blah 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 blah. If it's not, I'm sorry. I'm not worried about my job if that's what you're getting at by some clanker. I'm an adult. I grew up in rural America, and if the computers try to take over, we're just going to shoot them with our guns and drive tractors through the data center. So that's not a threat. It's just a fact. So no, I'm not threatened, if that's what you're getting at. I really don't think a stupid clanker can do my job better, or anybody's for that matter.
Cancel 146.
Watch that get flagged now. That's hate speech. I don't know if you guys follow this guy. I forget what the username is, but there's this dude on TikTok that's in this it's an experiment where they put some people in like a fake employment thing, and they basically all of the administration is HR or is AI. HR is AI, the bosses are AI, there's AI coworkers, and they have to it's an experiment to see how it all works. And I was watching another one the other day, or last night, and he got written up by the AI because he called him a clanker. And I about pissed my pants laughing when I saw that. I'm just like, oh heck yeah, now you're speaking my language, so. I thought that I came up with that word, clanker, but I've been told that apparently it's a legit thing that people call AI, and I'm kind of disappointed because I honest to God thought that I coined that term. But, oh well. I'll start calling, you know, ChatGPT is a clanker, Grok's a clanker, they're all freaking clankers. And yeah, it probably is only a matter of time before people start getting offended over that, honestly. You know, that'll be a slur before you know it. Here I thought I came up for that. At first I called it a clinker, but somebody thought that I was saying something else, and I'm like, yeah, not really, but whatever. Because, you know, clink, you know, you drop something and that's the sound it makes. You know, you drop metal and it clinks, you know, so it's calling them clinkers. They're like, I think you mean clanker. And I'm like, what? Like, is that really a thing? Yeah, I don't even know what Star Wars is, so. Okay, it wasn't a troll. They were referencing a tweet that I guess he made yesterday morning talking about how the E-bot was going to apparently catch tornadoes before storm chasers. Okay, good luck for it. Yeah, I think we're going to replace the National Weather Service with the EHA bot. Okay, yeah, tell me how well that works. Cringe. I'm gonna make my own AI bot and call it Clanker Bot. Except all it's gonna do is it's just gonna sit there and troll people that don't turn their headlights on. Now I'm gonna develop some sort of AI bot. We're gonna call it Clanker Bot, and it's gonna live stream 24/7 on YouTube. But it's gonna highlight parts of our live stream, like people that don't put their headlights on when they're supposed to, and it's gonna like look up their license plate and it's gonna shame them. You know, something that I just don't have time for. About as far as I'm going to go with AI.
Local storm report from 1 mile south-southwest of Denver INTL Airport in Denver County, Colorado. Snow magnitude measured 0.2 inches. Reported by official NWSOBS.
Make it look like the paperclip. Yeah, that's Clippy. I like Clippy. Clippy was annoying, but
31 to 1,000.
He meant well.
531.
Going to be out at 1181 just west of Falls Mill, switching drivers and cleaning lights and wipers off.
Good for you, man. Cool story.
131.
You don't know who Clippy is? If you don't know who Clippy is, you're too young for this live stream. You gotta look it up. If you used Microsoft Office from like 2006 to like 2011, you know Clippy. I actually don't know what years Clippy was, but I think it was right around like 06 to 11. So I remember we had Clippy when I was in high school. In fact, let's ask a clanker. Hey Clanker, what years was Clippy present in Microsoft Office?
Hey there. Oh, good old Clippy, everyone's favorite little paperclip helper. So Clippy made his grand entrance back in Office 97 and then hung around through the early 2000s. He was officially retired after Office 2003, and by Office 2007, he was pretty much fully out of the picture. So he's had about a decade-long run, give or take.
Oh wow, I was way off. Alright, so like 99, 98, 99 through like 2007, 2008. But I think the reason I thought longer is because a lot of time people didn't used to. For those of you that are younger, or that are younger than the age of 20, Microsoft. probably younger than 25 actually. Microsoft Office did not used to be like a cloud thing. You know, you bought a CD and you installed it. People didn't upgrade it, you know, every 6 minutes like you do now. So people would hold on because, you know, why upgrade? Really wasn't much of a reason to most of the time. So people would just hold on to their old versions. So he probably stuck around to like 2010, 2012 because people were just using old versions. Yeah, Clippy. I like Clippy. I mean, I don't, but I do. I don't know. That thing was kind of annoying at times. Oh, I see you're writing a letter. Would you like me to format it for you? And like, no matter how many times you closed it, it would just still pop up. I wonder what legal rights I have to use Clippy, if any. I seriously wonder if we could make a Clippy bot and have it just sit on the stream, like down in the corner, and just highlight chat comments and just have like Clippy run the chat. Because I do have some software, well, scripts that will highlight chat comments automatically. I wonder if I would get sued by Microsoft if we put Clippy in the corner. Bill Gates sucks. Yeah, Louise, whatever the hell his name is. That's where I got the whole Clippy thing from. I even changed my Twitter picture to Clippy.
Storm report from Wood River in Madison County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 5.0 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
will be on Drunk Highway 5 down in Frank, cleaning the ice off the windshield.
10.152.
Information. Already. Event total
That makes sense. I mean, it's definitely, this storm started out there, so obviously it's moving from west to east. Down toward like Cedar Rapids or something and then loop back. That's usually a pretty good like route during these snow events. By the time we make it back this way, it'll start getting cruddy up here. State highway. I mean, it's fine, but it's not great. doesn't look like it on camera, but it's definitely snowing pretty good. It's just the fact that everything's white. I also don't know where the damn road is. I think I'm down the wrong side of it. Yep, sure am. Now the Wisconsin 511 website is flat out wrong. It says normal winter or normal road conditions for the area. I call BS. It's definitely crap.
southeast of Keystone in Summit County, Colorado. Snow magnitude measured 5.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information from Keystone Ski Resort Snow Stake. Storm report from 4NW Hazelton in Emmons County, North Dakota. Snow magnitude measured 10.2 inches. Reported by Co-op Observer. Additional information, 24-hour total. Local storm report from 3 miles southwest of Breckenridge in Summit County, Colorado. Snow magnitude measured 5.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information from Breckenridge Ski Resort Snow Stake.
The Snow Stake.
Morning, Exeter 69. Yes, it is a good morning. I'm just leaving the shop here in Dayton. 10-4.
Yeah, we'll probably go to Dubuque and then maybe down 61. Maybe. Doesn't really matter, honestly. Like, it's gonna snow no matter where you're at.
southwest of Copper Mountain in Summit County, Colorado. Snow magnitude measured 4.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information from Copper Mountain Ski Resort Snow Stake. Local storm report from 2 miles southeast of Breckenridge in Summit County, Colorado. Snow magnitude measured 6.2 inches. Reported by public.
Don't see a whole lot of snow reports coming in from this area, but give it a couple hours, we should start seeing them.
Storm report from 2 miles north of Muscatine in Muscatine County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 4.3 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from 2 miles southwest of East Moline in Rock Island County, Illinois. Snow magnitude estimated 5.8 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from Stanwood in Cedar County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 4.7 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from 1 miles west-southwest of St. Donatus in Jackson County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 3.5 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
Yeah, so it's not like the northeast Iowa area to northwest Illinois, probably southwest Wisconsin, maybe. Depending on where you're at, anywhere between 3 and 5 inches already, which probably sounds about right. Wisconsin, it's going to start filling in for you guys here soon. So just takes time for all this to move from west to east. Pockets of heavy snow west of Dubuque and then south of Dubuque as well. So we actually might not even come back this way. We might come back through like northern Illinois, maybe. Let's see, winter storm warnings, obviously. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour this morning and early afternoon, and then again tonight. So that's near blizzard condition. If we're gonna get winds nearly 35, you know, it would, to be blizzard conditions, it would have to be at 35 for a couple of hours. It's probably not going to be that persistent, but I mean, close to blizzard conditions maybe. But
local storm report from 3 miles northeast of Worcester in Otsego County, New York. Snow magnitude estimated 3.5 inches. Reported by public.
The cameras that we've got out in Wisconsin are pretty uneventful right now. So the heaviest snow hasn't really made it that far yet. It's gonna get worse out here to the west before it gets worse over there in like Wisconsin. Those winter storm warnings, I think they go till midnight. 6 a.m. So for Wisconsin, it's 6 a.m. Northern Illinois is also 6 a.m. Oh, I saw his lights on. Yeah, it looks like most of the winter storm warnings go till 6 a.m. Except for like way out west in Iowa, then they cancel out earlier. Yeah, thanks for watching, folks. You can get all the live camera feeds in the Radar Omega app if you're interested in looking. We've got 5 deployed right now. If this was going to be a bigger deal, we would have had 20 of them out, you know, but I just... Don't get me wrong, it's an impactful storm, but it's not like it's lake effect where we're getting 4 feet of snow. You know, we're getting a foot to maybe a foot and a half. Just didn't quite think it was necessary, but we've got a couple of out there to give us a view. Obviously we're out here moving around. I got 2 more back there. I gotta stop and get some straps, but I mean, I've got 2 more with me that we can put out. Yeah, I try to stay off of the interstates and the major state highways because those are always going to be plowed. Well, they're typically going to be in the best shape. And my point of being out here is not, like, we want to be in the worst conditions. That's kind of the point. So typically I'll stay off of interstates and big 4-lane state highways because they're usually fine. Or about as close to fine as anything's going to be out here. Look, another one. Why are you driving on the road? You are endangering first responders. Okay, dude, I'm not even gonna get into it. The world, first of all, the world doesn't revolve around first responders. This whole, is this person leads on with, I'm a firefighter. Okay, cool, good for you. And so was I. And my thing is, the world doesn't revolve around first responders. Anybody who's actually done that job in a better, more capacity than apparently you have will agree with me. There's this entitlement thing where people are like, I'm a first responder. Like, cool. Good for you. Nobody cares. And I know that might sound aggressive, but as someone who used to do that job 7 days a week, 99% of the people doing that job have that same mentality of shut up, nobody cares. Because they don't, like, if you want to play the I'm a first responder and you're endangering our lives, I would challenge you to come out here and tell me how I'm endangering your life. Because you probably don't know my background. It's a chance I've actually done it longer than you have. And something I would probably remind you of is if you're afraid of the 1/4 inch of snow on the ground, you probably shouldn't be dealing with burning buildings there as a firefighter. But I mean, if you believe that this is that terrifying, I think you might just need to hang it up. Like, and if you want to be mad at me, that's fine. But if you're gonna come in here and attack me, just understand you're gonna get that stone caught, thrown right back at you about twice as hard, dude. So we get those comments all the time whenever it's raining or snowing. Like, you're endangering people. No, we're not. Please show me on the screen where the computer screen hurt you. Show me where the live stream hurt you. Holy smokes. God damn. People are so damn pathetic these days. Like, my God, here's somebody driving in the snow. Let's make a big deal about it. Meanwhile, we got people that are driving without their headlights on, and I don't see you complaining about them. I ain't giving you the time of the day till I start hearing you complain about these cars without no headlights on. That's all I'm saying. Probably Riley Schmidt. Now we're about in Riley Schmidt's territory here. I think Platteville covers Cuba City now, so we're almost in the Riley Schmidt territory. We might see him. Some of you guys know the legend of Riley Schmidt. And understand, folks, there's a lot of Riley Schmidts in this world. So I'm not really exposing anybody. There's like 6 of them in this county probably. But oh yeah, some of you guys know the legend of Riley Schmidt, and nearly killing me 16 times. getting fired because he thought some dumbass thought he would make a good cop, and they hired him. And then the local ambulance, I think it was it Hazel Green? It might have been this ambulance here, this town. It was Belmont. It was Belmont up there to the north, just north of here. Belmont ambulance was having a hard time getting out the door a couple years ago. Just staffing shortages during the day when people are at work. It's hard to get volunteers to get in the ambulance when they're working and stuff. It's like not really a fault of their own. It's just a matter of there just weren't enough people. And they were actively recruiting and everything. But Mr. Riley Schmidt, apparently Reg Gill, the sheriff in Lafayette County, he's a really good person. He's a great sheriff. I think he's still the sheriff, but he had a lapse in judgment there and hired Riley Schmidt as one of his deputies, and it didn't last very long. Apparently, he was just very good at his interview. So what Riley did was he turned in the ambulance service to the state, because there's like this state thing. You have to make, 75% of your calls, you need to be out the door within 9 minutes or less, I think. 11 minutes. I think you have to be out the door within 75% of your calls have to be out you have to be in the vehicle moving within 11 minutes, I think. And I don't think they were quite meeting that. But listen, it's also faster than the next closest ambulance, which is Platteville. But so he turned him in. Instead of volunteering his time with his valid EMS license, he turned him in and got him in trouble. And they were actively recruiting. It's not like they were purposefully missing the bar. Like they were trying. They were running, man. They were doing the best they could, and they were getting through it. But Riley turned him into the state, and the Belmont police chief, was it Belmont or was it Benton? I can't remember. Belmont, whatever. One of the two police chiefs apparently went to the sheriff's department, and this is. Actually the same story has been told to me by like 3 people, 2 of which work at the sheriff's department, and the other one worked with Riley after I left, and told me that I guess the police chief went to the sheriff and said, if I ever catch that mother effer in my city again, we're gonna have a big problem. You keep him out of my city. And I guess the sheriff's department found a reason to shit can him after that, and kind of rightfully so. That's the kind of person he was. He's one of those people that, thought that he felt important by getting people in trouble and shit. He's the guy. Remember I told you the story about the guy that kept prank calling the ambulance at freaking 2 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, that was Riley. That was kept wanting to go down to the police department and make a report for a phony phone call.
West of Ankeny in Polk County, Iowa.
That was Riley.
Snow magnitude measured 2.9 inches.
So unless he's moved, this might be his territory. I don't know if they shit canned him from the ambulance or not.
Report is of 9:15 m.
Judging by what went on after the hospital took that ambulance service over, they probably still have him. So. Yeah, he's an interesting man, that's for sure. Or boy, he's an interesting little dude, that's for sure. He used to drive this Kia Optima, and he leased it. He leased a Kia Optima, and this was like back in maybe 2015. I don't know, whatever. This was like 10 years ago. He leased this car, and he puts all of his red lights and sirens and shit in it. Like we all did. But he's leasing this car, and he's like drilling these giant holes in it and shit. I guess he just got his ass ripped when he turned the car in after his lease was up, and they charged him all these fees, and he was like, well, I don't understand. I'm like, buddy, you drilled like 65 holes in it. You just blasted screws into the dash to hold your shit down. Like, no wonder they're pissed. And he was one of those people, he pulled well, I'm a first responder, they should let it slide. Dude, you totaled their car. Like, they're pissed. Oh my God. I will never forget, we were actually coming down this road right here. And almost here into freaking Hazel Green. I think we took somebody to the Monroe Hospital or something, and we were coming back this way, and like they needed an ambulance down here for a car wreck or something, and we were close, so we went anyway. we were coming down this road, and I tell you guys the story, not the story about where he nearly killed me in the T-bone accident, the story about where he nearly ran into the side of the library, and that's down here. Conveniently, the library is also the police station. You'll see it when we pass it, but he nearly ran us into the side of the library because he just didn't know how to drive. And it's a 35 mile an hour zone through here, and I guarantee you we came into this doing about 90. That ambulance would not go over 70 miles an hour unless you were going down a hill. Like, it was huge and it was underpowered. But we were coming down this part of the hill. And what you'll notice coming up down here is the library is on the left side of the road, and it's nowhere near anywhere you would be if you're going straight. The car pulled out in front of us, and he slammed the brakes so hard that the back end like slid over, and he barely kept it together. He ended up hopping the curb, nearly took out the mailboxes by the post office there, and nearly smoked the library. We ended up in the on the curb, like in the sidewalk part of the curb. And yeah, I'll never forget that. And then that was my fault too. He's like, you didn't tell me there was a car coming. I'm like, dude, I couldn't see the car because we had to be, I'm not kidding you guys, we were coming down. I remember we slowed down a little bit going this, then you come down over this hill crest, you start going fast again. It's like we had to be doing damn near 90 when we hit this town, and we were probably doing 65, 70 through town here. I'm like, dude, we were going so fast I literally had no time to see the car. And he's, you as the passenger need to be looking for that stuff. And I'm just like, okay, asshole. So what I would do to this jerk off, every time he would start giving me problems, I'd reach over and I would just lay on, because we had an air horn button like right in the middle, so I would just reach my hand down and I would just lay on the air horn. Every time he would like start annoying me, I would just lay on the horn, and eventually he would stop. Yeah, so that's the library / police department, what building right here on the left where that flag is. So the you know how see that big freaking wide sidewalk? Yeah, we ended up on that, nearly ran us into that freaking brick thing. Like, Jesus Christ. And then I'll tell you the story about Jimmy. Jesus Christ. So down this, these are the people when you call 911 that show up. Fucking Jimmy, well, I wasn't with, but he's going down this road in his car coming to work at like 5 a.m., right? This road here in the middle, when it's not snowing, they've got those little, like, you know, they're like 4 feet tall, and they're not traffic cones, but they're little signs that say like watch for pedestrian, and they go right down the middle. So they have those things up when it's not snowing. And he comes into work and he's like, my God, I thought I killed a kid. I'm like, what? And he goes, I'm getting real tired, and all of a sudden I hear boom, 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 boom. And I thought I hit a fucking kid outside the high school, or the school. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he goes, I pulled the car over, about called 911. I get out and I ran over the stupid like pedestrian signs, and one of them was stuck in the grill of my car. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, Jimmy, those could have been kids. And he's like, I think I fell asleep. I'm like, you're lucky it's not a fucking kid. Jesus Christ.
Local storm report from 1 mile north of Carbon Cliff in Rock Island County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 6.0 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from 1 mile south of Coal Valley in Rock Island County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 5.6 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from Cascade in Dubuque County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 3.5 inches. Reported by public.
Oh yeah, I got lots of stories, but I try not to flood the stream with the stories because it pisses a lot of people off, but I'm kind of for that. You get these people that are like, you're making these people look bad. No, they just are bad. Like, I'm not giving out first names, last name, middle initial, date of birth, and addresses here, people. Like, live a little. It's story time. Miriam wants to hear another story about Riley. Okay. Well, yeah, Riley was I knew that he was gonna be a pain in my nuts every when the first like call that I went on with, no, the second one. He starts an IV in this patient that was fine, And he had this thing that he just thought every patient needed an IV, which doesn't make any sense at all. But that's also a lot of EMS people these days. But anyway, started an IV and he forgot to hook the IV up. So we're getting ready to go to the hospital and he starts this IV and then he's like, I'm gonna drive. And I'm like, so you just started taking care? I didn't say this, but I'm like, so you're telling me that you just started taking care of the patient, didn't tell me anything what was going on, and now you're just like, fuck you, I'm driving? Okay, cool. So we're sitting there and I'm like, the girl's like, is he gonna do anything with this? And I'm like, with what? And she like holds up her arm and I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. And so I stick my head up front and I'm like, dude, you just like start an IV and you just like forget to flush it? You just left it there? Or like what's going on here? He didn't flush it, but he put one of those, what the hell you call the freaking the little lock. God damn it, what the fuck? You know what I'm talking about, the medical people, the little lock thing on. So he doesn't flush it. And like it's full of blood. Like, I mean, it's clearly I'm just like, what the hell is this? Like, starts an IV, doesn't flush it, and then puts the lock thing on it, tapes it down and everything, and doesn't do anything with it. And like the whole tube is just like full of blood. I'm just like, okay. And I'm like, so are we just not like gonna, like, did we just start the IV to start it or what? And he's like, oh yeah, can you finish that? And I'm just like, I think we should just take it out. And he's like, why? And I'm like, dude, it's full of blood. And he's like, just flush it. Like, Riley, that blood has been in that tube for like 25 minutes now. I really don't think we should flush it back into the body. I really think we should just take the IV out at this point. So we stop, and he threw the biggest fit because he had to take the IV out. And then like threw a fit and was bitching to the nurse at the hospital that I wouldn't flush it. And she's like, if it was full of blood for like 20 minutes, like, don't you think it's a bad idea to flush that anyway? Like, why didn't you just do it right? And like, he threw the biggest freaking fit ever. And I was the bad guy. And it's just like, buddy, no. Like, now you've got blood that's been out of the body in a plastic piece of pipe for 20 minutes. And you think it's a good idea to just flush that, right? Like, come on, man. Finish the job, dude. Jesus. Instead of just being like, ah, damn it, and just taking the IV out, nobody would have cared. Like, you make a big deal about it. Just be like, ah, shit. Jesus Christ, that guy was a pain in the dick. Freaking, you know, is one of those people that just, you know, like, you know Dwight from The Office? Like, I feel like that was kind of him. Honestly. Just, like, miserable to work with. Totally Dwight. In front of the patient? Well, I mean, yeah, it was attached to their arm. Oh yeah, we argued about this shit all the time. I had a partner that was, it's kind of a sensitive thing, but I had a girl that I worked with, fucking, we'd go at this shit all the time, and I remember this, I don't know if you guys have ever used those stupid Lucas machines that do like the CPR for you that are just creepy as hell. And I remember just going at it with her because like, oh, gotta use this Lucas, gotta use this thing. I'm just like, I didn't realize the patient's family was right there. And I mean, I did, but I didn't. I'm just sitting there and like, I was just sick of having it, and I'm like, just sick of listening to it. I'm like, so we just gonna sit here and let the guy fucking die some more, or are we actually gonna do something? And then it just turns into like a full-fledged fight, like in front of everybody. But that's honestly how a lot of this rural EMS stuff works. Like, you get these people that don't get along and they're in an ambulance together, and they just sit and fight and fight and fight. And it's actually pretty entertaining, I think, for these people. Like, some call it unprofessional, but if you're like dying, I'd imagine it's more entertaining to be laughing while you're dying, I guess. I don't know. I've got some good stories. The cake, yeah, the good. Somebody remembers the cake I showed you guys from when Sarah got fired. The Good Riddance Sarah. I made a cake. I actually made a cake and spelled out Good Riddance Sarah on the cake. She was terrible. She was a miserable cow, let me tell you. I will never forget her. She was one of those paramedics that it's like, how the hell did you get your license? But she wanted to do everything by the book, but she was wrong about everything. Like, honestly, folks, most of the time, if you're in the back of the ambulance, the patient's breathing at 16 times a minute. If the patient's fine and they're in no respiratory distress, do you know how many times a minute they're breathing? Yeah, it's 16. It's always 16. That's what you put in the report. It's always 16. Somebody's going to come after me. I don't care. It's always 16. It's always 16. Sometimes it's 18 if you want to switch it up, but it's usually 16. Like, I'm not going to sit there. Come on, man, really? It's not a respiratory problem. But anyway, so she would sit back there. I'll never forget the time that I listened to her. She's on the damn radio, and she's like, respirations are 15, and I'm just like, 15?
Report from 4 miles north of Valentine in Cherry County.
And I asked her, I'm like, how the hell did you get 15?
Measured 1.5 inches.
And she goes, I timed it for 30 seconds, and there were 8. And I'm like, Sarah, that's 16.
In Macon County.
And she's just like, no. And I'm like, yeah, it is. If you counted 8 in 30 seconds, that's 16. Because there's two segments of 30 seconds in a minute. That's 16. And she's like, no, he's breathing 15. I was like, no, that is 16. And we're just sitting there arguing about this, and I'm like, there's no fucking way. Because you just sound really stupid when you say, when you spit out an odd number, because you typically count for 15 or 30 seconds, and you just make it a minute. So like, here we come rolling into the emergency department, and like all these like CNA girls and stuff are giggling or whatever. I walk over to them. We've never been at this hospital before. I was like, where the hell can I take a piss? And she goes, are you with the chick over there that said they're the number 15? And I'm just like, yeah, and here's what's worse. She didn't actually count 15 in 60 seconds. She counted 8 in 30 seconds, and she's dying on a pedestal telling me that that is 15. And they're like, no, that's 16. And I'm like, that's what I said. But this is also the chick that gave, not at our service, but she gave 1 to 1,000 epi intravenously. It's supposed to be 1 to 10,000. I'm pretty sure she killed somebody. Or thankfully she didn't. She damn near killed somebody.
Additional information.
Obviously she can't count. Obviously, protocol calls for 1 to 10,000, and here she's over there giving 1 to 1,000. And let me tell you, there's a big difference between 1 1,000 and 1 in 10,000. Okay, that's a huge difference. So she gave the intramuscular, the IM dose and stuff to like an IV patient. I'm just like, oh my god. And she was like, yeah, that was my career F up. Oops. And I'm like, what do you mean oops? Like, I'm pretty sure you damn near killed the guy. Jesus Christ. And Dave, we're just the only car out here. Holy shit. I just got a text message from somebody I used to work with, and he says, can we please trash Riley some more on your live stream? I'm not bullying, I'm just telling the truth. I mean, I think it's funny. I mean, I don't know. I work with somebody for a couple of years, and you just hate them. Surgery center there on the right now. That's interesting. I didn't know know that was there. Guess I haven't been this way for a few weeks. Road closed. Better not be.
Local storm report
What the
from
hell?
9 miles south-southeast of Spicer in Grant County, Colorado. Snow magnitude estimated 7.8 inches. Reported by
What the hell am I supposed to do here?
Additional information. Arapahoe Ridge Snowtell snowfall between 3 p.m. November 28, 2025
Why the hell is
and 6
this
a.m.
closed?
November 29, 2025 estimated using a 15.5 to 1 snow to liquid ratio. Local storm report from 4 miles north-northwest of Longs Peak in Larimer County, Colorado. Snow magnitude estimated 4.7 inches. Reported by Messonnier. Additional information. Bear Lake Snowtell snowfall between 3 p.m. November 28, 2025 and 6 a.m. November 29, 2025 estimated using a 15.5 to 1 snow to liquid ratio.
Well, I guess we're gonna go,
Local storm
oh my
report
god.
From 1 miles north-northwest of Burfitt Pass in Grant County, Colorado. Snow magnitude estimated.
Alright, well, we'll have to go
6.2
this way and
inches.
U-turn, I guess.
Reported by Messonnier. Additional information. Burfitt Summit Snowtell snowfall between 3 p.m. November 28, 2025
Whoa,
and 6
frickin'
a.m.
slippery right
November
there.
29, 2025 estimated
Ice.
using a 15.5 to 1 snow to liquid ratio. Local storm report from 7 northwest Red Feather Lakes
Oh, this
in
thing's gotta
Larimer
stop
County,
talking soon.
Colorado. Snow magnitude estimated 1.5 inches. Reported by Messonnier. Additional information. Black Mountain Snowtell snowfall between 3 p.m. November 28, 2025 and 6 a.m. November 29, 2025 estimated using a 15.5 to 1 snow to liquid ratio. Local storm report from 11 miles south of Rabbit Ears Pass in Grant County, Colorado. Snow magnitude estimated 7.8 inches. Reported by Messonnier.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's
Buffalo Park
authorized.
Snowtell snowfall between 3 p.m. November 28, 2025.
I didn't know what else to
6
do, guys. I think you gotta go like 3 miles down. I don't even know how to turn around. Sorry.
15.5 to 1 snow to liquid ratio.
The best I can do.
Local storm report
alright.
from 1 miles
It'll be alright.
northeast of Rabbit Ears Pass in Jackson County.
I don't know where the detour
Colorado.
is.
Snow magnitude estimated 10.8 inches. Reported by Messonnier. Additional information. Columbine Snowtell snowfall between 3 p.m. November 28, 2025 and 6 a.m. November 29, 2025 estimated using a 15.5 to 1 snow to liquid
Alright, I
ratio.
gotta shut this thing up.
Local storm report from 3 miles.
Well, they must have just put them all in at the same time there. Dubuque is usually pretty interesting here when it snows because the entire town is like on the side of a hill. Like there's a lot of hills. So I want to check Dubuque out a little bit here. Like it doesn't take much for chaos because people just can't get up and down the road. Bet this bridge is icy. Yeah, like I said, Dubuque is not a good place when it snows. I mean, they do the best that they can. It's just, it's hard for these people, road crews, to keep up when everything's on the side of a hill. You know, it's just, they do the best they can. That guy will be in the ditch. He's actually speeding. I'm actually doing the speed limit, so. Everybody says I'm the problem. All right. Yeah, we'll go down toward the south part of town where there's a lot of hills. Some of you guys might remember a couple years ago. Remember that lady? This was probably 3 years ago now, but you guys might remember. There was that hill, and there was a car in front of me that was stuck and couldn't get up the hill. And the lady came up behind me and started laying on the horn, and she was screaming at me. So I got out of the car and I like walked up to her window, and I was just like, what the, you know, I was like yelling. Before I got out of the car, I was yelling at her out the window. I'm like, ma'am, I can't go anywhere. There's a car here. Like, what do you want me to do? And she just kept screaming. So I ended up getting out of the car and I walked up to her window, and I literally said, what the F is your problem? Like, what is your problem? And she was just going off on me. And I'm like, lady, there's a car in front of me that's stuck. What do you want me to do? Because they're occupying the entire road. I can't magically jump over top of them. She was just something else. That lady needed, yeah, she was in the van. Yep. That lady needed a swift kick in the ass, let me tell you. She was just an awful person. Oh my God, I couldn't believe that. Just screaming. It's like, lady, what do you want me to do? And I told her, I said, your only option right now is to back up or wait, because if you back up, you know, we can get out of here and go a different way. But right now, I can't back up or go forward because you're behind me and he's in front of me. So I'm not a problem here. It's just like, I'm late for work. I'm late for this. I'm just like, well, I'm sorry, but I'm not the one blocking the road here. Like, go yell at the other guy. My God. That was actually right up here. We'll pass the road in a minute or two. Yeah, that was something else, let me tell you. Dang. She was not happy. NWS just says rapidly deteriorating conditions expected in southern Wisconsin. Probably about a foot of snow.
Miles per hour. Reported by ESOS. Additional information. ESOS Station KDDC Dodge City Regional Airport.
See what I mean about the hills? A lot of accidents out here in the winter. I think you can probably see why. They do a good job of keeping the road about as good as they can. It's just, it's so steep and slippery. Do need this car to get moving a little bit though, or we're all gonna have trouble getting up this hill. I'm surprised somebody wasn't stuck or slid off. Usually on that hill there's somebody that's in the ditch. But again, I mean, there's just not much out here. I don't think that there's really many people on the road at all. LSRs coming in at once. No, there is a requirement for time period for EMS and fire to get on the road. There is. It's in the license. Maybe it's not a law, but it is a licensing thing where you have to meet a response time. Otherwise, you're not considered not providing the service, and whoever you're supposed to be providing the service to needs to find it elsewhere. So I'm sure it's not a law, but there is something with the EMS office where to maintain your license for your service, you have to meet certain requirements, and it's either 8 minutes or 11 minutes, I think. I think it's 11, but it's one of those things where it was like, even if they were taking 15 minutes to get out the door, I mean, shit, it's still faster than calling somebody from a half an hour away. I wonder if I should have jumped on 61 there. God dang it. I probably should have, shouldn't I? That wasn't 61. What was that? 52? Is that what I passed? Hell, I don't remember. Whatever the hell I passed. I don't know if I want to go down this road that long. I mean, it's not really doing a whole lot on this road. We're probably better off with some rural roads. Probably could go through Illinois. So what I'm thinking about doing is going back toward Wisconsin, but going through Illinois on the way back. That might be where the heaviest is. It's really patchy. Like if you look at radar, you'll see that it's very patchy. There's certain patches that have like it's not like a nice even heavy snow. It's very patchy. Like it's a steady snowfall, but the heavy bouts are quite patchy, which is fine. But still. Makes it a little bit more difficult to cover. It makes it a little bit harder to kind of tell where the heaviest snow is going to be. But we're just kind of at that point where I think everything is a pretty similar condition right now. It's just going to be a few hours for things to take a dump. We could cross the river in like Savannah, maybe, and then go into Illinois and up to Wisconsin, because that heavy snow is going to be moving into like Wisconsin and stuff before too long here. That might be the best route, because I think that snow is going to stay a little bit south here to start off. That keeps us in the heaviest snow as we go north. there's some LSRs, storm reports around here. Why can't I? Hold on a second. Something's wrong. Okay, 3.5 inches. That was an hour ago? No, 5 minutes ago. I don't know, something like that. Within the past. Within the past.
No one in this vehicle has a valid driver's license. They have lentils en route. Owner's request, but I'll take a phone number because I'm going to be.
No one in the vehicle has a driver's license. Nice. Most of these reports out here are between 3 and 4 inches so far. Maquoketa's got one for 5 inches.
Yep.
So, I mean, that checks out.
They've already contacted Lentils, but Lentils is going to be keeping us on. They were informed it was just a pull out. Never.
That kind of checks out what we're seeing on radar. I would expect the stuff to move back up into Wisconsin. I mean, and it is. Like, if you look at our cameras there that we've got deployed, if I can keep it on the road. What the hell was that? That better not be a freaking bee in here. That's a fly. What the hell? Damn big ass fly. Okay, I thought I had a bee in here. I was about to have a stroke. Because I'll die if I get stung. Anyway. But those cameras that we've got placed out in South Central Wisconsin, like, nothing's really happening too much on them. And obviously it's hard to see snow on camera. I mean, it's just white, but it's just not really piling up. Like, that heavy snow is going to be moving into that area soon. You know, this is moving from west to east. So
Local storm report from Buffalo Center in Winnebago County, Iowa. Snow magnitude
I have no idea how there's a
measured
fly in here.
6.0 inches.
I have no idea either.
Reported by
Beats
broadcast
me.
media.
I thought it was a bee at
Additional
first.
information. Snow so far. Relayed by Kyle Radio.
But this road's actually not in that bad a shape. Usually it's in really bad shape, but I don't know. Eastern Iowa, they tend to take pretty good care of the roads. But it's just there's a lot of like hard pack on it, which in my opinion is worse than just having a bunch of fluffy snow, because this is slippery like ice. So I'm doing about 50, and that's about as fast as I want to go on this. It's a 4-lane, so you got more room, but
3
still.
miles northwest of Aplington in Butler County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 9.0 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
We're gonna want to get back up into Wisconsin at some point here. That's kind of the target area for a lot of this, but I don't know. It's kind of like not a whole lot was happening. I didn't feel like going back to bed, so I might as well come out here and take a look. Thanks for joining, everybody. Appreciate it. Should be an interesting day. I'm just looking for a storm chaser that doesn't complain about other drivers on the road for 5 minutes. I'm looking for a... Hold on. Jesus Christ. God dang, that was ice. Alright, we're going to run it in 4-wheel because that 2-wheel is going to kill me here. So anyway, I'll talk about why that happened in a second. But I'm looking for people that don't yell at me every 5 minutes for complaining about drivers every 5 minutes. Okay, so right there, that's why you have to be careful driving rear-wheel drive trucks. So I know that probably looked chaotic, but I gave it a little gas and the back end just kicks right out. So that's why that did that. So if you've never driven in the snow, don't give it gas if you've got rear-wheel drive. So I put it in 4. So, but I try not to run it in 4-wheel drive unless there's like legit snow on the road. But the problem I'm having here is we have an imbalance between the front and the back. You know, going up hills, you almost have to have it in 4-wheel just to keep the torque balanced out. But see, that's why I was telling you guys, you really don't want to go over 50. Because on a 4-lane like this, if you're doing 50, if you start to, 45, 50, starting to slide like that, it's no big deal. A little bit of a delayed reaction there. I was trying to put the cap back on my Mountain Dew, but you've got plenty of time to recover. If it's a 2-lane, you could risk going into the oncoming traffic. But that's why when these people go past us at like 80 miles an hour, it's just like, oh my God, what are you doing? You got to be careful though. You know, I know like even with a pickup truck, you know, it's 4-wheel drive, but if it's not in 4-wheel drive, it is a 2-wheel drive. So, and the problem with like my truck, there's not a lot of weight in the back, so it's pretty light back there. So, giving it any little bit of gas like that, it just wants to do that. Like my Tahoe, when I would have my Tahoe in rear-wheel drive, it wouldn't do that because there's more weight in the back with the Tahoe, because you got the seats and all that back there. It's just an empty truck bed. But I thought about throwing some sandbags back there, but it's really not necessary. But that's also too where I think people that have never driven in the snow before get into accidents because they don't know how to do that. Like if that happens, people just take your foot off the gas. Like you're not gonna crash. Like if your back end kicks out like that and you're sliding down the road, as long as you don't hit the brake, you're fine. Like if you hit the brake, you're screwed, you're in the ditch. But if you just take your foot off the gas and like, I know it sounds ridiculous, but if you let go of the grip on the steering wheel for a second, you'll be fine. Like the vehicle will straighten out. Be all right. Yeah, if you've never driven in the snow, like go learn how to do it in an empty parking lot or something, because it takes a little bit of practice. I honestly would argue that it's easier to drive in the snow with like a smaller front-wheel drive car than it is with an SUV or a truck. I'm not talking deep snow. Like deep snow, you need a 4-wheel drive and stuff, but something like this, I would almost rather be driving a front-wheel drive smaller vehicle because it's not gonna have the tendency to slide or like fishtail or anything, but they also seem to just stay a little straighter on the road and stuff like this. Just lost internet. What happened? There we go. Subarus are good. Like, you see a lot of people out here doing pretty good in Subarus. You see a lot of storm chasers buying Subarus now. It used to be everybody bought a RAV4 or a 4Runner, and that was like, if you were a storm chaser, you had one of those two. Now it seems like everybody's going to Subaru. I'm not a big Subaru fan. I did not hear that. I don't know if that was from me or not. I did not become impressed with Subaru, but like the all-wheel drive system is actually really good. I'm just not a huge Subaru fan. There's nothing wrong with them. I'm just not, I don't know, I don't like them. I think they're kind of weird. I don't know. But like if you want a car with good all-wheel drive, Subarus are pretty good. Yeah, it used to be everybody had a 4Runner or a RAV4. Now it's Subaru. I'm probably gonna have to pull over and clean this damn truck off. I bet you the damn taillights are starting to get covered up with snow. Probably have to get out maybe even before we get to town here and clean it off. I hate driving on this icy stuff like this because this is just garbage. I mean, it's just the snow is so packed down that it's just turned into ice, basically. I mean, it's not, but it might as well be, honestly. It's ice for intents and purposes. And like with the wind blowing across it, it almost polishes it like glass. So they can't really get it scraped off either. Never get it scraped off. It's just like the only way to get it off is salt and sunlight. You almost need the sun. I don't know if you can tell on the camera. It might be really hard to see, but there's a lot of snow blowing across the road. Like, it is blowing out here. The wind is way harder than I thought it would be. I thought we weren't supposed to have a wind component with this winter storm, and I don't think really anybody did. It seems like they just added that to the winter storm warning this morning. I could be wrong, but I didn't think that yesterday. I don't think it was in the winter storm warning. I think yesterday it was just winds gusting to like 15 or something, but now they've got it winds gusting to 35, so that's near blizzard. Blizzard conditions are 35 mile an hour winds, but I think it has to be sustained for like 3 hours or something. So it's gonna get kind of nasty out. I get a little more snow and you're not gonna want to be out. But it's going pretty good. A little more snow and we're gonna start seeing some small drifts probably, but that's going to be mostly on back roads and stuff. For now, it looks like a lot of the winds are out of the south, so the east-west roads are going to drift faster and easier than the north-south, for obvious reasons. This is so freaking slippery. Holy crap. I don't think there's any salt or sand or anything down on this road. I mean, seriously, guys, I feel like I'm driving on ice. And it's not, I mean, don't get me wrong, slippery is slippery, but this is really bad compared to normal. What the hell? I don't know if we had some melting that went on. I don't think there was any rain mixed in with this at any time. But man, this is just slick. It shouldn't be. Like I said, usually these powdery snowfalls, it cleans off the road, blows off the road, but we've got like a sheet of ice on this road. I don't think they've put any sand or anything or salt or whatever down. I would have a hard time believing they did. It's 27 degrees out. Usually if you're over 15, especially if you're over 20 degrees, it'll work pretty well. But I mean, I know the wind's blowing, could be blowing it off the road. Hold on, watch out, this guy's gonna be upside down in the ditch here in the rhubarb in about 2 miles. Watch this dude. Alright, he did slow down when he passed it. Yep, no headlights. No headlights, no tail lights. See, you can barely see him. Come on. Must be Redneck Randy's cousin. Redneck Randy's cousin, Blue Collar Bob. I'm doing 45-50, so he's probably doing 65-70, which is fine. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm definitely probably going a little slower than I need to, but it's icy. You know, even though it's not ice, it's slippery. Lights on him either. Lots of snow coming. There's also a lot of heavy snow back by Des Moines that's going to be coming this way, so I mean, it's definitely looking like we're going to have a big all-day event here. Guy behind me doesn't want to pass, but he really just wants to sit on my bumper, apparently. I don't know if I'd want to pass in this either. I haven't seen a single car in the ditch, but I've also probably only seen 10 cars on the road, it seems like, you know, so we don't exactly have a lot of activity out here. I don't know if it's going to be much better tomorrow, though, because if the winds pick up, it ain't going to take much to cause problems like this, because I think a lot of the reason the road is so crappy is because of the wind, just kind of like polishing the surface across. is actually the white line right here. I think I'm in my lane. It's hard to tell. We're just guessing at this point. It's alright, pretty common. Just guessing. I actually thought this road would be in worse shape.
That's all advice.
Should have counted how many cars we passed. I think I've only passed like 15 cars maybe, all the way since we left. An hour and a half ago. We've probably been moving for an hour and a half. I mean, since we left the gas station anyway. Or putting that last camera up.
Local storm report from 2 miles west of Cedar Rapids in Lynn County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 6.0 inches. Reported by public.
I think I might stop on this next road and clean stuff off. Also, I've got a backup mic receiver. I'm going to try to plug that in and see if I can get it to work. So I might do that quick before we get into town. So what's going to happen is we're going to get into town and then I'm going to forget. Might just be easier to stop for a second.
I want to say you answer your computer. Not sure if it's going to be Troy Jr. or Troy Sr. though.
Yeah, I'll stop. There's a road right here. Alright, so you're going to lose my audio for maybe like 2 to 3 minutes because I'm going to try to get this synced. It takes me a second because this one's Bluetooth. So I really, really, really want to put us on the proper mic. So, yeah, got to give me just a minute to synchronize it or try to sync it or whatever. It's really a pain, but I think I can get it. Can I pull off here? Yes, yes I can. Oh wow, it is slick. Holy crap. Wow.
Local storm report from 1 miles west-southwest of Midland in Dallas
All right,
County.
give me just a second.
Iowa.
You're going to be muted for a
Snow
split
magnitude
second.
measured 3.8 inches. Reported
Well,
by
about
fire
2 minutes.
department
Well,
slash rescue.
2-3 minutes here.
Additional
Okay, so that's not gonna work, but I'm back. Whatever. Whatever. We tried. I gave up. Sorry about the outage. I figured it was worth a try, but it's being a pain. We'll just leave it because I don't want to break it to the point where we can't fix it.
Yeah, she's talking about that SOS runs to east of 120th Street on that curve. She's stating there are no injuries. Airbags did deflate and her vehicle is on its side.
Oh, that's not good. This is some of the heaviest snow in the area right now. I haven't been out this way for a long time. Usually we're out here a couple times in the summer, but it's been a while. See what it's like going through town. Dude, are you gonna stop? Holy smokes.
are 551 on Fire Tech 1.
551, go ahead.
We'll be at St. Luke's, Cedar Rapids is 1, beginning miles to 3.6.
That's 4551. Robert 595. Young Robert 595.
Hello. Hi, what are you doing? What? Okay. Yeah, maybe you can go outside.
Yellow by number.
Yeah. Alright, well, I'm gonna get back to driving, okay? I'll see you a little bit later.
843 Adam Young 9170.
All right, bye. I love you, bye.
843 AY 9170.
Suppose we could probably take a drive out here into some of the rural parts of Iowa. Typically they don't necessarily do the best job with plowing.
Local storm report from 2 miles west of Murray in Clark County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 4.5 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, updated total so far.
Oh, look, no headlights. Surprise. 64 is pretty rural all the way through Illinois, so this might be a good route for us here. Jesus Christ, it's freaking icy as all hell, people. My God. I don't know if we had a little bit of rain mixed in at one point, but Jesus. Shouldn't be this icy. Too bad, it's just slippery. pocket of heavier snow is about to move in. Looking at the Quad Cities radar. Any minute.
Local storm report from Hannibal in Marion County, Missouri. Snow magnitude estimated 9.0 inches. Reported by public.
Yeah, this road's gonna get bad later on. This road drifts really easy. I mean, you can just tell by the way it's trying to close up already on the right shoulder, trying to come across already. This is gonna get pretty crappy, I think.
Local storm report from St. Charles in St. Charles County, Missouri. Snow magnitude estimated 6.0 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from St. Rose in Clinton County, Illinois. Snow magnitude estimated 4.8 inches. Reported by public. Additional information.
No headlights
Still
again.
snowing.
Surprise, surprise. Why would we use those?
We heard of a Coconut Hospital, although they're still stating no injuries.
Local storm
Sophia is
report from
hysterical, so they're
Custer
going to take her up to the Coconut
South
Hospital.
Dakota. Snow magnitude measured 3.5 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, 24-hour snowfall.
He's on 61, okay, today. And Florida.
Yeah, you're not going to want to be on this highway probably in about 2 hours. I mean, it's kind of elevated, so it's going to get the blowing and drifting pretty bad, and it looks like it's starting to already. Not good.
Local storm report from Mexico in Audrain County, Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 6.5 inches. Reported by emergency manager.
these back roads. Looks like according to the map, we kind of run out of them to take. We should have taken that one if we were going to take one, because it loops around. No idea where the paint is on the road. We're just going for it at this point. About all you can do. I think that's the center line right there. I think I can feel it. Hard to tell. Visibility's not bad. I mean, I can see fine. roads out here that actually loop around. A lot of them just kind of go off on their own. One of our last ones there that would have looped the way that I wanted to go. So I want to find some real snow. This is kind of garbage. And it's probably because the road's been plowed. Yeah, slide over to where the road hasn't been plowed. Crazy. Yeah. Go figure. A new cell phone tower. Need a couple more of those. See how windy it is there with the flags. So wind's picking up. haven't seen reports of a foot of snow out here. I highly doubt whoever told you that.
From Aviston in Clinton County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 5.5 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
I mean, we've got like maybe 3 to 6 inches depending where you're at. Those totals are obviously going to increase. Obviously. But not for a few hours. Some of the heaviest snow, though. This right here is some of the heaviest snow that we got out here.
Local storm report from Addison in DuPage County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 2.0 inches. Reported by local official. Additional information. Snow total as of 11 a.m. CST.
God, we are just not, like, there's no traffic out here, which is obviously a good thing, but man, it's pretty empty out here. There's quite a few little drifts in the road, though. But yeah, I didn't realize the wind was going to be a thing. Honestly, the wind will be more of a big deal than anything else if it keeps it up. So I would argue that the drifting and the blowing is going to be worse than just the snow, so. Oh no.
Illinois. Snow magnitude
Christ.
measured 3.0
Friggin'
inches.
Stevenson County, Illinois.
Reported by Train Spotter.
God.
Local storm report from 1 miles west-southwest of Loves Park in Winnebago County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 2.8 inches. Reported by Broadcast Media. Additional information. Storm total snow as of 11 a.m. Snow amount from previous report to now was 1.1 inches.
Some of that heavier snow to move into northwest Illinois. We could go down 52. We'll give it a few minutes here and see where the heaviest snow is sitting. Seen a plow. Obviously they're out, but I haven't seen one. Pretty much the whole length of the county here, so doesn't mean they're not out, because obviously they are somewhere, but it just appears that right now they're not out too much here. There's a lot of little drifts on this road. It's gonna drift before it gets too much snow on it. Like, just these couple of inches of snow we have is enough to cause a problem here.
I was talking to one of the county road crew guys. Sounds like someone might have rolled a tractor towards the lost station somewhere, maybe 140th Avenue. He said no injuries in case standing outside, but I'll be checking the area.
Estimated 8.0 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
Starting to get in a little bit heavier snow. Like, this is kind of when everything starts to go downhill, I think. road's getting covered up pretty fast now. Kind of running out of time for people to go do their errands if they want to go do them without dealing with crappy roads. I think we might be at that point.
Local storm report from 2 miles east-southeast of Van Burentsburg in Montgomery County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 7.5 inches.
125,
Reported
1028.
by emergency manager.
Downhill slope here, but you know what, guys, you're not going to have cars in the ditch, and you're not going to have problems when there's no cars to be in the ditch. And we pretty much just drove across the whole damn county on the highway, and there was, what do we pass, maybe 5 cars the whole way going the other direction. No plow, but
Yeah, it's a motor. It's not damage.
things are going along pretty good out here so far. Let's cross over onto the Illinois side, and then we can go down the highway or whatever. So you kind of run out of river crossings here. Roads are not particularly good. We'll see what happens once we cross over into Illinois. I don't know if the roads are actually just getting bad because of the weather, if they're getting bad because there doesn't appear to have been a plow on them for hours, but it could be both. Illinois might be better or worse.
Storm report from Fowler in Benton County, Indiana. Snow magnitude measured 3.1 inches. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, storm total snow as of 11:17 m. local storm report from Valparaiso in Porter County, Indiana. Snow magnitude measured 1.0 inch. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, storm total as of 11:18 a.m. CST.
Across the causeway here, we can get going a little bit more. It's just I've been, this is probably really slippery. Kind of feels like it. I didn't expect to be down here today, but it just kind of made sense to, you know, because I think it's just now starting to snow more up in Wisconsin where we came from, so you know, we just made a loop. It don't hurt nothing, might as well. Highest snow total report that I see is 10 inches north of Des Moines. That's obviously coming this way. So we're in Illinois. Great. We gotta decide if we're gonna want to it going east, kind of going the way we want to go, or going back the way we came and going west. Probably move into Illinois. Yeah, we're kind of getting to the
Local
point.
storm report from 2 miles northeast of Fort Dodge in Webster County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 11.0 inches. Reported by public.
Kind of getting into the
Additional information. Reported by train spotter.
cool.
Snow so far.
We're kind of getting to the point where it doesn't matter where you go, conditions are going to kind of suck.
Local storm report from Brighton in Macoupin County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 7.5 inches. Reported by law enforcement.
Well, I tell you what, so far I think it doesn't even matter where you've been. I think it's been kind of not a big deal so far. And again, I think it would be potentially a big deal if there were people out, but there's nobody out. Like, I know there's been a couple of wrecks on like Interstate 80 and stuff, but beyond that, I don't think it's been anything too bad anywhere. Stop at this frickin' Mac dump and get something for lunch. Mac disappointment. smack disappointment. Yeah, this is a shithole too.
From Spanish Lake in St. Louis County, Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 7.4 inches. Reported by public.
Let me make the order. I'll take you inside this dump. It's not a good one, but I'm gonna just get some freaking chicken nuggets, call it a day. Oh my god, hold on, I gotta order on the app. I forgot this one was here. Hello, how can I help you? What do you... Okay. I don't know what that guy was doing. It's definitely not what I want for lunch, but it's what we're gonna get for lunch, so. What a dumb comment. You never have anything nice to say about McDonald's. And I can't read you the rest. Dude, chill. Like, obviously you must work at McDonald's. Like, if you're that offended because I said the McDonald's sucks, you might possibly be a crybaby. Maybe. It's definitely possible. If that actually hurt your feelings. And then to call me what you said, so I'm sorry your feelings are hurt. I'll make sure that I do it again. Oh my god, he insulted McDonald's. Oh my god. Oh, I can't even find the chicken. Where are they? There we go. Chicken nuggets. 20-piece. No, I don't want it. Who orders a 20-piece chicken nugget? That's a little ridiculous. That chick just put her cigarette out and put the cigarette in the mailbox. I'm not even kidding you. She literally put the cigarette out on the ground and then threw the rest of it in the blue mailbox. Right over there, and then got in that car. What the hell? I'm not kidding. What the fuck? It's like the Memphis version of Illinois. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Oh man, that's loose. I gotta tighten that up. It's possible she had a disability and couldn't get to the cigarette outpost. Dude, you are not, there's no way you are standing up for her putting a cigarette in the mailbox, is there? You're right. She might have had a disability and couldn't walk 20 feet over there to the cigarette thing. You are right. I am so insensitive. I am such a piece of trash. How dare I? Clearly, she's got a disability that she couldn't put the cigarette in the cigarette thing. She had to put it in the mailbox. She had to. There was nowhere else she could possibly put it but in the mailbox. I don't know where else she was supposed to put the cigarette.
Local storm report from Nokomis in Montgomery County, Illinois.
Clearly, the only acceptable place was in the mailbox.
Inches. Reported by emergency manager.
There's 22 in the right pitch.
Duh. What a stupid comment. That might be the stupidest comment I've seen all day. And judging by the fact it came from one of those bogus accounts, I'm 99% sure that wasn't even sarcastic either. I think that was a legitimate, somebody was crying about it. Oh my goodness. How dare you say that that's bad because she could have been disabled, so that means she should put her cigarette in the mailbox. Like, what the hell? Like, that's this, oh, there's a mailman right there. We should go tell the mailman not to. In fact, if he's still there when I get out, I might tell him to not open that mailbox without expecting a small fire. I just can't believe that. Like, just puts the cigarette out and then stuffs it in the mailbox.
Litchfield in Montgomery County.
Who does that?
Snow magnitude estimated 6.5 inches.
Who does that?
Reported by emergency manager.
All right, we should be switched. Okay. Hello? Crazy lady. Hello? Hi. Creep. Sorry, it's just being weird. Oh my God. God help me.
Local storm report from Hannibal in Marion County, Missouri. Snow magnitude estimated 9.0 inches. Reported by law enforcement.
Oh God. Truck's actually fairly clean.
An order for Vince? Was there a drink, Maddie?
Yeah.
I didn't remember if you were working on it. There was.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
You have a great day.
Yeah, you too. God damn it. Fuck. Oh, God damn it. Ew. God dang, it's freaking nasty out. freaking thing freaking
Local storm report
creamed
from
all over
10
my
miles
hand.
northwest of Monticello in Lewis County, Missouri.
Alright, we should be switched back. Oh man, this place. I can tell right now the fries are gonna be awful. They're like wet. Okay. It's GTFO. Let me look at radar real quick, make sure nothing changed on us. Ooh, we have a mesoscale discussion. I did not know that. Hold on. Did not see that. Oh, the SPC website's not loading to save its life right now. What is going on? God, the SPC website needs fixed. Can't even get the MDs to load. Come on. Come on. Primary band, moderate to heavy snow, blah, blah, blah. Honestly, this area here might have the heaviest snow over the next little bit, according to that mesoscale discussion.
Local storm report from Granite City in Madison County, Illinois. Snow magnitude estimated 6.0 inches.
I mean, we could
Reported
screw
by
around here
Train
for a while.
Spotter. Additional information, switch terrain.
Trying to load. My internet connection is just not very good here. SPC highlights the area for heaviest snow over the next few hours is south of Davenport. I don't know if I really buy that. I don't know if I buy that. almost like some dry air down there. Huh.
Local storm report from Herman in Gasconade County, Missouri. Snow magnitude estimated 2.3 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, it's been raining for about an hour.
I mean, we could go down toward Clinton. I mean, it's just, I'm not saying like nothing's happening, but like right now it's just not a whole lot. Kind of in a crappy spot right now for all this too.
Local storm report from Central City in Linn County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 5.5 inches. Reported by public.
I mean, I guess drop south. I guess. I don't know. I mean, we can go south down to Clinton because I don't think there's a whole lot of sense going back to Wisconsin at the moment. So I mean, like the heavy snow is starting to get there. It's taking its time, man. Which is kind of what we expected. Well. Hold on, what's that report in Freeport? 3 inches? If you look at radar, the Quad Cities radar site, Davenport, there's definitely some heavier snow moving into northwest Illinois, going into southwest Wisconsin. I don't know if that's our play or not here. Let's pull up here for a second. I don't know if that's what we need to be doing or if we need to hold off a minute, because we might have better luck going down by like Clinton for a little while. I don't think that Wisconsin stuff is gonna become a thing here for a couple of hours, but it looks like that heavy snow is starting to move in. It's just, it looked like that a little bit ago and then it kind of crapped out. I guess I gotta look at the storm reports so far. Storm reports have heaviest snow off to the west. I'm just confused by the SPC with that mesoscale discussion saying that the heaviest snow is going to be like northeast Missouri and west central Illinois. That confuses me. Because to me, that should be farther north. That's
Local storm report from 3 miles west-southwest of Butler in Montgomery County, Illinois. Snow magnitude estimated 8.0 inches. Reported by public.
looks like I mean, I'm looking at satellite too. There's a pretty heavy pocket of snow back there by Des Moines. Let me switch to that radar site. The stupid LSRs are covering up the radar sites here. Hang on.
Local storm report from 5 miles southwest of Brownsville in Lawrence County, South Dakota. Snow magnitude estimated 3.5 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, 24-hour snowfall. Local storm report from Piedmont in Meade County, South Dakota. Snow magnitude measured 1.5 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, 24-hour snowfall. Local storm report from Fairbury in Jefferson County, Nebraska. Snow magnitude measured 3.0 inches. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, trees and power lines have a glaze of ice.
Oh no.
.53, I'll be en route to the 90 for that 2-vehicle PD on left shoulder.
Yeah, if you look at radar, there's a big pocket of heavy snow back there just west of or east of Des Moines. I wonder if that's the target. I really don't want to backtrack. Let me play that on loop. Well, if you guys look at radar, you'll see that coming out of Des Moines. Looks like it's going toward like 151.
Westbound, it's 12.5. It's a gray passenger car in the right-hand edge facing the wrong direction. I'll be out of the car.
I almost wonder if we want to backtrack and go the way we came and follow this thing up one, because we can go back into Wisconsin by going through Dubuque. Hold on, this thing just died down a little bit in intensity. Sometimes you just gotta sit and watch this stuff for a minute, because when driving speeds are 45 miles an hour, if you go the wrong way, you can end up missing a lot.
Next available toll on the 28 for you when you're ready.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Edward 36129. Frank Edward 36129.
10-4, you're on the left, correct?
Yes, left shoulder, and they're going to transport the Belvedere and correction, the Swedes and Belvedere.
Do you want to?
we might have to go back west. So stuff moving into northern Illinois, there's like some dry air. It almost looks like some dry air coming in behind it. I don't know if I should call that dry air, but like lesser snowfall rates. It may be more productive to go back west and then just plan on going back up through Dubuque, which is the way that we came. I mean, that's not a big deal. It's just a careful decision, and we want to make the right one. So sometimes it's just best to stop and watch for a minute. Just gotta see if there's an update here from any of these NWS offices first. So I am kind of leaning toward west.
East or west of the exit?
I believe the semi is under the underpass, or the overpass, and they're before it.
Something temporary, please.
No updates. Right. That's dumb. The thing is, if we go back west, that pocket of heavy snow is moving toward like Cedar Rapids. It'll probably track up toward Dubuque. It seems pretty persistent. And that would be an acceptable way to get back into Wisconsin. This is what I was saying earlier about how, like, and don't take this the wrong way, but different parts of the country react differently. So this amount of snow out here isn't really that big of a deal. But if this were to happen somewhere like Wichita, Kansas, like we had that one time, that's a big deal.
Local storm report from 2 miles east of Murray in Cass County, Nebraska. Snow magnitude measured 3.0 inches. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, still snowing.
Things are going to get worse. It's just going to be a bit. I mean, this isn't lake effect snow where we've got, 2 feet of snow an hour rates by any means. It's a tough call. The other option is we go south and go down to like Sterling. That actually might not be a bad thing. I just don't want to end up way out in Iowa if I can help it. It's pretty soon here in a couple of hours. It's just going to take forever to get anywhere. Kind of want to be back in our intended location. I'm just trying to load something and the internet's not being good out here.
Spring 23, Kendall's advisor, ETA is approximately 1 hour. Thank you. So far.
Local storm report from 7 miles south of Steamboat Springs in Robb County, Colorado. Snow magnitude measured 4.5 inches. Reported by public.
This is not a 1050. That car had previous damage from a previous crash. Anyway, I have a silver Hyundai in the South Ditch. We're going to 20 here in a second. I'm going to leave them. They're not injured at all. I'm going to go back and check the guy that's first in the left lane underneath the overpass. 1028 is Edward Tom 47833. The Edward T. Tom 47833.
Yeah, I think we might want to go west. Yeah, let's go west. All right, let's backtrack. Great. All right. Let's go back the way we came. It makes the most sense right now. See, going east into Illinois, it hasn't been snowing very long. I mean, it has, but it hasn't been snowing heavy very long. So you're gonna have less impacts out there. Whereas if we go west, where we've got heavy snow coming down, also it's been snowing longer and harder. So it's going to be worse out here. And again, you know, like I've been saying all day, this will shift into Wisconsin and northern Illinois, but it's taking its time, which is exactly as we expected. So we'll just stick with it another 2 hours or so out here before going, I think. Honestly, did expect worse traffic conditions, I guess, but just don't have anybody on the road. So what we'll probably end up doing, unless something changes, is go back up to Dubuque. So we'll go back to Maquoketa and then go back to either keep going west to Cedar Rapids, maybe, and then northeast to Dubuque, or just go up to Dubuque from Maquoketa, one of the two. It depends on where the snow is at by the time we get over there. Got the new China buffet over there. Don't confuse it with old China. That place sucks. Seriously. I ate at that quote-unquote buffet twice. Like all prior to COVID, and it was terrible. So I can imagine what it is after COVID. Usually those like China wok buffets or whatever are pretty good, but that one is not. Yeah, this town is kind of, I don't know what to think of it. So, God, for a period of like 4 years, I've passed through here a lot.
Storm report from Ethel in Macon County, Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 8.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information.
And it's just the only way to get to Iowa if you're coming out of Illinois and vice versa, and Cedar Rapids and stuff. And even to go chasing, I'd come through here quite a bit. It's just
Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 8.1 inches.
I don't know. The town confuses me because some days you feel like it's a ghetto dump, and some days you feel like it's not. It's weird. I don't know. I think it's known to be a dump, but this bridge is fairly new. I don't remember what year they put this bridge up, but it wasn't that long ago. I think it was, no, it was was it before COVID? Maybe it was going on 10 years ago now. See what, there used to be a really sketchy metal bridge, and I think it was just, like, it was to the left, right? Yeah. It was like 100 feet to the left of this one. And it was a piece of turd. It was not good. And they blew it up. But I was going to say that feels like it was maybe 3 or 4 years ago, but I think that was all prior to COVID, and it's 2025 already, so that makes me think that it was probably like 2017, 2018. And if that's the case, then that was damn near 10 years ago.
From 2 Northwest Blackjack in St. Louis County,
I keep losing track of these time periods.
Estimated 7.0.
You know, what I think was 5 years ago ends up being 10.
Spotter.
But then there was this, they redid this like causeway, and I don't remember what the problem was, but down here where it goes into the Iowa side, they had some sort of a problem, and it got delayed by months.
2 miles west-northwest of Freeport in Stevenson County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 4.2 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
And it caused all these people that live on one side of the river or the other that work on the other side to have to drive all the way down to Clinton or drive all the way up to Dubuque just to get across the river. Like, some of these people, you know, it might be a 10 to 20 minute drive to work, and it turned into 2 hours one way. And I know a lot of people quit their jobs over it. Like, firsthand, I know a lot of people that quit their jobs over it. They had like a temporary ferry set up to take people across, but I know there were issues where they were only running at certain times a day, and like it didn't make any sense the times of day they were running it. But it was a mess. And I don't remember, because I think they did that after the bridge, if I remember right. It was like the year after or something, because they redid a lot of this. This used to be crap. I mean, mean, this was in really bad shape. It was just pothole after pothole. And then there's a little tiny bridge down here that I guess was the problem. And I don't know why they had such a problem with it. They built that giant bridge, but then they had a problem with the little bridge, I guess. So I don't remember what it was, but it was something. Man, this whole area, like, no offense to anybody that lives here, but like this stretch of 64 from like Carroll County all the way through Maquoketa is a little bit backwoods for me, I guess. I like rural areas, but there's a few folks out here that I'm pretty sure are married to their sisters, and it's okay because it's their cousin's sister. And no offense, folks, it's a joke, but I'm not joking necessarily. I do actually know a couple people out here who are actually married to their cousins. And if you got to make an excuse for it, yeah, just probably better off not. First time I ever came through here. Frickin' stopped at this gas station up in frickin' Preston up here and on 64, like halfway to town. And frickin' Toothless Tommy comes out of the damn gas station asking me if I got a cigarette. It's for some reason people are always asking if I got a cigarette. Asked me if I got a cigarette. I'm like, no man, I don't. He's like, you got any money for a cigarette? I'm like, no, I really don't, man. I said, I don't know where you would buy a single cigarette anyway.
Local storm report from Black Muck in Meade County,
and
South Dakota. Snow magnitude estimated 1.0 inch. Reported by public.
And it turns out,
additional information,
oh my God, this thing's gotta stop.
24-hour snowfall.
Turns out I go in there to get a bag of chips, but this was like 2015. And this was 10 years ago. So I go in there to get a bag of chips or whatever, and here it turns out it's the guy working behind the damn counter. I even made a comment to him. I said, dude, why don't you just like take a pack of cigarettes off the damn shelf? Oh, that's stealing. And I'm like, well, like at that point you might as well, versus having to go bum cigarettes off of the customers at the gas pump, don't you think? I mean, just take the damn cigarette box off the shelf and call it a day. Cripes. I don't know, that was my first rural Jackson County, Iowa experience, was freaking Toothless Tommy or whatever coming out of the gas station trying to get a cigarette, and then it turns out he's the guy that works at the gas station. Oh my God. Eastern Iowa is an interesting place, and I'm not trying to, I don't want anybody here. Oh my God, what are we doing? Okay, I'm going around. I don't want anybody to think that I'm trying to make fun of this place. There's some very nice people here, but there are some interesting things that go on from like Mount Carroll all the way to like Cedar Rapids. This stretch of 64 is kind of an interesting place. I got some stories. I had a very, very brief stint of Iowa EMS, and I don't know if that person's still around. I don't know if I can tell that story. But there's some interesting things that happen out here. Like, I'm not saying it's like some backwoods haunted place. It's just, you know how certain parts of the country get these like stereotypes?
Illinois plate. F. Frank T. Tom 62567. Frank Tom 62567. I can do it. Quick start.
Like, for example, For example, like Appalachia, right? Everybody, thinks it's just meth and moonshine, which, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, is not completely wrong, but it makes the whole area sound like it's crap, but it's not. It's actually a really, really pretty place. And, the like stereotype that Memphis is ghetto, well, that's not. That's a fact. And, southern Alabama is a bunch of, like, inbreds. Yeah. And sometimes these stereotypes are blown out of proportion because there's a few cases of this stuff. This is one of those areas where if you're from here, it kind of has the stereotype of it's almost like you're going into like freaking backwoods hillbilly country. It's like, it's not regular Iowa, it's like diet Iowa. I don't know how to describe it, but it's Jackson and Clinton counties, and then it kind of extends into Carroll County in Illinois, which Carroll County scares me. I don't know if any of you guys follow the local happenings in northern Illinois, but Carroll County has had some very, very strange scandals over the years when it comes to public officials. I think it was in Carroll County. You guys, somebody might remember, I think it was in Mount Carroll. It might have been Sterling, but somewhere in that area there was that like city treasurer that embezzled like $8 million or something. Somebody in here probably remembers what I'm talking about. And then most recently we had this girl go missing. And I guess she was screwing around with some sheriff's deputy from Carroll County, and it just kind of got covered up, and she's still missing. And the sheriff, who, and I know you're not supposed to talk bad about partners like this, but I'm sorry, I'm going to call a spade a spade. I think there's something going on, and I think it was covered up. Something fishy is going on there, and all the local news stations won't touch it, but there's a lot of like independent freelance journalists that are trying to cover it. And there's one out of Dubuque that every time he's in the county is getting pulled over for a license plate light. He got pulled over for no mud flap. He got pulled over for petty shit. He got pulled over for 59 and a 55, and it's all on camera. He's put it in, like, something fishy is going on. Like, it's just not normal. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just very strange. And then on top of that, I don't know if anybody remembers, but there was the cop who, like, beat the shit out of his wife or something, and then, like, turned himself in and was, like, standing in the middle of the road or something, and he didn't get charged. I don't remember the full, like, there's just a lot of weird stuff, and, like, and it's not, I'm not trying to pick on the cops here, but it's like there was, like I said, that treasurer that embezzled all that money. And then there's that guy, and I think he's still the fire chief, and I don't want to embarrass him, but JK over there, he's taken all the money from the fire department and buys himself a brand new Suburban, and it's got Tahoe, and used fire department money to buy rifles to put in the Tahoe because he thinks he's on the SRT team or something in 3 counties over. So he took fire department money to buy firearms, and somehow the board is okay with it. There's just a lot of weird stuff going on in that county. And if you go into Joe Davies County or Stevenson County or Whiteside County or Ogle County, and you say something like, hey, what's going on over there in Carroll County? Everybody's like, yeah, we don't go to Carroll County. Like, it's bad when, like, the police in the neighboring counties make comments like, yeah, we just don't drive to Carroll County. Like, it's a great place. There's some really nice people in the county, but there's just a lot of really weird stuff going on there. And then you cross the river on 64 in Iowa, and you got Toothless Tommy trying to bum your cigarette. It's just kind of like, wow, we're kind of in a different place here, aren't we? If I go back through Carroll County and old Jimbo is listening, I bet you I get pulled over. I'm dead serious. Jimbo James. It's a different Jimbo, but same thing. Old JK. So I know his side piece, Amber, Big Amber, is probably watching, feeding him all the info. So I don't know, there's a lot of cheating, a lot of scandals, a lot of coverage. It's just really, and it's all dumb stuff too. Like, there's no, like, mob crime going on, but it's this stupid crap. Like, I don't know, man. It's just, I drive all over the country, and I never feel as uncomfortable anywhere in the country as I do in like Northwest Illinois because of that region right there. Like, and some people, you know, I've told the stories for, and I hear the comments like, "Oh, in rural counties that happens all the time." No, it don't. It don't. You know, I drive through these rural counties in New Mexico that have like 6 people, and they're not embezzling money and throwing bodies in lakes. I don't know. This there's another situation too. This Melissa chick that went missing, another missing person that went missing in that county, and she's never been found. This has been going on for damn near 10 years, and she's never been found. Sheriff's Department refuses to give out information. Illinois State Police won't give out information. Like, the family's been trying to find her. Obviously, she's dead, you know. But, like, there's been no information shared, and they keep saying it's an active investigation. Well, obviously it's not. It's been 10 years, for shit's sakes. Like, clearly it's not. But it's just, there's a lot of weird stuff going on, and it's like, it's gotten a lot of YouTube attention. And the locals will do, not the locals want answers, but the officials, whether it's the treasurers or the mayors or whatever, they will do anything to shut this stuff down, including harass these journalists. You guys saw this happen to me on live stream. I made a comment about old Jimbo, old JK there, Fire Chief JK, on a live stream about a year and a half ago. Some of you guys might remember this. And within seconds, because he was on the radio giving directions to all the police and stuff where to go because there was a tornado coming, and I was yelling on the live stream. I'm like, "There's no tornado. This is false. No tornado." And he's sitting there telling everyone there's a tornado coming. What an idiot. But I made that comment, and I called him out by name, and I was like, "That's not a very fire chief thing to do." And his wife immediately, within 30 seconds, had an email in my inbox telling me that if I was ever in Carroll County and, you know, I was going to have problems and I need to rethink what I'm saying and stuff. And it's just like, because she's like some elected official or something there. And it's just like, it emailed me off of a .gov email. I'm just like, you crazy people. Like, what the frick? Like, and some of you guys remember that because I got the email and I like pulled over and read it. I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. I don't know, man. It's just always something over there. It's always something. Yeah, Stevenson County was the county where the good old Sergeant Norton from the sheriff's office. Oh yeah, old Sergeant Norton. He's got the cigarette out of his mouth for 6 seconds. Was trying to track me down in 2021, and oh, he was trying his hardest. He was going everywhere because I wouldn't talk to him because I just, you know what? I worked with a bunch of cops. I worked in public safety, and all the cops said don't talk to the cops unless you need, you know, assistance or you're trying to provide information. And the guy wouldn't tell me what he wanted. And I'm like, well, I haven't committed no crimes. And I'm like, what the hell? So I called a lawyer, and I'm like, hey, I don't think I've committed no crimes. What's going on? The lawyer calls him. Wouldn't talk to the lawyer. The lawyer called me back, and she was like, I really wouldn't worry about this. They were fishing for something. She's like, if they were coming after you, they would just arrest you. And I'm like, okay. Well, this guy is harassing me, harassing my family, going as far as showing up at my uncle's house, who lives an hour away, just wasting these resources. And I'm thinking, what in the hell? Like, what did I do? Like, what could I possibly have done? Well, eventually the guy quit trying to get a hold of me. And 6 months later, I find out through the grapevine that they were trying to charge my previous employer with a crime. And they were trying to get me to write a statement. But instead of saying, hey, you know, this is what we want to talk to you about, you know, this is who we're looking to get in trouble, can you just give us information or not? He kept pulling this, oh, you got to come down to the state, we got to talk, I'll even come get you. And I blew him off twice. So I told him, I said, yeah, I'll meet you down there at 11. I never showed up, and that pissed him off. But it turns out, so when I found this out, I called the sheriff's department. I was like, yeah, can I talk to Sergeant Norton? And I talked to him. I said, hey, man, I'm that guy you're trying to track down. I found out you're trying to, you know, charge a previous employer of mine I'm willing to talk to you, but who's under the investigation? And then he's just like, oh yeah, we're trying to get so-and-so, and we really need you to say this and this and this. And I said, well, none of this, this, and that is factual, so I'm not going to say that. Goodbye, click. I have not heard from them since. So that just left a bad taste in my mouth. Like, you're going to waste all these resources on me and harassing me instead of just telling me what you wanted to try to get me to... I'm not saying a lie about a previous employer, but you're trying to, like, put me in a position where you're trying to coach me into saying something. Like, that's not going to happen. So that's what left the bad taste in my mouth about all that. So I know people ask, and, you know, I'm allowed to tell. You know, some people are, oh, that's unprofessional. I'm talking about my life. It's my job, so... I just, I don't know. That dumb moron for 6 months had me thinking I must have committed a murder in my sleep, and here he just wanted me to pin a freaking fraud case on a previous employer. What a shitty thing to do.
Report from LaBelle in Lewis County, Missouri. Snow magnitude estimated 7.0.
Stevenson County, Illinois, folks. Stevenson County, Illinois. God dang. If you're not willing to talk to cops, you're probably guilty of something. No, that's actually not true. So, I worked in public safety for many years, and every single cop that I was friends with told me that just not, you know, unless you're the one calling or you can provide helpful information, to just stay out of it, because it's not necessarily the officer, the deputy, or the trooper or whatever is trying to screw you, but what can happen is in the game of telephone, communications can get messed up, and you could say one thing and then it gets translated into another, and all of a sudden you're being subpoenaed to court for something, and it's just best to kind of stay out of it unless it's a life and death thing or whatever. It's nothing against cops, and it's not anyone having anything to hide. It's just kind of one of those things, you know. It's the advice that I was given by the people that work the job, and I just took it, you know. Nothing wrong with that. But no, an example of this, what really pissed me off was I was by the Rockford Airport. This was probably 5 or 6 years ago. And somebody pulled over, and it was a man and woman beating each other up on the side of the road. And I go to get out of the car, and like the woman runs off like toward the airport, and the guy just stays with the car. And I called 911. I'm like, hey, I think we've got a domestic dispute or something, you know. And the cops show up, and somebody that I knew pulls up and was like, hey, what, you all right? And I said, oh yeah, I just called the cops on these lunatics. And I was about to pull off, and I started pulling off, and I yelled at the cop. I was like, do you need any information from me? And he was like, I actually don't think so. And I start driving away, and his partner goes and pulls over the person that stopped to talk to me. So I whipped around, and I go to pull up behind him, and he's like, stay in your vehicle, and he's just screaming at me. And I didn't take his, I kind of have this attitude where it's like, that's not how you talk to people. So I like start getting out, and I was like, what the F is your problem? And I'm kind of like in a yelling match with this guy. And he's like, who is this? Who is this? And I'm like, someone who stopped to make sure I was okay. The people you're looking for are over there. Like, duh. And whatever, the guy's just screaming at me and lecturing me, and I'm like, whatever, dude. I said, am I free to go? And he's like, yes. And I said, okay, cool. And I pretty much peeled the hell out. I mean, I peeled out of there. I was pissed. But anyway, a couple months later, guess who I get a phone call from? The state's attorney. He says a bench warrant's about to be issued for my appearance at a court date. And I was like, for what? And he's like, you were subpoenaed to appear to testify as a witness for this case. And I'm like, for what? And they're like, and they read off the date, and I'm like, buddy, I never got a letter. I never got nothing. So you're telling me you were going to put out an arrest warrant, which wasn't the cops, it was the court. Like, you're going to put out an arrest warrant for me because you failed to notify me that I'm supposedly subpoenaed for something when I already told the dispatcher all the information that I had? And I'm just like, are you freaking serious? And he's just like, it's very serious, sir. You're the only witness. And I'm like, I'll give you a recorded statement. I said, I am not leaving. I said, I'm not going to take off work to show up. I said, I'm sorry. And he's like, well, a bench warrant will be issued if you're not at the next court date. And I said, man, I guess you're going to have to issue a bench warrant. I called the lawyer. The lawyer was like, yeah, no, like, we're going to handle this. So the lawyer called, and the lawyer negotiated that I would just write a statement, which I had no problem with. You know, I witnessed a crime. And no problem with that. I'll write a statement. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I'm fine with that. But I can't miss work. I'm broke, right? Well, guess what? The damn 2 days before the court date, lawyer calls me and he's like, you're gonna crap your pants. And I'm like, why? And he's like, he goes, this was all an error. He goes, this court date didn't even exist. They entered into like a plea deal or whatever to plead guilty and get like 15 days in jail or something. It's like, they're like, they didn't even need you. Somebody screwed up the game of telephone. Like, there was no next court date. They had something messed up. So all that threatening phone call and stuff, he's like, that was crap. He goes, that court date didn't even exist. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. And I'm like, so can I sue the frickin' state's attorney for the like $400 I had to pay you to figure that out? Haha, no. And I'm just like, that's bullshit. Like, I was so pissed. So it's like, that's why I just don't, you know, like if I ever witness something like that again, I just won't give my information, you know. And I don't have to. So it's like, I'll just be like, look, you know, here's what I saw. This is what it is. But I just can't give my information because I'm not going to get wound up in something like that. I'm sorry, you know. But that was a crappy way for the state's attorney or whatever to treat the witness, you know. Like, we're going to issue a bench warrant. Like, I didn't commit the crime. Go ahead, come around. That was basically the attitude that I had. I even told him that. I was like, here's where I work. You know, come get me. You know. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I can't miss work. So, my God, isn't that stupid? Like, they tried, and that wasn't the police. That was the court. It's like the court tries to punish you for witnessing a crime. Isn't that nuts? What kind of world is this? Meanwhile, we're arresting people who smoke a blunt of marijuana and throwing them in jail for months, but then you've got, like, child beaters out here who don't ever go to jail. It's just messed up. I'm not condoning drug use. I'm just saying like the balance is way off. You know, and again, I don't want anybody to think this is like an anti-government channel or anything. I'm just telling you stories that I think are funny. And I guess if anybody thinks that I shouldn't be telling them, then my response would be, well, maybe the people that are causing the stories shouldn't be happening. I don't know. It's just story time. Whoa, buddy, stay on your side of the paint there. Holy smokes. God dang, that was almost a freaking Titanic level wreck. It was a joke. It was a joke. Calm down. Calm down. It's gonna be okay. Yep, so I've never been called to jury duty, but I don't think I would know if I got called to jury duty because I don't get mail at all. If it shows up at our mailbox, it gets thrown away because she's just sick and tired of the mail pile, so it just gets thrown away. I don't know. I could have gotten a $55,000 check in the mail or something from the IRS or something. I don't know, and it gets thrown in the burn pile. Like, anyway, I hope you're enjoying story time. Yeah, I could have won the Publishers Clearinghouse thing, but they never did show up with a big check. All right, here's where Toothless Tommy worked. You got a cigarette? What? You got a cigarette? A smoke? And I'm like, no. You got money for a smoke? And I'm like, I don't know where you're gonna buy one cigarette. I was just like, that was kind of a shitty thing to say, but that was the first thing that came to my mind was, the first thing that came to mind was, where are you gonna buy one cigarette? But whatever, I don't know. People are always asking me for a cigarette everywhere I go. I don't know why. I don't smoke. I've never smoked.
Local storm report from Adele in Dallas County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 5.0 inches. Reported.
A girl I used to work with daily.
Additional information. Report so far. Relayed by KCC.
She freaking chain smoked. I mean, like, Jesus Christ. Like, I think she turned into a cigarette. And even she was asking me for a cigarette. First day I ever worked there. You got a... I guess that's... I can't do a girl voice. She's like, you got a cigarette? I'm like, no. Like, I swear to God, people are always asking me for a cigarette. You guys have even seen it on live stream stuff. They'll always ask me for a cigarette. Even 3 months into working there, I kept getting asked if I had a cigarette. I'm like, no, I don't have a cigarette. God, I worked for some people that just constantly were smoking. I mean, my God, like, just one after another. Like, I mean, 6 packs a day probably. Just constantly smoking. I'm like, my God, like, how the hell do you afford that? Don't have a cigarette, so if anybody wants to ask, I do not have a cigarette. Did I tell you about the time I got the ambulance service, the crappy one, not the good one, the crappy ambulance? Whoa, buddy, stay on your side of the road. Is that? No. I got the crappy ambulance service in trouble. Yeah, hello. Because, well, after they bounced my paycheck, which did not make me very happy. They bounced my paycheck like 5 times. And every time it bounced, I would be like, hey, my paycheck bounced. And they're always like, well, tell the bank to put it through again. I'm like, that's not how it works. Like, you don't just call them up and be like, put it through again. They don't, what? But, I was sick and tired of it. So you know what I did? I called the health department. And I was like, hey, these people are smoking in the building. And the health inspector came out and wrote them up. And they were all smoking. It was the most unhealthy healthcare place I ever seen. And nobody ever found out who it was. I pinned it on somebody too. I pinned it on this guy who, I think they might have been swingers actually. But anyway, or into those like threesome deals. But he was willingly dating this hoe bag that worked there who was sleeping with like everybody. And I pinned it on him because he quit or walked out or freaked out. And so I pinned it on him. Damn owner's wife was such a narcissist and stuff. And I'm like, hey, I bet Jordan did it. Oh, I bet he did. I'm like, oh yeah, he had to have. I'm like, he's one of the only ones that don't smoke here. Meanwhile, I don't smoke. So I pinned it on somebody that walked off the job. And as far as I know, to this day, they still think he's the one who called the health department. But I did tell some people, but I don't think I was believed. I think they thought that I was lying or joking. But no, I'm the one that called the health department twice. Because it was disgusting. I mean, seriously, show up for work and the entire building was full of cigarette smoke. Like, I can't do that. I don't smoke. You walk in there and like I could barely breathe. It's terrible. And and I wasn't gonna be that guy, but then they started bouncing paychecks, and I'm like, all right, we're gonna make a phone call to the health department here. They got slapped with a warning, and then it didn't stop, so they got a second phone call. But it was well deserved. Like I said, I wasn't gonna call, but then they started bouncing paychecks and stopped paying me. Literally stopped paying me while I was working there. So like they owed me like 2 paychecks at that point, and I just was like, well, okay. Yeah, what really pissed me off was, I was using I was also the mechanic there, so like I had an acetylene torch and everything. What really pissed me off is, like I was trying to change over a cylinder of acetylene, and it had a leak. One of the actual valve, or the valve on top of the cylinder had a leak. The acetylene was leaking. And they're all out there smoking their cigarettes, and I was like, guys, you need to back off the cigarettes for just a minute here. I'm like, I have a full cylinder of acetylene that's got a leaking valve. Like, I'm trying to switch it over, and this is like flammable gas that's going everywhere. They like refused to put their cigarettes out. I got so pissed that I left the cylinder there on the dolly, leaking, like blowing off acetylene. And I got in a company van and went to lunch. I just was like, all right, you know, and they were like making fun of me and shit, like, oh, it's not gonna do anything. And I'm just like, can you please not do that? Like, this is a flammable gas. Like, we're gonna torch this place. Like, just hold on until I get this, because I was just gonna, like, what I was gonna do is put a regulator on it and then just close off the regulator, because it was leaking like one of the seals in the valve. So I'm like, well, if I put a regulator on here, I'll just open the valve and use the regulator to cap it off. And I was just gonna call Airgas and tell them to come get their cylinder. And like, they were screwing around and like making fun of me and shit. And I'm just like, okay, all right, F you. So I did. I went to lunch, and I literally thought, well, if it torches the place, it torches the place. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm done with you freaking clown show people. So I tell you, that place was a dump. And one of the guys making fun of it was a damn division chief or whatever at the damn fire department. I'm like, yeah, some fire department person you are. He's also the 67-year-old who was sleeping with a 19-year-old, which, whatever. If the age gap means nothing, well, if you're nearly 70 sleeping with a 19-year-old, you got a problem. I'm just saying. But anyway. Or no, she was 21. But whatever, it doesn't matter. It's still creepy as hell. I'm sorry.
Local storm report from 2 miles
that was interesting.
east of Boys Town in Douglas County,
Dumpster fire.
Nebraska. Snow magnitude measured 3.5 inches. Reported by Broadcast Media.
Anybody else here have some crappy job stories? We'd love to hear them. God, this thing's loosening up. I'm gonna have to stop and fix that. Those aren't the rumble strips, guys. It's like the packed down ice that's just rattling this thing. Our heavy snow looks like it's going to set up from Des Moines to Cedar Rapids to like the Dubuque area.
Local storm report from Huxley in Story County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 4.7 inches. Reported by public. Additional information. Event total so far.
Thanks for watching, folks. We were just having a great time telling stories, being the only car on the road.
Local storm report from Crestwood in Cook County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 3.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, relayed via social media. Storm total snow as of 12 p.m. CST.
I have no idea where the road is. I know that I'm on it. These drifts are getting really packed down too. live out here, I hope you got your Christmas decorations up, because, yeah. If not, you're going to be doing it in the snow. It's nice to be out here in some snow, though, for a change. I skipped the Buffalo event for this. Which, I don't think that Buffalo event was much. See, I typically don't go out there unless it's really slow. If there's nothing happening, that's one thing. But I typically don't go out there unless there's like more than 2 feet of snow. Because honestly, a foot to a foot and a half for the Erie and Buffalo region, I mean, that's nothing. I mean, that's just another day for them. Slow going out here. Warnings for the whole area all day. like I said, it's going to stay cold for a couple of days, so it'll make it a little bit harder to get these roads cleared off. You know, I mean, if the sun comes out, salt will be more effective. So hopefully that happens.
Local storm report from 9 miles west of DWTN Rapid City in Pennington County, South Dakota. Snow magnitude measured 1.4 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, 24-hour snowfall. Local storm report from 3 miles south of Deerfield in Pennington County, South Dakota. Snow magnitude estimated 4.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, 24-hour snowfall. Local storm report from Kirksville in Adair County, Missouri. Snow magnitude estimated 7.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, up to around 7 inches measured, snow ongoing. Via social media. Local storm report from 5 miles south of Marceline in Sheridan County, Missouri. Snow magnitude estimated 2.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, public reported around 2 inches in northern Sheridan County, snow ongoing. Via social media.
I think the snowfall total, like for the forecast, I think is all pretty much right on track, honestly. The way things are kind of coming into play here, I think that the forecasts are going to be right about spot on.
Local storm report from Paris in Monroe County, Missouri. Snow magnitude estimated 6.0 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from Dyke in Grundy County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 12.0 inches.
Just for 43, just for now,
Reported
we're
by
putting
public.
contact with the rails.
Additional information,
10 more.
snow still ongoing.
See a lot of reports coming in over 6 inches now here.
Local storm report from 3 miles north of Moberly in Randolph County, Missouri. Snow magnitude measured 6.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information. Public relates 6 inches snowfall near Moberly. Snow ongoing. Via social media. Storm report from Sundance in Crook County, Wyoming. Snow magnitude measured 1.0 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, 24-hour snowfall.
We're in town here, so we gotta decide if we want to just go up to Dubuque or if we want to probably just go a little bit west here, because go out 64, I guess. Well, I'm not going to be able to stop in time for that. Sorry. You want to be upset? Be upset. Nobody coming. There's a car on my ass. It's slippery out. Just keep going. Anyway, moving on. We can go west on 64 a bit, see what it's like in this half of the county, but probably we'll want to go up toward Dubuque before too long. Which we can do. Go north of Monmouth. This part of the road's in pretty good shape. Wow. back to Crappy Road. Well, that didn't last long. It was nice for a minute, though. Nice while it lasted. I think we got a good plan here.
Local storm report from Lancaster in Schuyler County, Missouri. Snow magnitude estimated 10.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information. Public reported 10 inches in Lancaster and still snowing. Via social media.
Yeah, the road was in great shape there, closer to town. Just not here. see how it is at the county line, but for the most part, I mean, they got this part of the road scraped off better. I mean, we don't have those drifts across the road like on the eastern half. I mean, it wasn't that bad over there, but it was bad enough you could feel them, you know. So we'll see how it gets when the wind picks up some. The wind is supposed to get a little stronger later today. Freaking full-blown motorhome coming up behind us at like 750 miles an hour. Oh god, if he passes us, this is gonna be interesting. Pull up Connor's stream, somebody has your logo on their car. What? What are you talking about? I don't know if I can pull them up or not. Are you freaking kidding me? Who is that? Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Not Connor. There's somebody on Connor's stream that's got my freaking logo on their car. You've got to be kidding me. I've used that logo since like 2021. I filed it. There's a trademark on it. There's everything. Are you freaking kidding me? Come on. What the fuck? Who is it? Do you know who that is? Not Connor. I'm not saying Connor. Is somebody saying it's on his stream? Seriously, what the fuck? It's my logo. That is literally the logo that I made. I've been using for it since 2021, or I made it in PowerPoint. I literally made it in Microsoft PowerPoint. Like, there's a fucking Tahoe with my damn logo on it.
East-northeast of Hazleton in Buchanan County, Iowa.
It's got Storm Chaser all over. Are you freaking serious?
11.0 inches. Reported by Co-op Observer.
Come, dude, guys, we've had that on shirts and the side of my Tahoe and everything for years. And now somebody's trying to jack it from me? You've got to be kidding me. Come on. I am so sick and tired of this crap. Why in the hell are people doing this shit? Because obviously it's ripped. I mean, it's a tornado with a lightning bolt in it. Like, it's very clearly made in PowerPoint. I mean, it's pretty low level here. You've got to be kidding me. I would like to know who it is, not because I want to like sue them, but I would like to send them a nice email and remind them that I made that several years ago and it's trademarked under an LLC, and like it's been in use and it's on merchandise and the side of my car. Why do people do that crap? God damn it. That actually pisses, that freaking ruins my day. Like, you can't leave, like, do people really have to rip everybody off out here? Make your own freaking logo. Jesus Christ. We've been using that in a monetized sense for years. For years. I would love to know who that person is. Maybe, because I think what might have happened, you know how people go on like ChatGPT and they're like, make me a logo, make me a t-shirt? How much do you want to bet this person with that Tahoe went on ChatGPT or Grok or something and said, make me a Storm Chaser logo? And it probably went on Google, looked at all the Storm Chaser logos that are out there and probably like started spitting them out in different colors. That's honestly probably what happened. But still, you can't just use something and with it being some, like, it's very clearly mine. I mean, I'm well known enough in this storm chasing world that somebody should have some brains here. Somebody thought it was me. You're kidding me. See, that's a problem. Like, that's ridiculous. I don't drive around with other people's crap. I mean, come on. Well, whatever. I'm going to figure out who that is and email them. I mean, if anybody knows who it is, I'm not looking to throw them under the bus, but I would like to know who it is so I can send them an email. Because I am absolutely protecting that logo. I mean, we've worked hard on it. We've run merchandise on it. It's been a part of the history of this YouTube channel for, well, it was actually 2020. No, it wasn't. It was 19. It was the end of 2019 that logo came about. I made that thing on PowerPoint. And the reason I know that is because the last time that I had PowerPoint on a computer was COVID year. And I haven't had it since. Well, don't ask me why I remember that. What a dumb fact. But that was the last, it was 19. I've had that since 19 in one way, shape, or form. You've got to be kidding me. It's the white and yellow tornado. That's what they got on the back of their Tahoe, except they made it green. It's the same thing. Like, you've got to be kidding me. I can't believe that. And I'm not saying this person did it maliciously, but because you never know. Like, if I go on ChatGPT and I say, make me a Storm Chaser logo, chances are it's going to look at every Storm Chaser logo it finds on Google and just spit them out in different colors. But, like, still, come on, man. That's the problem with AI, you know? But still, and I'm not saying it's AI. I tell you what, though, if they ripped that off for me and they stuck it all over their Tahoe like that, I'm going to have a serious problem with them. Like, if it was malicious, there is going to be a problem. Malicious intent is where the law comes in. Honest mistakes is where forgiveness comes in. Let's put it that way. Sorry to get all bent out of shape about it, but that just makes me angry. Like, it's like, it's just frustrating, you know? Like, you work so hard to do things and then people just blatantly rip. Like, it's one thing to copy something you're doing, but it's another thing to rip a logo. Especially in the Storm Chaser world where everybody talks about copyright and all that. That's horse shit. When I get stopped, I'm going to go into ChatGPT and literally be like, make me a storm chasing logo. And see what it spits out. How much do you want to bet? That's what it spits out. Everybody got mad about who, like, well, who is it? I just want to know who it is. Like, I'm not going to, like, oust them on the internet. I just want to know who it is because I don't know who to email. I mean, like, here's the thing. If it's a live streaming storm chaser that just stole my logo and stuff, well, now we have a problem. If it's just some nobody that just wants to be a storm chaser and didn't know any better, well, that's where forgiveness comes in as long as they correct it. But if it's like somebody who's live streaming and stuff like that, that's when we have a problem. So, I appreciate the help, folks. I just don't know who it is. That's really concerning. Whoever caught that, thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry, everybody, to get bent out of shape about it. It's just, holy cripes. Oh, it says a storm chaser. Well, right, but that's why it makes me wonder if it's just some random person that doesn't even chase, that they just stuck stuff all over their car, which, whatever, but...
Yeah, just a status update.
Road hasn't gotten any better. You have to create an account with ChatGPT and have fun going down that rabbit hole. ChatGPT is a different animal, let's put it that way. Like, I don't know what to think of this AI, because it's like, hey, AI, what's the answer to this? And then it'll give you an answer, and maybe 3 or 4, you know, messages later, it'll tell you something totally different, and you're like, wait a minute, that's not what you told me. And then it's like, oh, I'm so sorry about that. And it's like, well, are you ever right? It's almost like it just runs itself around, you know?
5.7 inches. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information. Event total so far.
I'm not... AI is helpful at things, but I tell you what, it's wrong a lot. I think I'm off of the road. Am I in the shoulder? Where the hell's the center line? There it is. Oh, nope, too far. I don't know where the road paint is. Yeah, it beats me. Oh, hey, a snowplow. Are we at the... we're in a different county now. Whoa, and he is like in the middle, and I don't think I can get over anymore, dude. I don't know, maybe I'm in the middle of the road. I can't tell. I can't see the damn road paint. Maybe we can now that he went through. Yeah, there it is. All right. I think we need to use like fluorescent green or like super bright orange road paint, not this yellow and white crap. Something that shines through the snow. But yeah, I'm kind of using the rumble strips just to figure out where the hell the road's at. Go through Wyoming, and then we'll probably just go over to 151. Visibility is getting cruddier, and I don't think it's because of the snowfall. I think it's the blowing of the snow. I'm just gonna go right down the middle here, so at least I know where the hell the road is. Yeah, I bet Clippy could find that where that logo came from. I bet Clippy would have had it by now. Hell, I damn near. Hell, I damn near used Clippy to make it.
Dakota. Snow magnitude estimated 5.0
used a really old version of PowerPoint.
Reported by public. Additional information: 4 to 6 inches.
Really old. I used to do a lot of my stuff on PowerPoint because I don't really know how to use anything else. Now I just use Canva, but it's basically PowerPoint. PowerPoint was just easy, you know? Click and drag. Click and drag. I don't do Photoshop or anything, mainly because I never learned how to use it. And I think it requires more effort to use than I put into learning something. It's like the same reason why like I never got into like making videos and stuff. Like I don't mind doing like short videos and stuff like that. That's fine. But like these long drawn out videos about storm chasing that some people make, which more power to them. I just can't sit down long enough and learn how to use whatever software to do whatever. I mean, I can use it, but I can't use it good enough to organize and make this huge production. So I just never did. I don't really have an interest in it either. It's just, what the hell is this across the road? It's a bunch of birds. Get out of the way. Move. Stupid birds. Bird, dude, I can't hit the bird. You better move. Look how stubborn they are, too. It's like, it is slippery. I can't really stop. Well, all the places to land, you land in the middle of the road. I mean, if I were a bird, I would probably land anywhere else. But whatever. Chaser's name is Brian. I don't know who that is, though. I don't know any Brians that are dumb enough to steal content. The only Brian that's a storm chaser that I know is M-Finger, and that's not him, so he wouldn't do that anyway. Oh, no, Heather, I believe it. It happens all the time, and it's not just me. Like, it's so many of these other chasers. And oftentimes, instead of it being with, like, our logos and stuff, it's usually our content, you know? Somebody will, like, steal the content. Like, somebody will steal somebody's tornado video, and they'll post it, and they'll get millions of views, and it's ridiculous.
Nebraska.
And sometimes people are dumb and they don't know any better, and like you get a hold of them and they'll fix it, they'll take it down, they'll do whatever's right, fine. But sometimes you get people that are like, nope, not taking it down, and they're sitting there getting millions of views and making a bunch of money, and it's like, it's not yours. So you see that a lot. It's just usually with videos, a lot of times with photos. Photos are easier to rip off and get away with than videos. You know, because a photo could be anybody's, you know, it could be, unless it's something very unique, it could be kind of sort of anybody's, but a video, it's usually easier to tell, oh, it's this person's. So I'm gonna stop at Casey's real quick. And run inside. I'll be right back.
Local storm report from 2 miles northeast of Fort Dodge in Webster County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 12.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, reported by Train Spotter. Local storm report from Eagle Butte in Dewey County, South Dakota. Snow magnitude estimated 6.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, public estimates 4 to 6 inches of snow in Eagle Butte. Local storm report from 1 miles west of New Virginia in Warren County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 7.5 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, updated total so far. Local storm report from Bethel in Shelby County, Missouri. Snow magnitude estimated 8.8 inches. Reported by public.
Okay, do I have an internet connection? I don't think so. Oh, yes, I do. Okay, I do have an internet connection. Sometimes I don't know. Because you sit under the gas canopy and you lose the Starlink. Okay, we're in Wyoming. Thinking about going to, what the hell? Did I just run? No, I ran over a chunk of ice. I thought I hit something. Hold on, I need to tighten this up. It's freaking loose. I think I'm gonna go over to Anamosa and then we'll get on 151. I got this mount. I need to get some Loctite. This screw keeps coming loose. And no matter how tight I tighten it, it rattles loose. I've got to get some Loctite. Put that on the list of things that I'll probably forget to do. And it'll be May, and I'll still be talking about getting Loctite for my mount. So, if you guys harass me enough, I'll probably get it. But I'll also probably just keep forgetting for who knows how long. Yeah, this is kind of a cute little town. They always put up a bunch of Christmas decorations and stuff. Kind of nice, like the lights and stuff. They should have their Christmas lights on. It is indeed Christmas. After Thanksgiving, it's free game, folks. Run them, just run them. Actually surprised they're not on. Somebody better call and make a complaint. It's not very festive. Not very festive. Could take 136 to Cascade, but probably just straight.
In Jasper County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 5.3 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, still snowing, relayed by WHO TV.
Bad accident on 70 near Terre Haute. I guess I didn't even know it was snowing over there.
Local storm report from Gilbert in Story County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 6.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, still snowing, relayed by WHO TV. County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 9.0 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from 4 miles east of Ogden in Boone County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 6.0 inches. Reported by Broadcast Media. Additional information, measured at 7 Oaks, still snowing, relayed by Who TV.
Nope, the Brian that stopped earlier was Brian Empfinger. That wasn't this one, unless I missed something. Yeah, Ryan Scholl never did me any good, so keep my mouth shut on that. But anyway, it's definitely snowing more out here. It's hard to describe or to show the snow intensity on camera because like the cameras just don't pick it up. But it's definitely snowing pretty good. We'll go to Anamosa. We might go pay Rapid City. Christ, same thing. Cedar Rapids a brief visit, and then we'll probably start going back toward like northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin. That's really kind of the target area. But right now it's just kind of dumping over here, so we might as well take a little bit of advantage of it. Say the road looks freshly plowed. Well, there is the plow. Found it. a second. Hello. Yep.
Local storm report from 4 miles north of Stockton in Joe Daviess County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 5.3 inches. Reported by Co-op Observer.
Oh, I'm not on the road. I'm on the shoulder. Well, I couldn't tell because the freaking snow. Plow stuck? God, he looks stuck. No, he's alright. It's just the road. Okay. The way he's like tipped down, I thought he was stuck, but I think it's just the road goes down like that. The road doesn't seem as slippery out here. Maybe they scraped it off better. I don't know. Maybe the snow's a little drier out here too. Maybe we should have done a balloon launch or a sounding. I don't know. I just we kind of held off because a lot of typically what we need to know in winter weather with like an observed sounding is, you know, sometimes we'll have question about warm air, and it's like, God, is there warm air aloft that's gonna trash the storm on us, or dry air? But there really weren't any questions with this one, so I was like, maybe we should just save it. So I didn't do one earlier, or I guess last night is when I would have done it, but we decided to just save it because we don't want to burn all of our resources right away. Not that we couldn't spare a balloon launch, it's just that we kind of looked at it as like, once we have several of these balloons and sondes in the stockpile, sure, but right now we might want that one for a severe event or a different type of snow event. Because this, I tell you, this is like a traditional, normal snow event. Like it's not lake effect where you're guessing where the snow is going to be. It's not, you don't have this warm nose coming in, ruining the snowfall totals. You don't have a freezing rain mixing in, ruining the totals. Like, this is just normal. Like, everything's normal. It's snow. Like, it's going to snow from this time to that time at roughly this intensity, which equals this many inches of snow. Like, it's very cut and dry is what it is. And we haven't had one of these for a while, honestly. Most of our events have been complicated by something, you know, because if you get a little bit of warm air, like a kilometer or two above the surface, that really affects snow totals, because you can get it to come down as like freezing rain at times, or just plain rain. But you can also end up with some dry air up there that the models sometimes miss, and that'll really, really impact the intensity of the precip in general. Sometimes it'll just turn it off entirely, basically. So I mean, that's where like a weather balloon observed sounding comes in useful. But that's kind of why I was like, well, this is kind of dumb. Like, I guess we don't even have question with this event. I wanted to save it because we've got 7 sondes that I'm comfortable with burning before the end of January. So that's 7 flights we can do before we need to actually stockpile. So, you know, we definitely could spare one, but my thought is, you know, maybe this week we'll have severe or a bit different snowstorm and we'll really want it. So we're just kind of picking and choosing a little bit here.
Pleasant Hill in Polk County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 7.0
We do have
reported by broadcast media.
we do have a lot of
additional information.
Oh my god.
Event total
This
so
thing is
far,
great, but
delayed by
I need to
15
get it to stop reading like the comments in the report. It's driving me nuts. But we do have a lot of really cool stuff that we're going to be doing in 2026. We're going to announce our big mission for 2026 in the spring mission.
Report from Peotone in Will County,
Hold on.
Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 5.3 inches. Reported by Co-op Observer. Additional information, 0.52 of liquid equivalent.
We're going to be announcing that sometime after Thanksgiving. Well, I guess it is after Thanksgiving. We're going to announce that sometime before the end of the year. There's a lot that goes along with it. It's just, we're pretty much ready to announce it. We're trying to find the right time. We're looking to maybe do it right before a big severe weather event or something when people are paying attention, because it's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to it. So, you know, and if anybody, because I know we've got some people like me who don't like change. They're always the first ones to comment, like, I hope you're not changing anything. We're not. Like, we're not. Storm chasing, the live streaming, it's still going to be exactly the same. Like, we're just adding some more stuff to it. So it's not like we're going corporate or anything here, folks. We're just doing more stuff and we're live streaming it. So it's not a huge deal. it's kind of cool. So I wanted to do it for yesterday. I thought, God, maybe we could do it on like Black Friday. That would just be interesting, like do it the day after Thanksgiving. But for reasons like we just saw earlier, with people stealing our intellectual property in form of logo and plastering it all over their cars. And the same car that I also used to drive, mind you. We decided that we were going, so I filed the trademark on the logo for the mission, but it got kicked back at me because I needed to, I forgot to include there was like an extra page that I was supposed to e-file or something, and it got clipped out of the PDF or whatever. So I had to resubmit it, and I resubmitted that literally on Tuesday. So it's trademark pending, and it will be trademark, but I want to make sure that that document's been received so that somebody doesn't go jack the logo for it. Because that was literally what I was thinking. I'm like, God dang it, better hold on. Well, might as well hold on a second to make sure that the feds get that in the system there, you know, even if they haven't like issued the trademark by then, just the fact that we know that it's in the system. That way, if somebody tries to jack it, we can be like, hey, look, we completed all the paperwork, you know, on Wednesday or Tuesday or whatever the hell, and you started using it after we announced it on the following Monday, so you're in the wrong here, kind of thing. So that's kind of why we wanted to wait, because I'm really worried about people stealing our brand, because our brand is our identity, and if somebody goes out and does a mission under the same name with the very, very similar logo intentionally, it kind of ruins it. It's just like we went through a very, very, very long process when we came up with the mission name and the logo design. Went through a very long process. We used ChatGPT, we used Grok, we used Google, we used a lot of things where I uploaded all of our stuff and was like, can you find anybody doing anything similar to this? You know, and then it would spit out a couple of answers and we would investigate it and be like, nope, that's something different and that's not even similar. We did probably 5 hours of work just checking to make sure, like 5 hours straight one night, just checking to make sure that we weren't like unintentionally and unknowingly copying somebody that's already done a mission under the same name, or owns a business under the same name, or has a very similar logo. You know, somebody's always going to have a similar logo or a similar name, but, you know, we operate in the severe weather market, right? So we have to at least make sure that that market is clear. Obviously, this Brian dude, whatever the rest of his name is with Tahoe, doesn't like to do things like that, but we do, because we would look super, super stupid if we showed up and made this big announcement and then someone's like, excuse me, that's our logo. We've used that back in 2010. Because we have to be careful, because our mission name, it is an acronym. Just every severe weather mission has always been an acronym. CSWR and the Dow Group and all these groups have used so many acronyms over the years that it's very, very easy to stumble upon or even come up with an acronym that's already been used, like I did. I came up with like 3. I'm like, hey, let's use this. And then you Google it or put it in ChatGPT and it's like, oh, nope, that's been used like 4 times already. Okay, cool. So you have to really do your due diligence, because so many things have been kind of recycled and reused. And we don't want to like have an identity crisis, basically. So that's why we put a lot of work into it, because like that's a really good way to look stupid. You'll make this big announcement, you'll be like, yeah, look at this is so cool, and then a bunch of people are like, what are you talking about? That's been done, you know. That's a good way to not only get sued, but that's also a good way for us to just look stupid. I don't like looking stupid, intentionally anyway. Do I go left? Yeah, I want South 151. We'll go pay Cedar Rapids a quick visit, and then we'll make our way back up. windshield wiper froze up. Are you kidding me? The second we get on the highway. Ah, dang it. Alright, well, let me blast the defroster for a minute and see if I can unthaw it. There's like a chunk of ice right under that wiper blade. Give me a break. It never happens when you're at the gas station either. This road's kind of rough for being a state route. Okay, that's almost unthawed. Give it like another minute and I think we'll be good. Windshield wiper crisis solved. We are good. So the heated wiper blades, yes. I don't know if it was that brand, but at one point I almost bought some for a different vehicle. So the thing is, like the replacements, like the replacement cartridges or the blades, you know, they're like 60 or 70 bucks, and I wear out wiper blades so fast. So what I was gonna do was because you know they unplug and plug in and stuff, I was just gonna run normal wipers and then just run the heated ones and just plug them in when it was crappy like this and then switch them out. I was gonna do that, but I never did, and sometime I might do that. But this vehicle is better because the defroster blows below where the windshield wipers park. On my Tahoe and my Explorer, the windshield wipers sit below where the defroster blows, so like they never thaw out. On this truck, they thaw out, and you just have to leave them sitting down there for a minute. So at least I can do something about it on this truck, so I might not get them now. But I have seriously looked into those at one point. Because when you're driving around and stuff like this for 12 hours, I mean, it's... After you've gotten out of the car about the 10th time in a blizzard, that's about when you're just like, I'm done. So I have looked into it, and I am not saying no, but I don't think I necessarily need them now. This is the first vehicle that I've had in years where the defroster actually unthaws the windshield wiper, or actually thaws the windshield wipers. Like everything else, like the windshield wipers freeze and the rest of the windshield, thaws out. So, but I probably will end up with them at some point in my life. It's just. Never had them though, but I tell you what, it's a great invention. Even for the price, great invention. plow right there. Look at that. We'll be to Cedar Rapids in a few minutes. We'll probably, well, I'm probably not going to go into Cedar Rapids. We'll go into like Marion, whatever, and then loop back. Yeah, honestly, folks, the roads aren't that bad out here. I don't think they're going to get terrible here until we actually get some wind, you know. Which is starting to pick up. Because the snowfall can be kept up with plowing. It's the blowing and drifting because it just fills the road back in so fast. According to radar... I see two options. We could either go back up toward, once we get down here, we can loop back around and go back up toward Dubuque. And go into Wisconsin that way, or we could go over on 80 and then go north on like 39 in northern Illinois, but I don't think there's as much snow up there. So we're going to do one of those two options. I don't know which yet. Just kind of depends. The snow is a little bit spotty. I mean, it's snowing consistently across the board, but the heavy pockets of snow are kind of all over the place here. This is why I've been saying, you know, we're going to have those isolated areas where you get really heavy totals, and it's just a lot of it's just going to be kind of dumb luck. You know, areas that just kind of saw repetitive snowfall over and over and over and over. I think by about 6 o'clock tonight, we're finally going to, so in a couple hours, we'll see the back of this snow. Kind of start to push back through, or start swinging around. And that's when a lot of the heavy snow is going to push into Illinois and Wisconsin. So we got some time yet. But there's a pocket of heavy snow in southern Wisconsin right now, but the big pocket of heavy snow is the stuff that goes from Des Moines to Cedar Rapids to Dubuque down to I-80. That big wedge of snow. I don't know, and like this is the part of the storm where everybody starts being like, we've only gotten 2 inches, what the hell? Well, it's not over yet. So far, I would say we're pretty much going as planned, folks. I still think snow totals are on track. Pretty much everything seems to be going pretty well, I think, in terms of the forecast. Got a truck driver coming up behind me at Mach 12. Not slowing down. You better slow down, dude. I mean, if he wants to go up here and pass the plow, he can go ahead and pass me on the left. You know what I'm saying? Like, yep, and he's gonna, I mean, I'd have no problem passing the plow, but there's such a whiteout from that plow, I can't even see if there's a car next to him or not. All right, super trucker here, the big yellow banana here. He's gonna go. Look at that, not even a semi-length, and he's gonna cut me off. Watch this. Like, dude, slow down. You're hauling cheese. It's not an emergency. Look at that. Gave that plow 0 room. Jesus, I give that guy's driving a 2 out of 10. I'm giving him a 2 because he kept it in the road, but making the plow move over, like, I don't think a lot of drivers might not know too, but like, it's not super easy driving. I mean, I've driven that big of a plow, but even just driving smaller plows like around work, it's not super easy to keep a plow straight in its path here when you're fighting the snow, because there's so many forces acting on it. Like, you're constantly fighting the damn thing. Like, you don't need to crowd the poor guy. He's just trying to clean the road off, for Christ's sakes. Especially with a semi. Well, I got a Chrysler 300 about to do. I'm doing 45. He's moving pretty good. But there's just such a whiteout up there. I can't. I mean, if I was in a hurry, I'd pass him, but I'm not in a hurry, and I can barely see in front of him from all the snow he's kicking up. So I'm not gonna bother. Could be a car in front of him for all I know. Yeah, that guy was in a hurry to deliver that cheese, man.
432.
It's very important.
X-ray 49432 through Illinois. Partially in the roadway, ripped in between the ramps of the 254 westbound when you get a towed route.
Just no cars out here, man. Which I guess is good. So, I'm actually surprised, but I had a feeling it was either going to be this way or another. It was either going to be there was going to be a ton of snow or a ton of cars on the road and people were going to be in the ditch left and right, or it was going to be nobody was going to bother because it's the holiday. So, apparently it's nobody's going to bother. It's the holiday. The guy behind me is flashing his high beams at me like he wants me to let him pass. Like, go around me, dude. I'm in the right lane. Like, what do you want me to do here? Jesus. He doesn't have his headlights on. He's just flashing his high beams every few miles. Like, I'm in the right lane. You can go around me on the left. Like, what are you doing? He's probably late for his McDonald's or something. I don't know. We're almost to Marion. There's a nice quick trip down here. I might stop and get gas. I don't think I'm going to go any far. In fact, I know I'm not going to go any farther than that. That'll be our tour of Iowa. And like I said, probably start moving up 151, I think. The heavy snow looks like it's going to pretty much go straight up 151. It's going to linger around Davenport a little bit here. But kind of that whole area. The thing with this is, though, we're not, you know, a lot of times with these winter storms, we do have a strong wind component. And we do. We have some wind, but it's not enough to really cause big problems.
The shoulder unit's coming out, want that removed. And then the box truck over against the guardrail on the shoulder also. That probably needs to be pulled so you can start 2 throws.
even see the plow anymore. This dude don't have his lights on either. What the heck?
Snow magnitude estimated 5.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information via social media. Storm total 168th and Maple.
We'll see how the roads are up here when we get into town, if we're going to loop around town or just turn around and go up 151. I don't know. But like, we've seen what, maybe 15 cars on this stretch of road. This is like a major road here, so people just stayed home today, which is fine. I just can't believe it, because it seems like every time you've got one of these winter storms, it's almost like everybody decides that's when they do their grocery shopping and get stuck. Not today, which, I mean, I guess is good for them. Like I said, I didn't expect mass chaos out of the day. It's nice to be out for a snowstorm that's kind of not a huge thing, you know, just kind of a normal snowstorm. I mean, we have the potential, like I said, of some places to get over a foot to a foot and a half of snow. I don't know exactly which places that's going to be, but the potential's there. I mean, the snow's coming down pretty good. We've probably got 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch per hour rates. But at times, when you get under a pocket of these heavy snow showers, it's probably pushing over an inch. There's some places in Iowa that have already reported 10 to 11 inches, and it's still snowing. And it will remain snowing for a while, so...
Where are you checking for further traffic?
Do we still need another body at the truck tow? 245.
New mesoscale discussion out, but it's not fully loaded yet. Oh, that's Illinois and Indiana. Okay. Interesting. We might have to stop at a Walgreens. I'm looking for the nearest Walgreens. Somebody gets that probably.
This is on Tax 16.
Look at this. Look at that finger. You guys see how screwed up that is compared to the other ones? Something's wrong. I might have to tape it. Go get a finger splint or something. To look for the nearest Walgreens. But I don't have a coupon for 25 cents off canned soup.
Local storm report from 3 miles southeast of Fairmont.
I don't understand this. These guys are just riding my ass, but why don't you, if you want to pass the plow, why don't you get on my left and go around me? Like, what are we doing here? Like, there's literally a lane over here for that.
Still snowing.
We could pass, I'm just not in a hurry, you know? Just not in a hurry. I don't know why they don't just go by me. Well, hell, I'm even giving them all the road here. I'm half on the shoulder. I don't know what they're doing. I literally can't get over anymore. I'm like on the rumble strips. Come on, truck, you can do it. Just go by me. There you go. Oh, he's doing it finally, 3 years later. God dang. I can't be the only one that gets annoyed with that when you're driving in the snow. Like, someone right on your ass and there's like a passing lane. It's like, just drive around me. See, there we go. Look, he's even got his headlights on now. Good for him. Just out here changing the world left and right, folks. Somebody's got to do it.
123. No damage here, and he's got 41,000 pounds on him.
Hold on, we got a white Ford Explorer behind us with tinted headlights. Doing about Mach 69 here. He's about, oh, he just slammed on his brake. Oh, geez, he about fishtailed. But here, he recovered. Here he goes. There he goes. I actually thought he was about to lose it there for a second. He went on the left shoulder pretty hard there.
Local storm report from 2 miles west of Marion in Linn County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 8.5 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from 3 miles southeast of Osborne in Henry County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 7.0 inches. Reported by public.
What happened to my finger? I used it too many times to gouge somebody's eyes out who was being mean to me. No, I'm just kidding. I dropped something on it yesterday. Yeah, I don't get the whole tinting of the taillights. Like, I get it, sort of. Like, if you got a black car, you don't want the red, but like, some of these people could totally do it differently. I don't know, like, if you get, you know, like, I don't know, these people will put, some of these guys, they put so much tint on their headlights and their taillights that you can't even see them when they're on. It's like, well, that's gonna get you rear-ended. Because I'm all for doing that sometimes. Like, when I've had a black car, a lot of times I would get clear taillight housings, put a red bulb in it, and then put some tint over it just to make it blend in more, but not enough to actually like reduce the output. But some of these people, it's like they almost spray paint them.
Jumping calls again. No, I guess not. I can't really see it. I thought it looked like a seals run, but I guess I'm waiting for Tickler. Come on. Yeah, I thought it was too. I wasn't sure if they're one of the same now, or I'm not sure with all the changes.
There's a tow band. Cool. Okay, that's fine.
Local storm report from 1 NW St. James.
Yeah, we don't do that tow band stuff where I'm from. You just yank them out of the ditch anyway. You got freaking, you got tow truck Tommy out there in 70-mile-an-hour winds, blizzard, hurricane conditions with his tow truck yanking people out for $50. So that's when they make their tips. I mean, I don't know. I don't really even pay attention to any of that stuff, guys. I really don't. Got brine coming out of that? It sure does. What the hell? Interesting. There's no tank in there. Oh, there is a tank. Well, welcome to Cedar Rapids, or Marion, which is basically Cedar Rapids. Shit, I just passed the Quick Trip. God dang it. Are you kidding me? No, I'm sure there's a tow ban. This is Iowa. They issue these tow bans, but I mean...
343, we're moving to Casey's off of...
What's kind of funny is every time there's one of these tow bans, I still see tow trucks out getting people's cars out of the ditch anyway, which I'm all for. I mean, I'm a firm believer that we should not, that the government should not nanny us. It's like that stuff out, I know it's a different situation, but it's like those fires out in California where the mayor is trying to bar people from going back in to get their things and stuff, and it's like, yeah, that's not the freedom this country was built on. There's a difference between life and safety and just trying to be a nuisance, and sometimes I think that's what we encounter a little bit. But
Local storm report from Lake Crystal in Blue Earth County,
you know,
Minnesota.
the tow trucks are professionals. I think it's really ignorant to tell the tow trucks they're not allowed to work. And I think that's why, probably from based on my experience out here, a good solid at least 50% of them just keep going. Which, good for them. I mean, I'm all for it. You know, they know how to do it properly. Might as well let them, so. I don't know, I guess it's the government's way, local government's way of discouraging people from driving so they can say, oh, nobody's going to come tow you, but somebody still tows them. I mean, hell, was it last year or the year before when there was that supposed tow ban? I had so many, I'm not saying you were doing that, but there was a lot of people in the chat. I was pulling somebody out of the ditch or whatever, and someone was like, I'm calling the state patrol, there's a tow ban. Well, there was a state cop that like passed by us, like didn't bat an eye, and then like a couple miles up the road, there was like 3 tow trucks pulling 3 different cars out of the ditch. I'm like, yeah, I think we're good. I don't know. Here's the deal, guys. I don't pull people out of the ditch unless, number one, I know that I can do it, and number two, it makes sense. If somebody's got a tow truck on the way, I'm not going to bother. And, you know, if they're like, yeah, but they told AAA said 6 hours. Well, okay, well, do you want me to get you out? You know, if they have a tow truck that's a half an hour away, let the tow truck do it, you know, unless it's like some dire emergency, like, oh, my wife is pregnant, I'm trying to get to the hospital. That's one thing, but I don't know. We haven't come across anybody yet. We probably will at some point, but I'm a stickler about vehicle recovery because I see a lot of it. I see it done wrong a lot of times where it can be very dangerous and damaging. You need to know what you're doing to do it, obviously, but you can screw up a car pretty good if you don't know what you're doing, especially these newer cars. Maybe not so much before, but now that everything's plastic and there's no tow hooks on anything anymore, like, you have to know what you're doing or you're gonna, I don't know. There was a storm chaser, I don't remember who it was, I just remember hearing about it. I think it was in Michigan or Indiana or something. This was like 3 or 4 years ago. Went in the ditch, and, you know, like, rightfully so. I remember the storm, it was a mess. Went in the ditch, and a tow truck driver came to pull him out, and he put the tow hook on the guy's CV axle and ripped the CV shaft out of his car. Like, why would a tow truck driver hook a recovery hook to a CV shaft and start pulling? Like what in the hell, you know? So there's always that one guy, I guess. I felt so bad. I don't remember who that was. I know it was one of like 3 or 4 people, but I don't remember who the hell it was.
Snow magnitude measured 11.0 inches. Reported by emergency
But
manager.
I don't know how you could even make that as a mistake as a tow truck driver, because
3.5
like,
inches since 9 a.m.
oh my God, like I don't, even if you're not paying attention, I don't know how you could physically make that oversight. I mean, at that point, you might as well just, I don't know, run into it from behind and push it. I don't know. I couldn't believe that. Like, I remember hearing that, and I'm like, there's no way that happened. And then I heard it from like 3 or 4 people, and I'm just like, oh, okay, well, whatever towing company that was, I'm never calling them. Oh, it was Jaden. It might have been. I don't remember which one of those guys it was. I just remember it was one of like 3 or 4 or maybe 5 people. But yeah, what a freaking shit thing to do.
Local storm report from 1 mile south
If I
of
remember
Montrose
the
in
story
County,
right, I
Iowa.
think the
Snow
towing
magnitude
service took
measured
care of them,
5.8
and I think
inches.
they fixed it, but that
Reported by
doesn't,
public.
like, they fixed it the next day or something, but that doesn't do you any good when you're like trying to work and it puts you out of service in the middle of a snowstorm, you know? Like, it's great that they did the right thing, but it's like you also put somebody out of work for the day, basically. I don't know. I hope, I tell you what, like, I get nervous anytime. Like, I try not to get towed often, but, you know, you get nervous. It's like, you don't know if these people know what they're doing or not. You assume they do. You're stopping? Okay, cool, thanks. Appreciate it. 99% of tow truck drivers are probably just fine, but you're always nervous. It's like, what if I get that one? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if you get that one, the one in the whole state that doesn't know what the hell they're doing? And then, of course, they're probably the ones that don't have insurance, or insurance is messed up. But insurance don't matter. You know, yeah, eventually it fixes your car, buys you a new one or whatever, but what about the 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks where you're fighting the insurance and everything? Then what do you do? I know that very well. So insurance is great. The problem is the time between the insurance actually doing what they're supposed to and the incident. You know, I was pretty lucky with when that doorknob ran into me in Kansas. The truck driver ran into me in the parking lot when I was parked, not moving, and he still ran into me. Progressive was their insurance company, and they actually did really well for me. They were pretty quick. I think they had me paid within a week. It was within like 7 to 10 days. And they didn't argue with me. I did the first, some of you guys know the story. The first lady I had to argue with, but as soon as they got me to like a supervisor or somebody higher up, like there was no more arguing, and they pretty much were just like, okay, do you want a check? Do you want a deposit? What do you want? And so they got it together. So I was pretty happy with that, you know. I mean, I didn't really have to fight too much. I did at first, but they transferred me to somebody else, and that took care of it. So, I don't know, I was worried it was going to be forever because they kept trying to get me to take it to a body shop, and I'm like, guys, I can fix it. You know, I don't want to sit and wait for 6 years while it's at a body shop. And they finally gave in. I'm like, I even told them, I was like, I don't even want anything for depreciation or anything. I'm like, just write me a check for the damn parts. And they gave me enough to cover what they felt was depreciated value because it technically had an accident on its record then. I'm like, oh, that's fair. So I was actually pretty happy with them. They're obviously not a sponsor. I'm not paid to say that. I actually was pretty happy, you know, and they weren't my policy holders, you know, they were the other drivers, but I was pretty happy. They did a decent job taking care of me reasonably, I think. So that was nice for a change.
Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 5.9 inches.
Oh, come on, green light.
Reported by broadcast media.
We're gonna stop at this Quick Trip
Additional information.
if we ever get
Storm
going.
total
I
so
really
far.
gotta go to the
Relayed
toilet,
by
so
TV.
I should have stopped at Casey's when I got that drink. Is this car gonna slide right into me? It sure looks like it. We might be blowing this red light. Hold on. Oh, no, he's stopping. That car behind me, I didn't know if he was stopping or not there. I don't think he did either. Come on, green light. It's always when you gotta pee. Like, what the hell? Come on, man. What are we doing here? Oh, for Christ's sakes. Alright. I'm giving it 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Local storm report
5. There we go.
2 miles northeast of Fort
I was gonna go too. Don't you doubt me, because there's nobody coming. I was about ready to just kind of creep up through that and pretend like I'm an idiot and just be like, all right, we gotta go to the toilet. I can't. I got a potty. So I'm dead serious. I was about to just slide right through that. It's like, holy crap. You gotta be kidding me. Like, every time, you know what? It's like when I'm not live streaming, I never sit at red lights. It's like some sort of like karma, or maybe the world's out to get me. I don't know. Maybe in a past life I ran a bunch of red lights. I don't know. But yeah, when I'm not live streaming, it's always a green light. Ooh, we're sliding good there. Junk removal. Okay.
Local storm report from 2 miles northwest of Bridgeport, Sheik in Cook County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 4.5 inches. Reported by broadcast media.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee and then
information. Storm
I'll be
totals
back.
of 2:25.
I'm gonna grab something to eat too. They do have plate readers in Cedar Rapids at red lights. Ask me how I know.
Well, we'll push out. She did not spray any more
in
concrete.
Waseca County,
Median.
Minnesota.
She's back on.
Snow magnitude measured 6.0 inches. Reported by Co-op Observer. Additional information. Still snowing.
Westbound, west side of the Oxford interchange. I'll be out one ditch. Was that Acadia by chance at Traverse? Yeah, it was either a silver Traverse or Acadia. All right, no problem. All right. Cedar Rapids, 370.
370.
The 1046 earlier that spun out and killed Paul Mary Adam 424, PMA 424 is starting to drift in. It's hard to see. Let's get it towed out of here. No preference. No hold.
Local storm report from Valparaiso in Warren County, Indiana. Snow magnitude measured 4.5 inches. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, updates previous snow report from Valparaiso. Storm total as of 2:30 p.m. CST.
Okay, so that became a thing. So I'm just like, okay, I'll just go to the bathroom and get something to eat. Well, I didn't get anything to eat, but I walk in there and there's this dude just like digging in the trash. And he just looks at me and he's like, hey, and I'm like, hey. And he goes, sorry, I dropped my phone in here. And I'm like, oh, that sucks. So he's just like dumping the trash out. So I had to wait a solid 2 to 3 minutes to wash my hands because he was like dumping it all over like the counter. Like, I get it, but holy crap, I've never seen so much paper towel in a garbage can before. Like, this guy was like sifting through mountains of paper towel, hopefully clean paper towel, to find his phone. He found it, but I guess I'm not exactly sure how, but he dropped his phone in the trash. It's like, whatever. Because I just walk in there and this guy's just like frantically looking through the garbage, just like, hey. And I'm like, okay, what are we doing here? I'm not getting gas. I got half a tank and it's cold. Like, what is going on here? Freaking dumpster diver. Yeah, so that's funny. Somebody literally just put that in the chat the second that I said that.
Local storm report from 2 miles west-southwest of Owatonna in Steele County, Minnesota. Snow magnitude measured 3.5 inches. Reported by Coco Ross. Additional information.
Why aren't you going, dude? You've got a green... Oh, you don't have a green light. Well, I'm going then. See ya. I thought they had a green light, but they don't. Just glad the guy found his phone.
Ohio, Lincoln. You can throw that in my 28, please, or my call, please.
40.
I think we shall go up 151. know that's the way we came, but I mean, that's where the snow is, so. Looks like it's finally funneling into Wisconsin. Go back up toward our intended target area. I mean, I'm assuming he put the trash back in. I don't know. I was happy for him. I was just like, hey, cool, man, and I peaced out. Yeah, it was a little bit weird to open the door to the bathroom and there's a dude just like going nuts digging through the trash. I'm like, oh, what are we doing? I mean, I like to dig through the trash on my free time too. Aiden's gonna go out live streaming here pretty soon too. I think he'll be out in about an hour to an hour and a half. So you guys can watch Aiden also when he comes up. Sounds like he's gonna head over toward Milwaukee-ish. Got a little bit of everything out here today. I mean, the target area really is anywhere from Des Moines to Milwaukee. I mean, it's just, you can pretty much pick anywhere. It's just, I mean, you're gonna get the same amount of snow pretty much just everywhere. It's just a matter of who's going to get it first. So you really don't have to nitpick this too much. Like if we would have just sat in Wisconsin, fine, but it's like, well, we might as well go find the snow. Hell, it's actually getting worse now just in the time we've been at the gas station because the snow's actually drifting across the road again. So I think we're starting to get those winds finally coming in here. Folks, we do have our live cameras running in the Radar Omega app. Obviously, you see them cycling through on the YouTube stream there, but you can watch them in the Radar Omega app, whichever, pick and choose. And that's what a lot of your support goes to. That is one part of Project Weather Eye. One part.
Boy 1. Hey, Adam, 737, Boy 1.
I'm going to insert my, my sales pitch. So we are working on the other parts of Project Weather Eye. And one of those big parts includes weather balloon launches to gather data and increase our forecast accuracy and other forecast accuracy too, as well as ground-based Mesonet probes.
Disregard somebody else throughout, please.
There is a GoFundMe fundraiser on the bottom of the screen.
He is lying.
That dude doesn't stop talking. We are trying to raise a goal of 25 grand. I know it's a lot, but I think we're over 6,000 already. So we're at like $6,000. We're about a month into this. We're doing pretty good. So a big thank you to our audience. So that's basically there to help us get things going so that we're not having to skimp on the rest of the operation. It's helping us ensure we've got the necessary equipment. We've got a little bit of a jump start on SONs because every launch can cost between $300 and $500, depending on what we're doing. And then obviously we've got operational costs. So if you're looking to be part of that, you can actually donate to the GoFundMe. There's a fundraiser link in the chat. So. And if you don't do that kind of thing, you can still share it with your friends because maybe your friends do. But that's what that is, and appreciate everybody who's helped out so far because, I mean, we're at like $6,000 in the first month. I mean, I'm thrilled with that. That's fantastic. So. remember when the last time we had a kind of a nice traditional snow like this in this area. It's been a while. But we got, at least around here, we've gotten pretty lucky this year. Like, it hasn't gotten crappy out until now. And it's basically December. So the fact that we kind of got out of winter for the month of November, that's pretty good. Pretty happy about that. Means we really just got to get through December, January, and February. March is never a big deal. February can be, though. Oftentimes it's really cold in February, so. Love that option. We can cut across 64 and go into Illinois, but I think this is our line here. This freaking road is slippery. There's nobody around, so I'm just kind of going down the middle. Good enough, you know. Seen any updates out of the weather service either. I mean, everything's pretty much going according to plan, so you never know until it happens. Sometimes these things take a dump, and then they leave you sitting there thinking, well, where the hell's the snow? So I think this one's pretty good. Road conditions are probably like this just about anywhere you go out here, if I were to guess. actually do like these winter storms. I like the lake effect storms a little bit more though, because you get more snow. I like deep snow. This like little fluff snow, whoop-de-doo. I like deep snow, but whoa, Jesus, watch out for a freaking Speed Demon Ford Escape driver. Picking his nose, too. That guy's picking his nose. I'm gonna get a camera that faces directly out my driver's side window so we can catch these people picking their nose. Like, I'm all for that. If you gotta pick your nose and stuff, that's fine. But, like, when you're driving like a jerk and you're picking your nose, I feel like everybody should see it. You know what could potentially happen? That guy's bad driving could get him in the ditch, and then he could end up sticking his finger right through his nose and have his, you know, have a hole in his nose because he's picking his nose. So. I could write a book, people. I think I should write a book. We could almost make it like a coloring book, and we could get an illustrator to illustrate all the stupid things that happen, you know, and just make it a book about dumb stuff that's happened, like, you know, car crash after guy picks his nose, and we could write a little paragraph about it. We just call it like stupid things I've seen on the road. Sure, we could get somebody to draw some like coloring book pages. Other storm chasers steals seethestorm.net logo, and then we could draw it and you could color it in. Imagine that. Oh man, I'm actually sliding down toward the ditch a little bit here. See, this guy in front of me has got his lights on. That's how I was able to see there was a car there. Funny how that works, ain't it? Jesus. Oh, hell, I'm not even going to sell the coloring book. It's going to be for free. We're giving that thing away for free. It's almost like you have to purchase it. Like, if you're gonna watch the channel, you have to color the whole book in before you're allowed to watch. That's what we're gonna do. Nobody's allowed to watch until they've colored the coloring book. Oh, dude, I don't want to have to pass these guys. Shoot. Might have to. They're doing about 30, which is fine.
Local storm report from 7 miles south-southwest of Brownsville, Lawrence County, South Dakota. Snow magnitude estimated 2.0
We're gonna pass
inches.
them cautiously.
Reported by public. Additional information: 24-hour snowfall.
Especially because I think there's an overpass up here. I might just wait for the overpass because it might be slippery. Yeah, I actually did really bad in art class as a kid. We had a teacher that was always... She had the mentality of everybody can be an artist if you try, and if you're no good, you're not trying, which is really an encouraging attitude to have, I guess. But the problem... I'm going to wait till we're past this overpass. I don't want one of them to fishtail into me. The problem that we had was that she thought for that 45 minutes a day that we were in art class that I was supposed to be Pablo frickin' Picasso or something. And no, I don't do art. I'm not good at it. And and she wouldn't accept that. So I remember being in like freaking middle school art class and getting like F's on everything, and it's like, well, I don't know how to draw, sorry, like I don't do this. We had this kid in my class, and he was one of those slow kids, and I don't mean that in a bad way, I really don't. He was one of those slow kids that they stuck in special ed even though there was absolutely nothing wrong with him. Like he was just slow, so they stuck him in special ed because they didn't know what to do with him. Basically. But he just wasn't good at anything. And that's fine, because I wasn't good at nothing either. He was good at like ag and shop class, stuff like that. You know, frankly, the important stuff. He was good at that. But everything else, they thought he was slow, so they just stuck him in special ed. That's what they did 10 years ago. If you sucked, they just stuck you in special ed because they just automatically assumed there was something, I don't know, whatever. But anyway, his name was Jacob. He was actually a really good kid. Just didn't take bullshit either. But I remember him being in that art class, and he got in trouble because our teacher walks away and she was just giving him grief, and he sucked about as bad as I did. This was like our last year of middle school, and he just goes, my God, how the fuck am I supposed to pass this class with this damn bitch breathing down my neck? And she heard it, and oh my God, she was pissed. And I thought it was hilarious, because here you got a bunch of 8th graders in there cussing up a storm. I mean, it was pretty funny. Oh, she was pissed. And, I mean, I didn't really see what was wrong, because I'll be honest with you, like his comment, yeah, it was laced with profanity, as she said, but it was accurate. How is he supposed to pass the class with her breathing down his neck, telling him how to draw a freaking line with his pencils? Like, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's one of those things that probably needed to be said. Just saying. Oh yeah, I probably should have been stuck in the slow class, honestly. I didn't even try. I quit trying, honestly. I just quit. It's like, whatever. I just think it's kind of funny, like, and I hate to be arrogant, but the principal was a real biatch, and she told me right before I graduated, she said that unless I change my attitude, I will never amount to anything in life. I will end up in Section 8, and I'll end up living off of the government. Well, I did not change my attitude. I'm just as big of a dick now as I was then, and I'm not living off Section 8. I'm not living off the government. In fact, I'm actually quite successful by her standards, so I kind of, one of these days, if I ever run into her at Walmart or something, I might just be like, hey, remember me? Yeah, screw you. I'll never forget my damn, my English teacher. She knew that, like, I wasn't bad with the English class. Like, I can write stuff. Like, you know, I know proper grammar and crap like that, you know, that's English class. And she passed you as long as you could, like, write a sentence and properly write a letter, like the important things that actually matter. She passed you. She didn't give a crap if you knew any history about literature books. She didn't care about this. She just passed. As long as you could function in society, you got a passing grade. And she was always one of those people that was just like, I don't know. We had a kid that came into class and he broke his leg, so he was in, like, his leg was all wrapped up and shit. So he took a bunch of, like, green colored markers and, like, drew, like, cootie bugs and germs and shit, as an 18-year-old, mind you, under, like, the wrap and stuff for this wrap on his leg or something, and then he wrote STD under it. He's showing everybody in English class. He's like, look, I got an STD. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. And she caught that, and of course, instead of, like, writing him up or sending him to the office, she's just like, you're gonna come up here and stand in front of the class and show all these girls what you just said. And he's like, oh, no, we were just screwing around. She's like, no, you're gonna stand up here. And she pulled out a chair. She says, I don't care if your leg's broken or not. You're gonna stand on this chair and show all these girls what you've just been showing all these guys. And he's like, oh, no, I really probably shouldn't do that. My leg's broken. She's like, if you could sit there and fuck around, and she did. She don't care. She swore up. She goes, if you're gonna sit there and fuck around in my English class, you're gonna come up here and fuck around on this chair and show all these girls exactly everything, that nasty shit you were just showing all those boys. And all the freaking girls, because we were very segregated. They sat on one side of the room, we sat on the other, and we didn't get along. And if anybody's upset with me dropping the F-bomb, that's totally what she dropped. So if she can say it in front of kids, I can say it. But she helped him stand on that chair, and she made him show all the girls the STD that he drew on his legs. I thought it was pretty funny. But I saw her at Walmart a couple years ago, and she came up to me and she like got right in my face, like right in my face. She goes, "So did you amount to anything, or are you a waste of society?" And I was like, "I got a YouTube channel with like 100,000 subscribers." And she's like, "Doing what?" I'm like, "I'm the weather." I said, "And I just quit the ambulance company." She goes, "Oh, so you did amount to something?" I'm like, "Yes." She goes, "Okay." I'm like, "Why? Were you placing bets or something?" And she's like, "No." She's probably placed a bet with somebody, but that was kind of funny. We had good teachers. We just had shitty school admin, you know. So the science teacher was pretty cool too. She retired, which was really sad. And believe it or not, folks, the person who took her job is the kid in my class that drew the STD on his leg. He went and got a teaching license and he took her job. Oh, that's kind of funny, but I don't know. She was good. She was an older lady, and she didn't take no shit. Like, we'd have kids screw, like, she didn't care if you screwed around as long as you got your work done. We'd have these kids screwing around and just being assholes, and she would, like, I don't think she was in the military, but Jesus, I mean, it wouldn't have surprised me if she was, because, like, she'd get right in your face with a knife hand, and she would just be, like, screaming at you if you were an asshole. Like, she's got the same mentality I do. Like, it's okay to be a jerk as long as you're a polite jerk, you know, as long as it's justified. Like, you could get away with anything in her class as long as you weren't being, like, genuinely mean. But the second these kids were, like, genuinely mean, she was in your face. She didn't send anybody to the office either. She had a backbone. See, these teachers were rural high school teachers. They didn't send people to the office. They just cussed them out, which is probably what we need more of in today's society. Instead of sending kids to the office, maybe the teachers need to tell them off a little. Because I'll never forget the damn physics teacher, the math teacher, physics teacher, whatever. We had this fat kid in class. His name was Jared, and he actually turned out to be a really good kid. He lives in Colorado now, and he bought a business, and he's got a bunch of money now. He's actually a really good kid now. But it's funny how, like, the assholes always turn out to be the good ones. Maybe I'm one of them, but he I don't know. He was telling everybody. I won't say it, but just suck his, yeah. I don't know, he's just going right this stupid shit kid, 18-year-old say. And math teacher gets up in his face and slams his coffee down on his desk. And he says, "Unless you want to suck mine, you're going to go to detention." And it totally came off the wrong way. And Jared's just sitting there like, what the hell? And he goes, "You have one option. It's detention." And of course, Jared's giving him option, you know, giving him kickback, whatever. And he's like, "I think you have to write me up for that." And he goes, "I don't do paperwork." He goes, "As soon as everybody else leaves," he goes, "I'm locking you in this room." He goes, "You're stuck here." And he sure as shit did. He made sure he was the last one out the class at the end of the day. He slammed that door shut and he just freaking laid into him. And like, I'll never forget hearing what he had to say. It started off with, like, I only heard the first sentence or two, and it was like, "I don't give a crap what you say as long as I don't hear it." It's just like, God, maybe we need more of that. There's something about, like, if I don't hear it, I don't care, but shut up or something. It's like, now they just send kids to the office for a slap on the wrist. I don't know. Maybe we need more teachers like that.
Additional information. Still snowing. Local storm report from Buffalo Center in Winnebago County.
He was a good teacher. I liked him. He was good.
Snow magnitude measured 8.0 inches. Reported by broadcast.
There's only one teacher that was there when I was there that still teaches there. And I think it's because the school went to shit. Two of them retired. Two of them retired. The third one wasn't supposed to retire, but I think he took an early retirement. And there's one teacher left that was there. That's how bad the turnover got. It's because they got this new administration principal that came in and just nobody wanted to be there. And And I can confirm that because I've actually run into some of the teachers that used to be my teachers. In fact, I just ran into my business teacher a couple of weeks ago in Janesville, and I saw him at the gas pump, and I drove over to him, and I was like, hey. He's like, hey. And I'm like, you remember me? And he's like, I do. And I'm like, what? I'm like, do you still teach there, or did you quit? And he goes, oh, no. He goes, we all quit. I'm like, really? I'm like, so I was like, I'm not going to, throw you under the bus here, but the guy who delivers our fuel for our furnace had a kid, I'm not going to say last names, but I was like, it's so-and-so who had kids in school when I was there. It's like, he told me that everything just took a dump. And he was like, oh, it did. He's like, it's a nightmare. He's like, he goes, it's not only was it all the sensitivity training, but it was a lot of the, and I'm not going to get into this, folks. Like, we should be inclusive and accept everybody for who they are. I completely agree. But I guess there was a lot of the teachers didn't want to sit there because they were getting written up because one of the teachers had a poster. They had two posters in their room, and on one side of the room they had a poster, and it was a quote that Obama said, which is not a political thing. On the other side of the room they had a quote that George Bush said. It wasn't political. It was just like inspirational quotes and shit. The teacher was asked to remove the George Bush quote because they were afraid that the kids would associate George Bush with Republicans, and Republicans are apparently anti-inclusivity. But they said that he could leave the quote from Obama because they didn't believe that Obama was anything to do with that. He took an early retirement the next school year, and I wonder why. And I think that's ridiculous because that's when you think about it, that's such a professional thing for a teacher to do. Because even when I was in school, kids were fighting about politics. And here you've got a teacher who's very level-headed, who's got basically, I don't want to say propaganda, but something from both parties up in the classroom. And it wasn't vote for this person, it was just something that they said that they liked. And what was interesting was this guy flat out told everybody, he would flat out openly say, he was a Republican, he was a conservative, he didn't agree with anything, the people on the left said. But he didn't care what anybody voted for, and he's open to friendly debate, because people would talk to him all the time about this crap, especially when we were coming up on election year. Because in the end of 2014 going into 15, we were getting ready for the 2016 election, and you had a lot of Hillary and Trump propaganda and shit. He was the one teacher that had the balls to stand up and say, you know what, you guys need to stop listening to the internet and go figure out, vote for who you want to vote for based on who you believe in, not what the freaking internet's telling you to vote for. And they told him, you can leave Obama's quote, but you have to take down Bush's, and he didn't like that, so he quit. Which I think was the right thing to do, because he's not saying vote for this person, vote for that person. He literally put something. I guess the backstory is he originally had the Obama inspirational poster, which wasn't even, it was just a quote, and then it said, Barack Obama 2011 or something. And he put it up, and I guess one of the kids said something like, how come you've got an Obama poster but not something from the other side? And he was like, well, it's not political. So he went and got a poster of something Bush said and put it up on the other side of the room. I think that's like the most unbiased teacher you could ever have, who had a kid say something like, what the hell, how come you got Obama's poster up? And he's like, okay, I'll do you one better, I'll go find a Bush poster I like, and I'll put a Bush poster up. So he did. I don't see how that's political. I think that's actually a teacher honestly taking the real world problems into their own hands and actually taking the problems head on and using it as kind of a teaching moment, like, oh look, we don't have to fight about everything, so I don't know. He was probably one of the best teachers ever, but the problem was he fit in very well with the previous admin. The previous administration let him do his curriculum, do whatever he was doing. People didn't fail his class. I don't think anybody ever failed his class, which I think he got in trouble for, but it was the ag teacher. And this is a different one, but the ag teacher, and it's just like you got life skills when you went to his class. You didn't get homework. You got life skills. And they got some girl in there now who's 23 years old, fresh out of college, and didn't grow up on a farm. And no offense, but the truth is that might get me canceled. You got a farming community. Them farm kids want to go to the ag class. They want a farmer. They don't want a 23-year-old chick out of college whose degree isn't even agriculture. They want somebody who's 50, 60, 70 years old who is a farmer. And I'm not saying that anything against this girl. I'm sure she's very nice and very qualified, but her degree's not in ag. You know, these kids they're trying to learn how to farm. They want a farmer. Go hire a farmer. Dead serious. Farmers applied because the school board had the meetings posted on they didn't hire the farmers. You know, I'm glad they gave this young girl an opportunity. I'm sure she's great, but these kids want a farmer, man. That's what they want. Give them one. It's a farming community. Because when you went to his ag class, you learned how to be a farmer. I'm dead serious. You know, he was teaching kids where to plant your corn, how to calculate yield, and how to know when it's time to give up. Basically, he had a hell of a program where he would bring in farmers, and I think they quit letting him do that when this new biatch of a principal came in. But he'd bring farmers in, and they'd come in and they'd talk about, oh yeah, well, this is why we plant this field corn, and this is why we stopped planting this field altogether. And the yield, basically our return on investment was crap. The yield's crap. And they'd tell you all about planting fields and having cattle and all about. I mean, it wasn't just an ag class. It was like a legitimate. You were learning how to farm, and that's what these kids needed because it was a farming community. And they don't have that no more, and it's too bad because it really robs them of an opportunity. It's really sad because you learned a lot. You had kids take an ag class who didn't have any interest in ag; they had interest in business. They wanted to be a business or an accountant, so they would take ag class because they got to learn about business, even though it's ag. Because agriculture and farming is one of the most difficult businesses there are. It's tough to farm. There's a reason farmers have a high suicide rate and a high failure rate. It's tough to farm. And it was cool because, they'd have people's dads and people's moms and grandpas come in and talk about the farm, And it wasn't just, we plant corn over here. It was, well, no, we plant corn because of this, or we don't F around with corn no more. We just do, we're just doing, hay, and we're basically cutting grass, and we're buying our corn now, and we're just raising cattle. Like we're done row cropping, we're not doing that shit no more. We can't do it, And you'd learn why, and everybody had a different answer, and it was all, they'd give you the reason. They'd talk about how to do your accounting, and I think he got his nuts clipped because he was basically having people from the community come in and teach, essentially. Like, it was frickin', Samantha's dad coming in talking to you about how to balance a checkbook as a farmer and what a nightmare it is. And, well, it wasn't the teacher teaching it. It's like, well, I mean, the teacher's right there. You know what I mean? Like, just, who cares? I don't know. We had a good class. I mean, we had you learned a lot in those classes. Those were the classes you looked forward to also because you actually learned something. Like, I don't farm. I have no interest in farming, but I will tell you one thing, that a lot of the business-related things that were taught in that ag class, or many of the ag classes, 100% apply to everything I do on a daily basis. And it's too bad they don't have that ag program anymore. Because that's why a lot of kids took it. A lot of those kids didn't give a crap about farming. They just wanted to learn how to run a business. And I tell you what, if you want to learn how to run a business, one of the best places you can go is a farmer. I mean, I'm dead serious, people. Farming's tough, especially when it comes to row crop. I mean, I can't speak too much to cattle. I mean, we had some dairy, we did some dairy, but pretty much everything was row crop. Like, I don't know a whole lot about cattle, and I don't know a shit thing about ranching, but when it comes to like crop farming and stuff, I mean, it's hard, folks, and it's stressful. You're at the mercy of the weather. I mean, well, shit, he taught a damn weather class, like, for Christ's sakes, how to, I remember he had him, and then he had somebody come in from, like, wasn't Nutrient, Landmark Agronomy or whatever the chemical company is. I think they might have got bought by Nutrient, but I'm not sure. You'd have people come in talking about, you know, relative humidity and corn sweat and all this crap, and how to know if you're about to get screwed, and what to do if it doesn't rain for a month straight, and how screwed you are. And, you know, I mean, it was something. So, I mean, shit, we had an automotive class where he was trying to teach people how to fix cars. So he'd go around and get all the teachers with their cars that had car problems, and we'd get everybody's cars in there. And I'll never forget, who was it? I think it was the damn gym teacher. I think. He needed brakes, so he brought the car in, and I'll never forget the teacher walks away to go to the bathroom. He leaves us unsupervised for 10 minutes. In that 10 minutes, the group of kids that was trying to put brakes on this guy's car managed to knock the brand new, well, not brand new, but, you know, 2 or 3 year old car off the jack stands, and or knock it off of the jack onto the floor. And he comes walking back in, cars on the ground, and his just eyes are huge, and he just takes a breath, and he goes, "Please tell me there's a damn good reason you just screwed that guy's car up." And they're like, "Oh yeah, there was. You know, we didn't get a chance to put the jack stands under there yet." He was like, "Oh Jesus Christ!" And like, we got the car. It didn't do any damage. It was fine. But it's just like, oh my God. And he's like, "All right, well, one of you guys is gonna have to tell him you dropped his car off of the damn jack, and it's not me." But we did his brakes. But like, I mean, it was kind of neat because he was, you know, telling teachers or kids like, bring the car, bring the parts, and we'll fix your shit. I think he got in trouble for that too, but he did that for years. I mean, we had kids bringing their car in, you know, their muffler was falling off, so we'd weld it. I mean, you learned a lot. I mean, I think part of the reason that happened is, you know, we got the new admin that came in, and they were like, "Well, you're not a mechanic," and it's like, "Well, yeah, but you're 60. He's 60 years old. He's been a farmer. He's been everything. He knows how to fix a car. Let him teach kids how to fix a car." Like, those were life skills. Like, to pass, I remember specifically, he started doing a basically like I forgot what he called it, but it was how to succeed in, like, basically not how to fail in life, how to not disappoint your dad kind of thing. And it was a class that he made for kids to learn how to change a tire and learn how to, you know, change their oil, balance a checkbook. You know, basically what he I remember what he said was, he didn't say this like to the class, but we had this study hall, or this thing where we didn't have a class. We were a couple, 6 or 7 of us were in there for 45 minutes a day with him, and we would just talk. And he was like, I kind of want this class to be for kids that don't have a dad, or kids that have a dad that just doesn't teach them dad skills. And he's like, I can't really call it that, but that's basically what it is. And, you know, I think he did that for the 3 years after we left, and after we graduated, before he retired. But he was teaching kids how to change their oil. Basically, you pass the class as long as you can figure the shit out. And, you know, he made sure you could figure it out. I mean, but it's like, why isn't there more of that? You know, and why don't we have more of that? Like, that's not a thing anymore. You know, that should be in my opinion, that should be a mandatory thing, you know. So, I don't know. I was really upset with the school that I was in, because, don't get me wrong, I'm the first person to admit I have a difficult personality to deal with, and I'm perfectly fine with that. In person, I know on the internet I freaking come unpasted, but it's because of the people I have to deal with sometimes. 99% of you are lovely. In person, I'm very understanding, but the one thing I have a difficult time with is accepting when something is just dead wrong and it shouldn't be. Like, I see something that's wrong, I don't believe it should continue. I had a difficult time, especially when I was 18 in school, for those last like 6 months that I was 18, because the whole thing were like, I didn't have anywhere to go. I had to pay my bills. Like, I didn't have a family. I had to pay, like, I had to pay for car, I had to pay for all this crap. I had to go to work. To me, that was 10 times more important than school. And for me, work was an ambulance service. Like, for God's sakes here, people. And the cell phone company. But, you know, I would just leave class. And every single one of those teachers covered for me, even after the principal started throwing a fit. I would leave early, and the business teacher at 2 o'clock, you know, school got out at 3. I'd go into his class at 2 o'clock, and he was just like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not gonna like mark you as here or not here. I'm just not gonna do the attendance, I guess, or whatever. And you know, he got away with it because everything wasn't as computerized back then. But he covered for me for 3 or 4 months before the office staff threw a fit. Because I told him what I was doing. I'm like, dude, I need, like, you're the business teacher, you get it. I need to make some money. Like, I have no money. Like, I'm literally going to be in a cardboard box. And he's like, well, you're passing the class anyway. He's like, I don't, he's like, I mean, he's like, it's probably best you don't tell me and maybe you just don't show up. And I'm like, okay. So, you know, and I fought with that, and the damn principal and all this. You know, the teachers were great, but the admin was just clipping their wings and stuff, you know. Before this new one came in, the previous principal and stuff, like, was so supportive of this stuff, but now they just don't, you know. And like I said, it's nothing against the young girl that's teaching the ag class. I'm sure she's great. And you know what? Maybe she's the best ag teacher ever. I just know that, like, she didn't grow up on a farm and she doesn't have a degree in anything agriculture. She's an English teacher that's teaching the ag class. And then they hired an English teacher who doesn't have a degree in English. I'm like, wait a minute, what? But, and that's fine, and I'm not trying to dog on her because maybe she's fantastic. It's just, it's one of those things where it's like that rural community, they want a farmer. It's not that they don't want this girl. It's just maybe she's better suited for a different subject. I don't know, but it was just a shame when I was hoping maybe they would go get some old farmer guy to take his place, and they didn't. I think what probably happened was this young girl out of college, they knew they could skimp her on the salary, honestly. Number one, she's young. Number two, she's fresh out of college. And number three, she's a girl. So they're probably like, oh, we can probably stiff her a little bit. Which is crappy, but I think that happens a lot in this day and age where, like, I get the wage. Some people are like, oh, the wage gap is fake. No, the wage gap is real. I've seen it. You know, I've worked at places. Guys, I had a partner who ended up shooting herself, you know, unfortunately. And part of it was the wage gap. She's broke, but there's other reasons. But, like, I worked with a girl who did the same job that I did, just as good as I did it, for longer than I did it. And she made, 50 cents an hour less than I did. They would not give her a raise. They would not give her a reason. She couldn't tell them that she knew that I made more than her. But why? She was doing the same job for longer than I was. The same thing I was doing. Why was she making less? She asked for a raise. She asked for a 25-cent raise just to test the waters. She said it was for, like, accounting purposes, to bring her up to a whole dollar amount. They denied it. Why? Why? You know what I'm saying? Like, it is a thing. Okay? So I think there was probably some of that going on, and it's shitty. This world, like, everybody's priorities need to get redone in this world. We're going into podcast mode because, like, this is just the most boring snowstorm I've ever been in. But people's priorities are so screwed up in this world. Like, everybody's worried about the whole hurt feelings thing and being correct on this and correct on that. Like, people are forgetting to just be normal people. And everybody preaches about treating everybody equal and being inclusive. But while they're doing that, not all of them. Like, I get a lot of the majority of them are actually being inclusive. But there's so many people that preach and preach and preach this inclusivity, but then they're not being inclusive. Like, they'll be like, you know, I don't, like, we need to be tolerant of this and blah, blah, blah. And then I caught this happening at a Chaser meetup. I'm not going to say names. It's nobody that you guys know. We're at a Love's, and there was a group of these kids that, no joke, were on Twitter a month earlier going back and forth about how inclusivity and racism is wrong. One of them made a comment, and they're all giggling about it, that there were too many black people working at the Love's and they didn't want to go in there. And I'm just like, well, what the frick are you doing? Like, and I'm just like, you're kidding me. And I don't know if it was Kopic or somebody was with me, and I remember I pulled up the tweets and I showed them, and I'm just like, are these the same people? And they're like, yeah. And I'm just like, what the heck? You're kidding me. Like, I get it. People say stupid things to their friends and stuff, but like, come on. Like, come on, people. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's like the whole mental health thing. You know, you get these people on the internet and whatever that are like, oh, mental health, I'm here to talk. But then they go and they trash people, like what they were doing to Jordan Hall. I don't like Jordan at all, and he knows that, and that's fine. I'm not talking about it. He knows that very well. He don't like me. But these people are calling him like a pedo or pedo, whatever the hell, and all these other names that aren't true. Like, he's not. I guarantee you he's not. Because he blew the red lights. And I'll be honest with you guys, he wasn't even driving, so it's a moot point. There should be no argument. He wasn't driving. It's just like, it's like, whatever. It doesn't affect me. I don't care. But like, you're bullying the shit out of this guy, but you're preaching mental health. Well, which is it? Are you like I said, guys, I get some people are just sarcastic jerks, and that's fine. I think there's a huge difference between just being a sarcastic jerk and being an internet bully. Like, it's one thing if you want to say, you know, screw off or you're an a-hole, whatever, that's fine. Like, I get it, whatever. But to sit there and like trash people and like slander them, that's so wrong. You know, it's just, you see this mental health, but then these people are out here dogging on each other. You know, or the second that somebody does jump off a bridge, it's, oh my God, I didn't see this coming. No, you saw it coming. You were bullying the crap out of these people forever. Like, you didn't do this, but you totally contributed to it. Like, what do you mean? Like, shut up. Like, I don't think social media ruins society, but I think that people are getting people are forgetting that it's not hard to just be a halfway decent person. Like, all that you have to do is exist. Like, I think the human instinct, honestly, is to just not be a bother to people. But it's like this pack mentality of, oh, if we all get together on the internet, we can, you know, if there's safety in numbers, we'll bully everybody. Because these people don't do it in person, you know. I don't know. It's just sad. I am disappointed with the state of the world. Like, I mean, I grew up in a rural community where, you know, people, I'll be honest with you, like, if people got into a fight, they honest to God did go in the parking lot and beat each other up. But the interesting thing is, the next day they were shaking hands and friendly. I don't know. It was such a weird time, I guess. But, and I'm not saying we should beat each other up. I'm just saying that people didn't go for blood back like 10 years, even 10 years ago. People weren't going for blood. They were saying their piece. They were telling who they wanted to tell off, and then they moved on with their life. I don't know why we're not just doing that, you know? So I just get frustrated because, you know, I'm not trying to make it about me or anything, but like, I've had a lot of encounters in this world where people have shot themselves, slit their wrist, overdosed, whatever, whether I knew them or didn't know them. And it's like, shit's sakes, you know, one pattern, and I can say this based on my observations, one pattern that I have noticed, I would say over 60% of those cases were because some other buddy or buddies was influencing it. Probably the other half of them were absolutely, you know, inner, you know, self problems. But there were so many of these times where outside influence drove somebody to this. Because like, when you're constantly beating somebody up, you're on Twitter, whatever, every time Jordan rolls a red light at 1 mile per hour or rolls a stop sign, going on there and dogging this guy, what do you think that's doing to him? And I'm not trying to like imply that he's got bad mental health or anything, but what do you think that's doing to him? How do you think he feels? And then, you know, I said something, I stood up for the guy on Twitter. I'm just like, this is ridiculous, guys. Like, who actually cares? Like, shut up. And all these people were like, well, it's dangerous. He could have killed me. And it's like, you were 4 states away. Be quiet. Like, I get it. Going through a red light after you've stopped for 5 seconds, cleared both directions, and there's no cross traffic and proceeding through it, I get it. That's the most dangerous thing on the road you can do, /sarcasm. Technically illegal and dangerous, I get it, okay. But they make it sound like he murdered a guy and he didn't. But what do you like? Is it really worth calling this guy like a pedo and telling everybody that he like does drugs and beats people? Like, what is it really necessary to do that? Is that fair? Is that a fair rebuttal? Like, is that a good defensive strategy for this? Like, probably not. Like, and that wouldn't have been back in the day before the internet became a thing. Like, that would back 10 years ago, people would have been like, oh, so what? Now it's, oh, we gotta do the cancel thing. It's like, why are you doing this? You know, and it's sad because it's a certain group of individuals every single time, and the problem is they're so loud. Like, the entire Twitter timeline was about this, and I blocked probably 50 people. Anybody who had anything nasty to say about it, I just blocked them, even if I was friends with them. Block. I'd say, I don't want to see it. I don't care. Like, how do you think he feels? You know what I'm saying? Like, he's probably felt like dog shit. Like, and then someone will be like, well, he should feel bad because that was dangerous. That's not an excuse. I don't care. It's not an excuse. You know, I do this every day. I drive 100 to 150,000 miles a year. You know how many stoplights I run every year? Probably 300. 90% of them are accidents. Like back there when we were going through town, it was a short yellow. It was a red light. If somebody wanted to beat me up for it, they could, and they have. But it's like, is it really worth it? You know, there's been times where I'm not streaming and you're sitting and you think the red light is messed up, so you go through it, and then it turns green after you go through it. It's like, well, whoops. Same thing. It's just, it's one of those things where it's like, it's not worth it. So I guess the moral of the story is everybody needs to go back. What I was getting at is everybody needs to go back to like the pre-social media era with their manners, I guess. I don't know, just maybe here's a better way to put it. Maybe we need to treat people on the internet the same way we are in person. Like, because in person, when these people have a problem, like, usually they just knock your teeth out and they move on and shake your hand. Like, that's what the internet should be like. You know, say screw you or something and move on. Like, stop making it a thing. Yeah, it was the Houston thing. I just now got the chat back, but I can't really force myself to even, like, him and I don't like each other, so you would think that I would be all over it. I'd be like, yeah, screw this guy. But I can't bring myself to condemn that or make a big deal about it. Like, I got better things to do, and it doesn't solve anything, you know? Like, let him do his job. I mean, if a police officer was there to give him a ticket, then let the police officer give him the ticket, you know? Like, I don't know what to tell you, kind of thing. It's just sad. Because you see this happening, and then when you stand up for them, they come after you. Like, you know how many people came after me for that? It was ridiculous. You know, for standing up for them. It's just all these people coming after me. It's like, oh my God, give me a break. But it's like I put in the post. I said, you know what? Try to cancel me. I really don't care. It doesn't matter to me anymore. Because it doesn't, you know? I mean, it's tiring. It's just tiring. Like, I just don't care. I used to care, but I don't care anymore. Like, go ahead and do the cancel culture thing. I have gotten to the point where I just don't care, and absolutely nothing these people say or do has a negative effect on me. I just don't care. And I am very thankful that I am at that point. Every single storm chaser weather person on the internet can try to do the cancel thing again tomorrow, and I just don't care. You know, and unfortunately, that's not easy to do. So you can't expect everybody to have that, because most people are not like me and they're normal and they actually have feelings. And when they see all of their peers canceling them over something that maybe was a lapse in judgment, maybe it wasn't, I don't know, it's got to be really a kick in the face, I'm sure. But City Radio Services, is that like Shitty Walk? Shitty Airlines, Shitty Chicken. Some of you guys get it. I gotta have some South Park fans here, right? Please. I got canceled for that too. It's on Reddit. I made a joke. We pulled up to China Walk. I'm serious. We pulled up to a China Walk, and I zoomed in on it and I said Shitty Walk, and that made it on Reddit that was me being racist. And I'm just like, oh my God. I guarantee you, if I would have walked in there and said, is this Shitty Walk? I guarantee you the person at the counter would have died laughing. Like, come on, man. Calm down. Like, Jesus. Yeah, and good point. I did upset somebody the other day when I said don't use the Chinese balloons, only use the Japanese balloons. We use Japanese weather balloons, not Chinese weather balloons, because the Chinese weather balloons, the ones from it's a Chinese company, so I have no idea how to say this. Woyi, Yoyi, I don't know. HWOYEE. I have no idea. Beats me. So it's somebody who's got experience with stuff can tell me how to say that, but their balloons are not as good as the ones that are made in Japan. They're really not. Like, we can go a little bit higher with the same like level, so to speak, of balloon with the Japanese ones as compared to the Chinese ones. The Chinese ones are a little chintzier. The latex is a little harder. It's not as good. And I made a TikTok type video and kind of explaining what we do, and I put it on Twitter, and I said, this is a Japanese balloon. We do not use the Chinese balloons, only the Japanese. And somebody took that and ran with it, and I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. Somebody else actually made a funny out of it, and they were like, oh, is it because of the Chinese spy balloon? And I'm like, okay, that's a good point. I didn't think of that. That's funny. But yeah, I have been getting nothing but references to the Chinese spy balloon. Every time we talk about a balloon, oh, are you going to launch the Chinese spy balloon? Which, it's actually, I mean, it's funny, but I had no idea when I got into this that my entire comments was going to be, LOL, it's the spy balloon. Do you guys remember the spy balloon? The Chinese spy balloon or whatever, that flew over like North Dakota, and then they shot it down in like the ocean or something. Oh man, I miss when those were the biggest. I miss when we got upset over balloons and not, dumb stuff. I wonder if we can. We need to like duplicate that. I wonder. God, I can only imagine, but like maybe we can get our own ginormous balloon the size of like a blimp, and we can launch our own spy balloon. Maybe that's what we need to do. Social media team trolls Chinese spy balloon by sending a live streaming balloon to China or something. We'll make a giant balloon. I don't know how, but I'll do it, damn it. But we're gonna get it way up there, and we're gonna get to circumnavigate the globe, and we're gonna get to float over China, and we're gonna have like hashtag with our website on it, so all these people with their telescopes are gonna be posting it, and we're just gonna have it go to a website where they get like rickrolled or something. I don't know. Like, all right, you're gonna send a spy balloon here. Here's your spy balloon. There might have been 2 spy balloon instances. I don't know. I just think it's funny because like I have had nothing but comments about the spy balloon thing, and it's just like, oh my god, it's not the same. But thanks for watching, folks. So yeah, we are talking balloons now, weather balloons, as we drive through the snowstorm. I actually kind of want to stop and do a sounding and launch a balloon right now, but I really don't want to stand out in this nasty weather, to be honest. The weather balloon project is actually really cool. So we've got a couple of college kids that are going to be working with us to do some research papers off of it. They basically want some data that they can use, and I'm like, well, here you go. Plus, it's good easy labor in the field. So, but I'm pretty excited about this because this is a really good way for us as social media people to kind of contribute to the science of this. Because we can live stream it, and that gets people excited, and that pays the bills, so we can afford it. It's freaking expensive. Like you guys have no, like, it's no wonder the Weather Service has spent so much money on this. Like, they're launching, what, 100 of these a day? And, I mean, they need to. We need, the data is important. It's very important. But, I mean, hell, like, it's $500 a launch, for Pete's sakes. I'm sure theirs are cheaper, they're using hydrogen, it's much cheaper, but still. I don't know where I'm at on the road, I'm just guessing. Freaking Redneck Randy here is gonna blow by us at 95,000 miles an hour. I'm joking on something. something no one else is doing. So if you guys want, did you guys ever get the backstory why we're doing balloons? So we've been talking about doing balloons for a while. So it goes back to a Radar Omega meeting we had, god dang, years ago. CEO's in there. I think Don was in there, Lily was in there. And a couple. We had like half of the company is in a conference room, and everybody's like, well, what the hell can we do that's cool? And Don's just sitting there like, oh, I think we should. Because you guys remember Don, right? The creepy, quiet guy that sits with me during the snowstorm. I mean that in a nice way. I don't mean like actually creepy, but just quiet and speaks when spoken to. Kind of nobody knows if he's a serial killer or not. He's not, but you guys remember Don. So Don's just sitting there, sitting in his seat. He's like, oh, we launched some weather balloons. And I'm just like, oh, that's actually a pretty good idea. We never did it. And this year we started talking about it. And we were down there for that hurricane that never actually showed up in Atlanta. And I was live streaming, and I'm like, well, we might go down to Florida, maybe. I don't know. And this guy named Paul gets in the chat. He's like, hey, I have a company. I got lots of money. I want to pay to get you down here or whatever. And I thought it was bullshit. I thought it was a spam thing. And I'm like, what the, like, who the hell is this guy? The live stream's over, and I look at my email, and I'm like, okay, maybe it's legit. And I Google his name, and it comes up, and he's the weather balloon guy. And I'm just like, legit, the weather balloon guy. I'm just like, no shit. Like, okay. So I call him, and I'm like, well, hold on a second. I'm like, we've been trying to do a weather balloon project for years. I've been wanting to do it. I need somebody that knows something about this. And he's like, done. Get down here. So I went down there the next day, and we started getting stuff together for weather balloons, and here we are. So everybody, make sure you thank Paul when you see him in the chat, because we would not be doing this. I thought that it was going to be way more, it is complicated, but I thought that it was going to be like an unachievable goal, and Paul's just like, no, you need this, you need this, you need this, and you need that. I'm like, that's it? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, perfect. So, yeah, Carly knows Don. The first time I ever met him, I was told, it's okay if he looks like he wants to kill you with a knife. Like, okay. So we actually have to give credit where credit is due. The weather balloons technically were not our idea. It was technically Don's many years ago. But we've actually had, there's been a lot of good ideas that have floated around the whole Radar Omega enterprise that are just kind of coming to fruition. There's been a lot that's changed around there, folks. Like, there's been, I mean, and I don't mean like in a bad way or anything, but if you guys have been into weather for a long time, you probably remember, like, in, was it 2019 or whatever, when Radar Omega started actually becoming a thing and people started using it. Like, and it was fine. It was great for what it was, but by today's standards, it was nothing. And now, if you look at what it is now, I mean, it's incredible the amount of change for the better that's happened. Just like how the app has evolved. It's probably the fastest evolving weather software I've ever seen, honestly. Because before Radar Omega, we had to use Pickle, which Pickle was a good radar app. It was good, but I think it was just a couple of college kids maintaining it, and they just couldn't afford the server costs and stuff, and I get it, you know. But I don't know. We're going to be doing a lot this year. We're working to get a lot of this data in the app. We've obviously got, if you go to our website, wxi.org or projectweatheri.com, they both go to the same place. You can actually look at our past soundings. one sounding, but it sounds better if I say past soundings. But you can actually look at the data viewer, which is pretty cool, I think. And if you guys look at it and you're like, this sucks, change it, well, I guess you guys can tell me and we'll take your feedback. But I don't know. There's been a lot that's changed recently when it comes to us being able to do stuff in the field. And, I'm looking forward to 2026. It should be a lot of fun.
Additional information, 24-hour snowfall. Lots of drifting snow. Local storm report from 6 miles southwest of Potato Creek in Jackson County, South Dakota. Snow magnitude estimated 5.5
Facebook comment that got stuck in the filter. Somebody that got blocked because of the. It's fine, don't worry about it. I have no idea how to unblock it. Somebody asked, "Is Don the guy that spotted the ass gag license plate?" Yes, that is correct. You guys, somebody remember that? You guys remember the ass gag license plate? We were driving around like somewhere in Florida, and somebody had the license plate ass gag. Like where I'm just driving along, and he's just looking out the windshield. I'm like, what? He's like, do you see that license plate? I'm just like, what about it? He's like, it says ass gag. I'm like, no, it doesn't. So we got right up on him. I'm like, oh my God, it does. Somebody in the Discord has the screenshot. I don't remember who, but somebody has the screenshot. I don't know how they got that license plate. And I'm surprised that somebody remembers that. Oh my God, I'm surprised somebody remembered that. That was a long time ago. Jesus. That was funny. I don't know how they got that license plate. It was like A55GAG or something. I'm like, there's no way that that's a systematic license plate. Like, what the heck? You know somebody swindled their way into getting that as a vanity plate. They almost had to have. How is it road tripping with them? I think it's great. We were driving to Florida the one time, and we got walkie-talkies to talk to each other. And there was a family evacuating from Hurricane Ian, and it was some guy screaming at his wife directions on what exit to take, because they were in separate vehicles. And this guy is just screaming at her, and she's just like, you're not giving me good directions or whatever. So I got on there, like, she was like, John, or whatever his name was, and I'm just like, John, you suck at giving directions. And I'm like, hey lady, he said take the exit, whatever. And they couldn't comprehend that there was somebody else on the same channel, like walkie-talkie thing that they were. And these two were just like freaking out. I think he was dying, because he was in a separate car. I think he was dying. Jesus, I'll never forget that day. I screwed with them for a solid half hour. They must have been right behind us, because like every time they'd say something, I'd just be there like, God, you talk to your wife with that mouth? Just like, this guy was just cussing her out and screaming at her like, no, God, we gotta get gas, the hurricane, and he's just screaming at her, and I'm just like, you kiss your mom with that? Just like, oh my God. I normally don't chase with people, so when it happens, it's interesting. So I got this idea. We need to get our moderators, or just the staff in general, we need to get out here and we need to rent like a creeper van with windows. Like one of those big white vans with like 12 seats in them. Because I don't know what the hell else you're going to fit people in. And just like stuff everybody in a van and just like drive around out here like perfect. Like we're doing our weather balloon crap in the spring. Like we need all of our admin staff, our moderators, all of our people with the wrench out here. But I don't know how it's going to work because nobody can run the business. That would be pretty cool. Do that for a week. I don't know if anybody would enjoy being stuffed in a vehicle like that for that long. I mean, like I know the Storm Chaser tour groups do it, but I don't know. Because the tour groups, they do a good job doing it. I just don't know how somebody could be stuffed in a vehicle like that long. Some of them do it better than others. Like Roger Hill, he does a really good job. They don't crowd people too much. I actually really like Roger. He tells it like it is. He's pretty cool. He's actually super nice. Brandon Ivy does a really good tour as well. He really, really tries to do his best for people too, get them in good hotels and stuff. There's some other ones out there that are pretty sketchy. I'm not gonna like name them because it's hearsay, but If any of you guys want to take a storm chasing tour, I'd really go with one of those two. Not that they're the only two good ones. They're just like the only two that I know are good because I've interacted with them, and they're always on something good. You know, we see Roger Hill and Brandon Ivy out there all the time, so, and in the right spot. But how much are they? They're expensive, but at the same time, I don't know if it's. I don't think it's expensive for what you're doing. It's expensive in general. I'll be honest with you, if you're a person where money is not a problem, just spend it. If money is a problem, well, yeah, but for some people it is, some people it isn't, nothing wrong with that. But you're gonna spend a couple grand. But the thing is, and I don't know what the going rate is, but it's probably $3,000, $3,500, I don't know, for like 10 days. But here's the thing, you're not paying for your hotels. You're not paying for your gas. You're getting if you're gone for 10 days, you're gonna spend, I would guess at minimum, $1,200 on a hotel, on hotels, minimum. Probably closer to $1,500, $1,800, unless, if you're trying to stay somewhere like reasonable, like a Hampton Inn or whatever. So you have to factor that in too. And then you're paying for the experience and stuff. Like, I don't think for what they are, I don't think they're overpriced. It's just the nature of what you're doing is very expensive. Like, I don't know exactly what my expenses are. Just kidding, IRS, I do. I mean, at the end of the year, I figure it out. But so if IRS is on the phone, like, I don't even want to hear it. But my expenses for fuel last year averaged like $2,300 a month. So I don't know how much it costs to take a tour van around for 10 days, but I'm sure it's a pretty good amount in fuel. It's really expensive to do this. That's why you can make a lot of money out here, but you're not actually making any money. This is not a profitable business. The only way that you can do like what I'm doing as a business, in my opinion, there's different ways. It used to be before, a lot of these chasers would sell like photos and videos because the photos and videos were worth a lot of money. Now that the internet has happened, it's really not worth much anymore because these places will just get the content for free from somewhere else, or just steal it, frankly, or use AI. So it's not worth as much. So I don't know how some of these guys that have done this for a long time in a different setting, I don't know how they're doing right now. I have no idea. I never got into that. But I don't think that's really something. I think if you're in that realm, I think you're okay. But if you're not, you're probably not going to get into it. Like the live, and by the way, live streaming is not worth a penny anymore. Everybody does it. It's not worth a penny. It's not worth a penny to these news stations or anything. So it's just the only money in this is if you can do like some sort of a project and get grants, maybe some sponsorships, but it's the entertainment value. You can go down the path of just doing the entertainment value, I guess, and just run around like a weirdo. Or you can take that money and use the entertainment value as a way to like loop it around and shove it back in the business and do something more with it, which is what we're trying to do, and so far it's worked. With the weather balloons, the research project, all that. Because we have a group of meteorologists. Hold on a second, because I actually have a job posting that's not a job posting. Just hold on. I'm absolutely going to disappoint you all. But if you meet this description, you might be the person we need. It may or may not involve money. Maybe. Just hold on for that. Actually, no, clickbait. It's $1,000 a day anyway, so just hold on. But you can then do something, and that research, science, whatever you want to call it, mission, gives you content. I mean, for Pete's sakes, like, it's kind of cool, right? Like, watch a bunch of guys out there not drinking a beer, but drinking a Pepsi, launching a weather balloon. That's kind of cool, right? You don't see that every day. So that gives us content that makes us money to do this and that. But without that, we don't have anything, because like driving down the road right now, it's kind of boring. Like, it honestly is. It's boring. I am bored stiff right now. I will finally admit that. But what I was going with that is we actually have a group. We have meteorologists, we have researchers, we've got some college kids that are going for their degrees that are involved in this, and we've got a university that's going to supply some data for us in return for some data, some radar data, They're going to give us some radar truck data. We're going to give them some of our data, and so we can make complete packages with it. And what we're doing is absolutely flying by the seat of our pants, but we are making sure that it's meteorologically accurate, if that makes sense. We have people that, like for example, our weather balloon tracker with the live SKUT sounding that's on our website that fills in. I sent the code over to somebody at a university who does the same thing but with archive data, and I'm like, can you just look at this and tell me if I'm an idiot? And he's like, no, this is genius. He's like, but this is for live data. He's like, how the hell are you getting live data? I'm like, what's from our balloon? Duh. Like, that's why I told you. But it's like, so like there is a peer review there, because I don't want to launch it and have it be wrong. It looks stupid. What we need to get, and this is absolutely going to end up being a freaking volunteer position, probably. We're hoping by 2027 we can actually make this where it's like a full-time, part-time, or whatever paid thing. Right now, paid per diem, our field team is going to get paid per diem and stuff, but what I really need at some point is somebody who's good with either psychology or just people's relations and public image, because what I want to take, the step that we haven't really gotten into yet, is how we can take this data and make it consumable for people. Like, we've got our SKUT, and that's awesome, but it's got a lot of cape and a lot of shear. Well, how do we communicate that? Because the science community gets it. They look at this and they're like, oh God, big tornadoes. The general public, they're sick and tired of the weatherman and weatherwoman always lying to them, and I get it. So we had to find ways to communicate this with people better. So, and I don't want to say dumb it down, but for lack of a better term, like dumb it down a bit, even though I'm not trying to say it's for dumb people. Like, so I apologize for lack of a better word, but we need to make it so there's a way for it to be consumable for people that don't necessarily understand it, so they don't have to read a freaking owner's manual to figure it out. Maybe that's just being like, on a scale of 1 to 10, here's your tornado rating. But we don't want to miscommunicate that, because people are going to confuse it with SPC stuff. And then it's going to do the opposite. It's going to make us look stupid. So, I don't know. If we got anybody who's smart, I guess email us. If you go on our website and email on any of our websites, it just goes to my email. I'll get it eventually. We'll figure something out, because like that's the one thing we haven't really gotten. I mean, we've gotten into it a bit. That's why I made that tracker the way I did, so that like on the first page you've got 2 tabs. You've got the like tracker with the map and like the graphs, because everybody can read a graph, and everybody can look at a map. The SKUT is for the scientists to actually look at the parameters, but I want to take those parameters and the SKUT, and I want to break it down so it's more consumable for people. I don't want to start issuing our own warnings. That would be a chaotic thing. I'm not going to do that. But I want people to be able to say, okay, this environment may produce up to this. But we also have to communicate to people that this is of a small environment and is not representative of the entire atmospheric environment. So we have to be very clear that this is a small case. We're sampling a small part of the atmosphere. This isn't we're not sending up 55 weather balloons across the state. We're sending up 1, 2, maybe 3, because that's our plan. We want to get, if we've got a severe weather day, we'll have Zach out there. That's me and Zach. We'll get a small tank for Aiden that'll fit in the Buick. But the thought is, let's say you've got an enhanced risk that goes from Hays, Kansas, all the way down to Amarillo. Well, let's say Aiden is up in Hays. He can put up a balloon. Maybe Zach is in Dodge City and I'm maybe down closer to Amarillo. We can all put our balloons up at the same time. You guys get the data live, and then we get that data available live at the same time. Now we have a better picture of the bigger air mass. And we're trying to do this so that we're not doing it at the same time that the weather services launch. They launch typically around 7 a.m., 7 p.m. Because during those times, the weather service is already gathering data. Now the more data, the better, but to be super, super, super efficient, it makes sense for us to do it between those hours. Because I've actually had a couple of Weather Service offices reach out to us already to ask for information about this. Now, I was told by somebody with the NWS, or sorry, the NOAA Upper Air Division, whatever, that the Weather Service offices have a policy, I guess, with data. They're not allowed to ask for the data, I guess. So I have to offer it. So every time I get one of these messages, I'm like, we will give this to you for free without credit. And then like, okay. And I'm like, here's how you look at it. And I'm like, I asked one of them, and I'm not going to say who because I don't want emails being sent, but I asked the one Weather Service office. I was out in the Tornado. I was like, do you want like some sort of special format, or how do I get the data to you? And they're like, no, your website's great. And I'm like, well, okay. So it's kind of neat to be like, okay, the Weather Service is literally looking at our SKUT that we coded and we built. And they're looking at that and be like, oh yeah, hey, it's capped, or no, it's not capped. There's actually a Radiosonde archive for people and businesses and universities that do soundings via weather balloon to upload their stuff onto, so that if somebody's doing a research project on like a certain severe weather environment, they can go back on a date and be like, oh, there's 3 soundings from this date, and they can download it. So we're going to participate in that as well. That's why we're using the expensive equipment, because we know that the data is accurate, because the easiest way to get canceled would be to provide bad data, obviously. So, I don't know. I think it's really cool. I mean, it's kind of nerd shit, but I think it's cool. It's pretty cool. I don't know. I think it's neat. So we'll still be doing the live video networks and stuff, yes, but I mean, it's just all going to come together. So I don't know. I'm happy about it. Everything's working out pretty well so far. We have a good group. The group will be expanding, but we have a good group. You know, I mean, Jesus Christ, guys, like we have to give our hats off to Zach and Hayden, you know, the other 2/3 of the field team, because they have given a lot to this project. And, you know, so have our developers and meteorologists and support staff, whether it's, well, there's too many to name. There really is too many to name. You know, and we probably should say something too for like the Radar Omega folks, because a lot of what we're doing is assisted by that business, mainly in the fact of I have the most valuable thing I get is support for things. For example, you know, we call up Don at 11 o'clock at night, like, hey, I can't figure this out, and I get help figuring something out, and that's more valuable than anything anybody can give, because I'm not a web developer. Like, I'm becoming one, but I'm not one, and having a platform that we can frankly leech off of a little bit allows this project to actually move along. So, and of course, Scientific Sales, Weather Balloon Paul from KMOT. They supply all the weather balloons to the Weather Service. So they're down in Florida. If you want to support our business, you can support our friends too, because we want to take care of our friends. So Radar Omega is downloadable from the App Store, obviously, or just radaromega.com, because it's available on your desktop too. But Scientific Sales is partnered with KMOT. They sell a lot of weather like personal weather stations and rain gauges and lightning detector things for like your job site, which are actually pretty cool. I got one. I just need to get it in the damn truck. I've been forgetting, which is bad. It's pretty sweet. I got it to work, and you know, there's lightning 20 miles away and it beeps. I don't know. I think it's neat. So like if you're on a job site and you want to have and they're small, they're handheld. You know, if you want a lightning thing, so you know you're about to get struck by lightning. I mean, hey, there you go. It's actually pretty cool. I will do a video on it. It's pretty neat. Like, it tells you how far away it was and everything. So that would be something that would be useful for somebody that's off grid, you know, working on like a ranch or something that has no internet connection or whatever. But they also sell like Davis weather stations, some humidity. If you need a humidity generator, they have those. I don't know why you would, but they have them. They got a lot of cool stuff. You can get 8% off. I am not paid to say this. They're not technically a sponsor. I'm just saying this because I want to show them appreciation for them being a wealth of knowledge. If you go to scientificsales.com, you can use the code WeatherEye, all one word, all capital, to check out, and you just get a blanket 8% off. So it's like erasing your taxes, kind of, you know. They sell Kestrels. They're going to be the cheapest place to buy a Kestrel, probably, especially with that discount, so keep that in mind. There's a new Kestrel, too. It's Bluetooth. It's actually really cool. I have one. I just need to play with it more, but it's actually pretty cool. But you can support those folks as well. And they gave us the discount code. They're not sponsors, technically. They just wanted to do something really nice with us and our audience, and you know, because they think what we do is cool, and it is. Is this guy stuck? Or is he just parked? If he's stuck, we'll loop around. But I'm gonna pass him here real slow to see what his deal is. Is he stuck? Oh, he's just got. Are you moving? Yep, keep going. Don't stop. You see her? She's barely creeping along. Okay. I'm gonna go real slow in front of her here and make sure she is barely moving. But she is moving slowly. Barely moving. Oh, she's still barely moving, so. Okay, alright, well, I guess I'm not going to circle around. She is definitely moving now, so. I think she was stuck. I think she backed out of it. What the hell is Flat Hub? I honest to God have no idea what that is. Guys, I'm developing software basically, and I had no idea what the hell GitHub was until like 2 weeks ago. So I don't know if that tells you anything, but somebody was like, "Yeah, you can put all your files on here, and then everybody that works on them can have the files." And I'm just like, "Oh." And then they were like, "So you're telling me that you developed all this crap without using GitHub?" And I'm like, I didn't even know it existed. Like, I knew it existed, but I had no idea what the hell it was, so whatever. It shows how backwards I do things. Probably slippery as hell. We're back in Dubuque. This is the town I was telling you that just gets to be nasty during the winter, and it's not the road crew's fault. Like, there's just nothing these guys can do. I mean, it's most of the residential area and some of the business areas like on the side of like a 45-degree hill. I mean, there's nothing they can do. It doesn't matter how much salt or how much they plow. It's just gonna be bad, and it's bad usually. So. It's not their fault. Like, you can only do so much. So. Yeah, we got a problem now. So that guy that stole my logo and put it all over their vehicle, masquerading as me, apparently went in the ditch and like nearly hit a cop, and I'm getting tagged on Twitter of the video, people saying it's me. So now we got a problem. Okay, now I'm a little pissed off. Alright, now I'm gonna do something about that when I get home. I'm gonna figure out who this dude is. His name is Brian with a B, I guess. The funny thing is, I made it. Barely. But I should have just went. But the funny thing is, I guess there were some other chasers at that gas station where they saw that guy, and I got a phone call from one of them, and he or she, I guess to remain anonymous, I don't want to throw anybody in the middle of this, was like, I think this guy just took your logo and printed it out on some stickers, and I'm like, yeah, I see that. He's like, this guy don't seem right. And I'm like, what do you mean don't seem right? He's like, I'm not saying it was intentional, but I think it might have been intentional. And I'm like, oh, great. So I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. if the guy just didn't know, like if it's just a hobbyist who is like, oh man, this is so cool, I love seethestorm.net, I'm gonna put put 3 of their logos on my car as if I'm them. Not like buying the merchandise, like the little bumper stickers we have. I mean like plastering like the logo in like giant size on the vehicle as if like you work for the company kind of thing. If it was somebody that just wasn't using good judgment and they're just like, oh, I didn't even see that could have been a bad thing to do, I'm not upset. If it indeed, which I'm starting to think it was, somebody who was like, oh, screw this guy, I'm just going to use his logo. If that's the case, then I'm not going to lie, guys. I actually might file some sort of copyright trademark lawsuit. I'm not trying to be that guy, but I don't think it's fair that we've worked so hard on our business to just have another chaser start using our logo. And I was told that apparently that's on their YouTube channel too. I need to figure out who it is, because if someone's telling me it's on their YouTube channel, that means they know who it is. But I don't think that's fair, because we did file a trademark on the logo and it's been in use since the end of 2019. I made it myself in PowerPoint. I was so proud of it too. Like, you know how long it took to make that stupid tornado in PowerPoint? It took me days, because I had to get the lightning bolt to like curve and distort. It took me days. I could have made it in 6 seconds with ChatGPT, but it took me days in PowerPoint to make that thing. Still have the original file. I don't think somebody else should be able to build a business on it. And now the fact that I guess there's a drone video of him driving in the ditch and nearly hitting a cop or something, and people tagging me in it saying it's me and I need to learn how to drive. Now we have a problem. So if that dude is watching this, listen, if it was an honest mistake and like you just don't get it, like you just didn't know that was a dumb thing to do, I don't even need an email. Well, you probably should email me and be like, hey, I'm taking it off, I'm gonna change it, whatever, just so I like stop talking about it. But all I'm asking is you make your own logo, put it on there. You can even use something similar. You can even make it similar to mine. You just can't use my freaking logo like verbatim, like word, like pixel for pixel. It's mine. Come on, you know. It's not legal and it's not right. So all I'm asking is the dude just take it off. But if he's doing it maliciously, then I'm gonna protect my IP, because I'm just sick of being railroaded by mean people. Because I'm starting to wonder, and I'm not saying it is intentional, but I'm starting to wonder if it's another form of this internet bullying, where it's somebody just goes and buys a brand new truck and they've got a bunch of money and they're just trying to be a jerk to people. I don't know if that's what it is, but I'm kind of getting that impression based on the text messages that I'm getting from like 3 other people that saw this guy today. It just really is annoying, because like I said earlier, if this dude, it's also possible this guy went on ChatGPT and was like, make me a Storm Chaser logo with tornado and lightning, and it's possible that ChatGPT whipped it up and it like used Google Images to like fine tune it and it ends up looking like mine. Very possible. But if that's the case, it still needs to be changed. Well, and that's what bothers me too, Susan. Like, I don't need people like turning me into the police and stuff for things, because they're like, I think it's kind of creepy too that the guy bought the same color Tahoe that I have and put my logo on. Like, come on, dude. I'm not saying that was the intention, but people literally are mistaking that as my vehicle, because it's the same color Tahoe that I have and drove around for a year with literally my logo on it, which we filed a trademark for under an LLC a long time ago. And it doesn't matter, even if it wasn't trademarked, we've been using it for years. Like, I'm not faulting the guy for looking it up through like trademarking or copyright, whatever the hell it is. I had freaking LegalZoom or whatever do it, but you know, I'm not faulting the guy for not looking that stuff up. I'm just upset that it's based on what I'm being told from people that talked to this guy today. It might have been intentional, and that makes me really upset, because I don't do that. I don't steal other people's logos. I don't steal other people's pictures. It's also a real kick in the pants, because guys, I've worked so hard on seethestorm.net. Like, there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into that. That's on our merchandise. It's on our supporters. We've got people driving around vehicles with our bumper sticker on it. You know, we worked so hard for that, and then somebody's like, I'm just going to stick this on my car, and then go nearly sideswipe a police officer, and then go in the ditch, and I'm going to let people tag me on, or tag Vince on Twitter. Like, God dang. I did make a post on Twitter. Good idea. I did. I made a post. It was like, I took a picture of the vehicle with the logo. I was like, hey, whoever this is my logo. Please don't do this. That way people that click on me getting tagged in it will go to my Twitter and they'll see that and they'll be like, oh, it's not him. I don't know why people are like this, but like I said, if it was a legitimate lapse in judgment or misunderstanding, I will totally drop it if the guy just changes it. I don't know. I'm just annoyed. It is a cute little tornado, I agree. It actually started out, the lightning bolt was red, but then somebody was like, that's stupid, lightning is yellow, not red. I'm like, okay. I actually need to check. I think the trademarked logo might actually be a red lightning bolt. Whoops. I probably need to update. I actually think the trademarked logo actually is the version where the lightning bolt was red, but it doesn't matter. It's the same. You can argue without a doubt that that's my trademark. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've been using it for years. I mean, hell, it might even be my YouTube. I think it's my YouTube profile picture, isn't it? I think it's my YouTube profile picture. I think. So. I mean, who knows? We're gonna venture into Wisconsin and see how things are going. Yeah, Dubuque is Iowa, and then like you got like Hazel Green over here and a couple of miles on the Wisconsin side here.
Magnitude measured 7.0 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information: 2 inches of snow since 2:15 p.m. and still snowing at 4:20 p.m. Local storm report from Wadsworth in Lake County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 6.0 inches. Reported by Broadcast Media. Additional information: updates previous snow report from Wadsworth. Storm total as of 4:15 p.m.
I don't know. What else are you folks doing today? It's like, I don't know. I'm bored stiff. I need to get somewhere that's got. Oh no. We might not make it to the next good gas station. I might have to stop at one of these garbage little Cenex gas stations. Oh, frick. No, they're the worst, especially that one in Shullsburg. It's terrible. Got anybody here from Shullsburg? You gotta stop at the Dollar General in Shullsburg at least once. It is like the best Dollar General I've ever been in. I'm not even kidding. Like, you know, you go into Dollar General and there's always like stuff all over the floor in the craft aisle and all that. Like, no, this one is like, it is the nicest Dollar General you've ever been in. And like the checkout, like you're checked in and out, no small talk. Like, you're just, here's your price, give me your money, you're done. Like, it's the best Dollar General I've ever seen. You gotta, you guys gotta go. You guys gotta go to the Dollar General. I just don't like the gas station. It's kind of lame.
In Racine County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 4.0 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from 1 miles west of Johnson Creek in Jefferson County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude.
Why do you only respond to women in your chat?
Reported by NW.
Oh yeah, because I can totally tell that frickin' green bean casserole is a woman or a man. Okay, just a joke. That's one of our moderators, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Lame.
Reported by public. Local storm report from.
Oh, he only responds to women.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, just let me use my ESP and my Magic 8 Ball. Is green bean casserole, is that a man or a woman? Ah, shoot, I don't know. Must be a woman. Yes, I'll respond to it. Like, really? Okay. I mean, we got Patrick in here. I'm pretty sure he's a man, and I respond to Patrick all the time. He's always got a smart comment. 23C here. Yeah, I speak Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is. I really don't. I should know the Celsius conversions. I have no idea. I just know that 0 is freezing. That's about it. Stupid Americans. Yeah, I don't know about Amy. She's kind of
Wisconsin. Snow magnitude
Questionable
measured
there.
6.8 inches. Reported by
How much
public.
snow did everyone get? Well, you can ask everyone because it beats me. I'm terrible at measuring snow.
Wisconsin.
I think there's like 3 inches of snow, and then I see the official report, and it comes in as like 12. I'm like, oh, okay.
By public. Local storm
I actually like
1
green
mile
bean
south
casserole, but it has to be made decently.
Cook County, Illinois.
I have a dead aunt. God, that sounds terrible. But I have an aunt that died. She used to make the worst green bean casserole. I don't know what the hell she did, but it was like green bean freaking pudding or something. It was disgusting. I think the key is burning it. I don't know. I don't even eat, folks. Like, I do, but I just eat, like, I can't cook. I'm a useless human. I don't have any life skills. Like, I even struggle vacuuming the floor. I vacuumed the floor in my office the other day, and it took me a solid minute to figure out how to actually vacuum all the stuff up before I realized that I had the damn vacuum set on, like, high carpet versus bare floor or whatever. I missed the life skills training. And I'm not even saying that to, like, self-deprecate. Like, I'm dead serious. I can't cook. I can barely cook a hamburger on the grill, which is easy. I just don't do that, so. Yep. I'm pretty useless when it comes to the life household skills. But I did make green bean casserole a few times. And it was always pretty good. I think the trick is using high quality green beans. So listen, people, if you go and get green beans at the store, you can get the store brand green beans, or you can get the actual green beans. The store brand green beans, they're trash. There's something wrong with them. They're just not, they're not the same. I don't know what it is, but they're like stringy and they're like nasty. And I normally buy store brand everything. Like, not because I have to, just because I'm kind of a cheap ass. Like, I buy the store brand Fritos. They're actually the same Fritos. I don't know if you guys knew this, but the Great Value Fritos actually do come from Fritos. Like, it is the same thing. But yeah, so my dinner the other night, I took some tortilla chips and I put some cheese on it, shredded cheese, and then I put some bacon on it, and I stuck it in the microwave for 30 seconds, and I pulled it out. I was so proud of myself that I made nachos. I was so happy with myself. You know, it's about being pleasured by small things in life. Like, hey, I accomplished making chips with cheese on them today. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's something you would have put on Facebook back when you had, when we had our walls. And people here might not. Well, I think the majority of our audience is old enough to remember the wall on Facebook. Like, we would put that on Facebook. Like, yeah, I just made some chips and cheese. Hell, we would put that on our freaking, like, MSN Messenger status. So this is quite the accomplishment for someone like me. Yeah, and it was pre-cooked bacon, too. I didn't even have to screw that up. I use plastic forks, paper plates. Probably terrible for the environment. I'm probably single-handedly responsible for an entire landfill of paper plates, but I'm not capable of washing dishes either. They go in the dishwasher dirty, they still come out dirty, so then I leave them in the dishwasher for like 5 rounds and then they finally get clean. Quesadilla, I can't do a quesadilla, guys. That's too much. I just learned how to say it. I always thought it was like quesadilla, but it's apparently quesadilla. We had Eric from Mexico, not Eric Black from Texas. We had that's his name is Eric Black. Don't come after me. Which somebody did already. We had Eric from Mexico, who's legit from Mexico, I guess. Told me that it's quesadilla, not quesadilla or whatever. So, yes, I put soap in the dishwasher. I may be dumb. I'm not that dumb, but no, I could not make a quesadilla. Whatever. Hey, fun fact. Right here is where I was stuck last year or 2 years ago. Remember when we went through that snowdrift right up here? And it shoved so much snow up in my truck and popped the serpentine belt off. We had to sit there and wait for Brandon to bring me a belt. And it was like 10 below zero, and I'm just like, I'm freezing. And I'm watching him on the map, and I'm just like, oh, you could drive a little faster. I couldn't believe that. We had a snow drift, and there was so much snow that got packed up in there, it popped off the serpentine belt. Like, come on, like, of all things to happen. What a stupid thing to happen. I failed cooking class in high school. We had one of those. I failed it. I can't make brownies. I can't make cookies. I honest to God can't do this. So I'm not good at it. Like, they always tell you when you're young, oh, you can do anything you believe in. Bullshit. Because do you know how much work I put into making brownies one time and they came out terrible? I followed every direction, everything. We were working on the ambulance. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm working with frickin' what's-her-face, and she's like, I want some brownies. And this was back when Walmart was 24 hours. I'm like, heck yes, let's go get some brownie mix. And this girl I always worked with, she's like my best friend and all this stuff. And she's like, no, you're making the brownies or whatever. I got something to do. And I'm like, okay, I'll make the brownies. So I'm reading everything on the back of the brownie mix. I do everything by the book. I watch a YouTube video from frickin' Betty Crocker or frickin' Sarah frickin' Spoon or whatever her name is. The Rachel Ray. Frickin' Sarah Spoon. Rachel Ray. How to make these boxed brownies. I do everything by the book. And they come out and it's like pudding. I'm just like, I give up. This is trash. Like, I was so pissed. I actually put a lot of hard work into that. Because like, this is awesome. Like, we made a double batch. I'm like, awesome. Like, I'm going to be the hero. Like, I've worked at this place for like a month. And the people that come into work after me are going to love me because I made brownies. I couldn't even. I got so pissed off. Like, I had a meltdown. Like, I dumped it all down the garbage disposal. It was terrible. Like, you couldn't even eat it. It was like eating chalk. But it was soupy. Like, it tasted. Anybody who's ever had activated charcoal or like glucose, like that oral glucose crap, that's what this tasted like. It was like sand. It's like if you took yogurt and put sand in it. I don't think I've ever baked anything since. I can make, you know, those little round cookies with like the ghosts and the Christmas trees for the holidays that they paint on them or print on them. I can do those. But I have to really be paying attention because I get sidetracked and then I forget they're in the oven. Can you even clean a toilet? No. So that's funny that got caught in the filter, and I'm going to announce that one because there's a story behind this. So when I worked at the ambulance service, the second one, the garbage one, well, I guess it was the third, but I was also fixing the ambulances because they fired the mechanic. So I would buy cases of brake clean. Anybody who's ever used brake clean knows. If you don't know, it's just a super, super powerful solvent. It is nasty. It will take the nastiest grease off of anything. So I was buying cases of brake clean for the staff to use to clean the toilets. Not that the toilets were nasty or anything. I'm not trying to like gross anybody out, but I'm like, well, why use toilet bowl cleaner when you can use brake clean? And they're all like, what are you talking about? I'm like, seriously, watch. I'm like, here's the trick. You flush the toilet. You hold the flusher down so you get as much water out of there as possible, and you let go. And before it starts filling up, you just hose that thing out with brake clean, the seat included. It's going to kill any germ on that thing. You literally hose the entire porcelain thing down with the brake cleaner. It's going to kill anything. And it just evaporates. So you can get it all over the wall. It don't matter. Then flush the toilet. It's not your problem. I got everybody using brake clean to clean the toilet, the shower, the sink, everything. Everything was done with brake clean at that facility. I thought it was the most efficient way to do it, personally. It's like, oh, we need to cut corners. We don't have a budget for this station. Okay, I'll cut corners. Well, you're not buying no more Clorox. You're just buying brake clean. It's like a win-win, you know. Are we talking about eggs? I can't cook eggs either because I try to flip them and they break open. So I don't do that anymore. Oh, no, Christopher. We aired that place out. Trust me. I totally told them they could absolutely have some sort of toxic poisoning from this. We always had a window open. Trust me. I thought about that. Oh, yeah. It's going to be snowing in Cedar Rapids for a while. It's definitely not done. I'm just kind of staying with this heavy band right here. We may want to pull over. put together a little radar update for Facebook. I haven't really put any updates on Facebook today because there haven't been. Like, I really haven't had any updates. It's snowing. That's about it. Radar hasn't changed. It's just been snowing. Wax seal could degrade from the brake cleaner. Well, good thing I don't work there anymore to deal with it, I guess. I don't know. Basically. Yeah. God, why do you gotta ruin all the fun? Just kidding. Freaking Marcus would say you're ruining the vibe. I gotta get a shirt. It says Marcus on it. I like the Marcus thing. That thing's pretty cool. That and the lizard are like the best things that came out of this 2025, you know, social media thing.
Measured 7.2 inches. Reported by emergency manager.
Anyway, why is this? Oh yeah, brake clean is actually really rough on some things for sure. Yeah, Marcus is pretty sweet. I don't know. That thing has been out for a few months now, and people are just catching on to it. I mean, I saw the streams. You guys met the bonfire stream where he doesn't like The Rock and he like beats the guy up or whatever. I watched that live when it wasn't even a thing. And then I started seeing this pop up on TikTok a couple weeks ago, and I'm just like, no way, it finally took off. Oh yeah, Dick Donuts. Yeah, the Dick Donut store. You can't forget that. But yeah, I actually don't watch a lot of live stream stuff, and I don't watch a lot of this weird, like, there's a lot of weird live stream stuff on Twitch. Weird live stream stuff. Like, people are role playing, like, baking a cake. This is some really weird stuff on there. But that VR world or whatever, when the freaking Marcus thing and I'm sorry, it's to me that's like the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. Call me a child, I don't care. Like, I honest to God think that is hilarious. I have no idea why. It's just like the lizard. Like, I thought the lizard was way funnier than it was too. You don't need cam girls. Yeah. And there's Patrick. I knew he was around somewhere. See, I don't only respond to women. I talk to Patrick too on occasion. Yeah, transmission, that's hilarious. Tranny fluid got caught in the filter. That's funny. Someone approved it. Yeah, transmission fluid, I've actually had that ruin paint. So I tell you what though, that stuff works really good. I'm gonna pull in here for a minute. Works really good if you've got rusty tools to just throw your rusty pliers in it or whatever and give it like a couple of days and it comes out brand new. We're gonna pull in here, folks, and I'm gonna stop and do some sort of a Facebook update. Oh, okay. All right, let me get a picture. Oh, shoot. God dang it. Bless Almighty. Okay, I need a picture. Hold on here, guys. I gotta set this I got a new computer in the car here. We're using Windows because I have a Toughbook in here, not Mac, and I haven't used Windows for years. You guys got to give me a little bit of leeway here, folks. I honest to God, seriously, I haven't used it in this capacity in years. Problem, so the biggest thing that's killing me is because I do everything on I have a MacBook Pro, a really like high spec one that I probably didn't need, but everything I do is Apple, and I'm used to the close and minimize buttons in the left, and on Windows are on the right. Oh, did you guys see my desktop wallpaper? What do you guys think? Should I make that download? Should I post that so you guys can download that and use it? I made that yesterday. I'm pretty proud of it. Maybe we need to make that downloadable so you guys can use it. I made it special. In Canva. Because I don't know how to use anything else. I could do better in Microsoft Paint. Yeah, I mean, I'm not doubting you. Definitely not looking to win an award with it here, people.
Local storm report from Arlington in Columbia County, Wisconsin.
I don't even know what spore is.
Snow magnitude measured 4.0 inches.
Okay, that's not what I was doing on my computer. Give me a second.
Local storm report from Muskego in Waukesha County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude.
Oh no, is there a person? No, okay, we're good.
Reported by public.
I have no idea what spore is.
Report from 1 mile south-southwest of North Bay in Racine County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 5.8 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from Janesville in Rock County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 6.0 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from Janesville in Rock County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 6.0 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from 3 miles south-southeast of Milo in Bureau County.
Which camera?
Snow magnitude estimated 5.0 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information. Amount is an average. Hard to measure due to wind. Local storm report from
Where's the plow? Which camera?
Waukesha County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured.
Why can't this let me delete?
inches.
What the hell? 8?
Reported by public.
Checking. Which one's 8?
Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Johnson County in north
Oh, that
central
one.
Texas.
Yeah, that one's at an
Central
intersection.
Hill County in central Texas.
Oh, it's done now? What a
Central
ripoff.
County
God
in
dang it, I wanted to
north
watch the
central
plow
Texas.
do something, but... What a ripoff. Got screwed again. Sick of getting screwed over. Oh, god dang it. I just refreshed this. Give me a break here, computer. Let's go today, please. Freaking Windows, you suck. I don't want a Toughbook in here, but I kind of need one for what we're doing. We'll give that 6.5 years to allow me to load something.
Local storm report from Slater in Story County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 7.8 inches. Reported by public.
How long will I be live? I have no idea. A couple hours probably. Oh, you stupid computer. I'm gonna Throw you out. Apparently backspace and delete are not the same on this. Okay. Hold on, let me use my 1990s technology trackpad here. Oh my god, just let me click. There you go. Alright, I gotta take screenshots of every single camera that we've got up. I need to figure out a way to like automate this. Oh, that's dumb. I'll just pick a couple. Oh, the computer itself is fine. It's just I'm not used to Windows. Internet sucks right here too. Oh my god. I'll put it on Starlink. Hope for the best. Alright, I'm sorry this is taking so long. Okay, it's gonna be faster to do it on my phone because I don't know how to use Windows. I'm not kidding. Give me a second. I do like that about Canva though, you know, cross-platform and everything. We do have that one camera in Janesville, but it's not really showing a whole lot of interest. Like, there's been snow over there, but nothing major yet, obviously. It's on Highway 14. Alright, I'm adding images now. One second. Just trying to make sure I got the right labels on the right ones here. Oh, dude, what is going on here? Freaking iOS update.
10-7 Monroe, fuel and reload.
418 fuel.
Janesville, I know I need. Almost done. The Brooklyn camera, which is the problem is all the camera views kind of look the same right now. I'm trying to make sure I match them up with the right titles. I am downloading it and I will post it. Oh, you stupid thing. Hold on. Yeah, all right, there we go. Wow, that was annoying, wasn't it?
$65.10.7 at the Monroe Mobile to clean off my lights and wipers.
4165.
Gotta get some chicken.
Local storm report from 4 miles.
That'd be all right.
East County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 7.0 inches. Reported by Co-op Observer. Additional information. Updates the previous snow report from Fort N. Stockton.
We'll just ask Facebook. I'll just be like, anyone with snow reports. Oh yeah, that'll generate some people. That's how we'll find out.
Cadence to 1000.
Hi, Cadence.
We are 10-7 for the night.
10-4. Have a good night.
You too, have a good one. We'll talk to you in the morning.
4.
Okay, I think we're pretty much good to go now. Okay, moving on. Plows give up already. Some of them, it's pretty common around here for these plows to kind of just be done around 5 o'clock. Like, they'll keep some of the like highway, like the ones assigned to the state roads and stuff on, but the township plows pretty much just give up. I'll tell you what though, based on the amount of traffic, lack of traffic that we've seen today, I don't think there's going to be much people wanting to go anywhere anyway. "24 hours ago it was nice out. I mean, it wasn't warm out, but it was, I don't know, maybe 35, 40. It wasn't bad yesterday. It was actually kind of nice. I remember thinking, man, maybe I should get some stuff done today outside, but I just couldn't. Well, I got some, but not as much as I wanted to. The road's all right though. I mean, like, somebody who's got to be out here getting business done, I mean, their drive to wherever, they're fine. They'll be fine. It ain't too bad. It's not bad at all, actually. Looks like the laws have kept up pretty good with it. I don't know if that's how it is everywhere, but it's not bad here. Some drifts coming across there. going to see a lot of this tonight where you have these clear patches. And then you have a big drift across the road. I think the wind component is kind of coming into play now. Yeah, Dump Road is not far from here. Anybody remember Dump Road? Probably should have went down Dump Road. Dump Road's right over there. I don't know if there's actually a dump on it or not, but we got Dump Road not too far over there. Yeah, it is my first day chasing. It is. I think I'm doing pretty good though. Yeah, Dump Road actually wasn't the problem. It was frickin' County W over there that was the problem.
Local storm report from 1 miles northwest of Spring Valley in Fillmore County.
What a frickin' dumpster fire that was. So like I just drove off of the road. I thought the road was like over there, but it was really over there. So I just like drove off of the road, so I'm stuck. And there's Brandon Kopic behind me, and he's like, "Oh, it's no problem. I got a tow strap." And I'm like, "Cool, man." And he goes to hook it up, and he goes, "Oh, my all-wheel drive just stopped working." And I'm like, "Oh, great." So we got two-wheel drive vehicles. One of them's stuck. The other one's probably about to be stuck. This is fantastic. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Everything was fine. Just needed a shovel. I mean, the vehicle, it was no problem as soon as we got a shovel out. It was one of those things that's real easy to do when you can't see where the road is and you got these deep ditches like this. Like you think the road is there, but then all of a sudden you're not on the road and you're driving down into the ditch and then you're just like stuck. So we see that a lot out here, like these Wisconsin style roads and stuff where there's like no shoulder, like the ditch is the shoulder. And people just like drive off of the road and drive into them. They don't slide off the road. They don't like crash off the road. They just think that it's the road and then they just drive into it. And usually, at least southwest Wisconsin, it might be different in these bigger areas, but southwest Wisconsin where it's rural like this, it's usually just $75 to get pulled out. Like the tow trucks, usually it's just $75 for a quick winch out. Like it's not even a huge deal. It's just, you see it a lot out here. Because I know like Illinois, a lot of their roads have got a gravel shoulder and everything, like we don't out here. Some of them, but not all of them. Somebody sat on their mic. Stop sitting on their mic, I might turn them off.
Local storm report from Waseca in Waseca County, Minnesota. Snow magnitude measured 5.5 inches. Reported by us. Additional information, still snowing. Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 2.0 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from Mequon in Ozaki County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 3.5 inches. Reported by public.
Snowing pretty good out, actually. We're definitely in some of the heavier snow at the moment, which is kind of what I expected. That's cool. I like to drive with my high beams on
Storm
too.
report from Dorsey in Madison County, Illinois. Snow magnitude estimated 8.0 inches. Reported by emergency manager. Local storm report from 1 miles east-northeast of Mount Vernon in Linn County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 8.0 inches. Reported by train spotter.
Seeing a lot of Christmas lights. This is ridiculous. Come on, people. After Thanksgiving, we should have our Christmas lights on. A little upset here.
Local storm report from 2 miles north-northwest of Bridgeport, Cook County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 5.5 inches. Reported by broadcast media.
This is ridiculous. Where's the damn Christmas lights?
Storm total as of
204, the person that called in is Randy Jocelyn.
Local storm report from 3 miles southwest of Shorewood Hills in Dane County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude estimated 6.1 inches.
That's it?
Reported by broadcast media.
Copy to 201, can you 1021 for more information?
Alright folks, if you actually have like an idea, and I'm not telling you guys to go out and measure it unless you want to. But if you've got a rough idea of how much snow you have, even if you've got like pictures or don't, I did post on the last post I made on Facebook. You can go make comment on that or whatever. I don't know, it'd be fun to see who's got snow and who doesn't.
Local storm report from 3 miles north-northeast of Verona in Dane County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 4.8 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from Valparaiso in Porter County, Indiana. Snow magnitude measured 5.0 inches. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information. Updates previous snow report from Valparaiso. Storm total as of 5 p.m. CST.
You gotta be real careful here. You don't realize you're going down a hill, but it's pretty steep grade. I really don't want to slide off the curb and go down the freaking ravine, so. There's a guardrail here, but at the end of the guardrail, it's not. But you can see the plowed lane on the left, so and we passed them. I mean, they're out plowing. But I think the snow's coming down pretty hard now, where they might actually have a hard time keeping up. Starting to blow and drift a little, too. Once we get out in the open a little bit here, we might have some blowing and drifting. See, like right here, we're just covered by them trees. Now we kind of get the full effect.
Phone number in the call comment.
Looks like they've kept the road up pretty good. You can see some drifts trying to start there over there on the right. Just trying to.
Southwest.
Actually, might be able to make it to town without having to stop at a kind of subpar gas station, which would be fantastic. Hey, look, Christmas lights. Finally, somebody gets it. Well, they're actually pretty nice ones, too. A pretty good budget for them. I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, Christmas lights are Christmas lights, but some of these folks, they really sink a couple months of income into it, I think, and you gotta appreciate them a little extra. I don't know. They get extra credit.
Local storm report from 4 miles south-southeast of White Creek in Adams County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 7.0 inches. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, still snowing.
Yep, it sure is still snowing. Schulberg.
Hey Vince, you got a radio on?
Local storm report from 2 miles northwest of Centerville in Appanoose County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 4.0 inches.
You happen to know why I can't start my stream from the dashboard?
No, but no, I don't. Do you want me to start it for you? It's not a big deal if you need me to.
If you could, that would be great.
Alright, give me 1 second. Are you ready for it now?
Yep.
Something's broken. Great. What else is new? Does the dashboard load? Or is that broken too?
It loads, but when I press the start button, it doesn't go anywhere.
Okay, maybe it's not broken. Maybe it's not as broken as I thought it was. I think it's only half broken.
69 off here, 1042. Yeah, 45.
Oh, you freaking worthless sack of potatoes here. Okay, I'm gonna reboot it. It's got a bunch of errors in there saying something about an NVIDIA driver error, and it's like got so many error boxes that I can't even click through them all, so I'm just gonna reboot it quick.
Alright, copy that.
Alright, well, Aiden will be live any second now. It's gonna take a minute here. It's technical problems. It's probably my fault somehow, but seriously, I'm sure I've done something that's messed something up, but I don't know why. I've never had that error before. That's interesting. Freaking turd. Freaking NASCAR, freaking Randy here coming up behind us too. Jesus. Please enter your password. Negative. Choose a new password for keyring. Dude, I don't even know what that is. Stupid piece of junk. Freaking 6,000. Oh, we failed to load the NVIDIA freaking Dragon Fruit 95, whatever the hell it is, freaking driver. Oh, cool. So instead of just giving me one error message so I could click through it and restart the program, it just decided to send me like 6,000 of them all over the screen. So many that I couldn't even click them all. What a shit show. Alright, well, fingers crossed we don't have that error again, otherwise we're kind of screwed. I tell you, it's nice having the computer back in here, though. And having to do this on a tablet. God bless America. Now it's froze. You stupid internet. God dang. Somebody better call IT. Alright, coming at you. Somebody needs to call IT. May need to turn BellaBox on and off again because like half of the screen is like stuck, like pixelating, but not the other half. And I just tried reloading it on the OBS, and BellaBox has done that to me before, where I've had to like restart the stream.
Alright, copy that.
And it should work for you now. So if you can't shut it off when you're done, just let me know. Look at the snow coming down.
On the 209 Main Street.
10 Street.
That's what I wanted. Whoa, where the hell? Hold on a second. Okay, alright, there we go.
GD Arcade.
20 miles here, yes, please.
Silver Code.
Look on the right, the snow drifts start. I don't know if that's the center line or the right edge of the road, but at least I know that I'm on the road, which is half the problem. Knowing you're on the road is half the battle. I think the snow's really picked up. Like, I think we're finally getting our dumping.
Local storm report from Newton in Jasper County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 8.5 inches. Reported by broadcast media. Additional information. Snow total so far. Relayed by Who TV.
20 miles here, go ahead.
Want to do a location and a plate?
We are at,
Local storm report from West Bend in Washington County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 2.4 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from 3 miles east of Greenville in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin.
Adam Robert Young,
Snow magnitude measured 4.0 inches. Reported by public.
Silver Code.
Coming up on the spot where it usually drifts really bad. But they've definitely run a plow through here recently. Here's our snowstorm finally. Yeah, we passed Dump Road, sorry.
Local storm report from Aplington in Butler County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 14.2 inches. Reported by broadcast media.
14.2
Additional
inches out there.
information. Event total so far. Relayed by KWWL.
to the road a little better that way, maybe. I don't know. We'll run it like that for a minute. See how much snow's on the road that way. God, it is dumping out here. These are some impressive snowfall rates. Like, this is way more intense than we've been in today so far. Way better. You guys are crooked again, though. God dang it. Freaking, I gotta get some damn Loctite. Keeps vibrating this. Let me find the little screwdriver here. I should be able to do this while moving without killing us. I should be able to do this without causing a wreck. Hang on. I just need some Loctite. There you go. It's a little better for now. We'll be tightening it back up again here in about 5 minutes. Just the road vibrations just really do that in. Yeah, Aiden is live as well. He's up there to our northeast. He's on YouTube and Radar Omega if you want to go check him out. It looks like the moderators put his live stream link in the chat. So, and if that doesn't work for you, you can also go to our Project Weather Eye website that's pinned in the chat. And if you scroll down to the bottom, you can just click on it. Stream looks good. Awesome. Yeah, he's doing good. Yeah, he's up there closer to Green Bay. I think that's the center line right there. I think. I'm trying to feel for it. Has the stream been more stable today? I finally figured out some settings that I think were plaguing us. I noticed it doesn't seem like we're dropping and getting stuck in that low bit rate anymore. I didn't want to say anything, but it seems like I haven't even seen a disconnect. I mean, I know we go into some low signal areas, but that's to be expected. But before, it seems like every time we'd have a quick drop, it's like it gets stuck in that low bit rate. It doesn't recover. So it seems like it's been better. Maybe not to you guys, but at least it looks to me like it's been better. It was some latency and like buffer settings I messed with. God, it's just dumping down here. You guys aren't straight. Hang on. Oh, now you're good. Is that better? Or did I just make it worse? Going right down the road, middle of the road, because I know roughly where that is, and gives me equal distance on either side, you know.
Local storm report from Jackson in Washington County.
Except for that,
Wisconsin.
now we'll move over.
Snow magnitude measured 3.0
Oh, hey, there's a plow,
inches.
so now we'll know where the road actually is supposed to be. Perfect. Look at that. Now we don't have to guess anymore. Great. Again too. I would honestly stop at a damn somewhere and get some Loctite. This is ridiculous. Hold on.
2 miles northeast of Twin Lakes in Kenosha County,
stupid.
Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 4.5 inches.
As tight as I can get you guys.
Reported by public.
Better? That's probably better for a second until it loosens up again.
Local storm report from 1 miles west of West Dallas in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 4.0 inches. Reported by public. Local storm report from 2.7 miles northeast of Dodgeville in Iowa County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 6.3 inches. Reported by emergency manager.
1163, 1075.
Local storm report from 2 miles east-southeast of Onalaska in Lacrosse County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 3.5 inches. Reported by NWS employee.
road is again. That's how fast, because that plow came through here. That's how fast it's filling in. Granted, he was going the other way, but still. God, I get sick and tired of driving in the when it's a whiteout like that. When you're going into the wind, it's so much worse like this. It's like coming at your face. Not a fan. Radar is really showing a heavy pocket of snow right here. You guys can take a look at that on Radar Omega. Using the Quad Cities radar site right now, Davenport. That's a pretty heavy pocket of snow. Finally, it's what we've been waiting for all day. Still a lot of snow to come, folks.
they just said in the ditch. We did not receive any calls from a driver or anything.
Trust me, it's like way worse in person. Way worse.
I have a
miles an hour. It is not good. I mean, it's not really the road that's bad, it's the visibility that's bad. I mean, yeah, I can turn my brights off, but, well, actually, maybe I should do that. It looks cooler on the camera with the brights on anyway. With the yellow lights, I can see a little better, but either way, it's still pretty bad.
Local storm report from Shiocton in Outagamie County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 1.0 inch. Reported by public.
Of the Broadhead Area EMS and Broadhead Fire District on Saturday, November 29th, 2025 at 17:45 hours, KUO 890 and WNCF 458 clear.
Local storm report from Fort N.W. Cassville in Grant County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude estimated 7.0 inches. Reported by public. Additional information via social media.
It's pretty though with the snow. Just want to get to the civilization that has food. That's not crap. I think this is my side of the road. Maybe that's the fog line right there. I don't know. I don't know what to think right now. This is dumb. I'm telling you, I think we need like some sort of fluorescent road paint that's not that like dull yellow, like lime green. Maybe something
Severe
might show up through
thunderstorm
the
warning for northeastern Harris
snow a
County
little
and
better.
southeastern Texas.
severe thunderstorm warning. I'd almost rather be on that. I'm doing 35 to 40. It's not because of the road. I mean, honestly, the road's not bad. I can't see. I'd rather drive with these like whiteouts at night though. Oh, that's some nice Christmas lights up there. During the day, it's just all a blur. At least at night, you get some contrast and you can kind of tell where things are at.
Local storm report from Waupaca in Waupaca County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude estimated 2.0 inches. Reported by public.
I tell you though, if we had a stronger wind out here, we'd be in for some trouble.
Go ahead. Did take long to fill that overpass on 59 up, did it? So that's pretty full, isn't it? The 69 was just about as bad. Yeah, that's crazy. Any idea how many inches we're looking at? No, it's kind of hard to guess. I'd say 7 to 10 for sure. We'll see when it's done, I guess. Yeah, I agree. That's probably a good guess.
I could have told you that.
roads was more like 20 inches. Yep, 10-4.
Local storm report from Tripoli in Bremer County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 9.8 inches. Reported by public. Additional information. Event total so far. Storm report from 1 mile southwest of Marshalltown in Marshall County, Iowa. Snow magnitude measured 8.5 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
I thought that was going to be helpful today, but it's kind of just more annoying than anything. So this little pocket of heavy snow is probably going to push through in about 20 minutes. There's more heavy snow behind this. Don't think we're done. We're not done. This is going to go on for hours. And if you look at like MRMS, like if you look at Radar Omega and look at the nationwide composite, you'll see what I'm talking about. I mean, there's a ton of snow. It's still snowing in Des Moines. We got a long ways to go. This is just kind of a really heavy patch that's going to move through, and then it'll get heavier again. But God dang, keep it on the road. Okay, I see the center line now. Look at that.
I think we'll be able to line something up with the city for early next week to get those cleaned off with the snow blower. 10-4.
I can kind of tell where the center line is. They must have had a plow go through here soon, or not long ago.
Middleton Medic 36. Medical incident. 3930 Meridian Circle. Cottage Grove Fire Station 1. Fire incident. 139 East 12th Street. Central Rescue 48. Medical incident. 1944 East Road.
Christ, everybody's going somewhere.
Such Cottage Grove engine 3 respond. Those in Cottage Grove from 139 East Reynolds Street. Crystal Lane and 11 travel up response from fire alarm. Charlie is your channel 7. Charlie 7.
Nobody out on the roads tonight. My God.
Buffalo Rescue 48 into Green County, town of Exeter 9044 Hughes Road, Preston 92 and E. Gonna be a Bravo level response for Everett. E. Edward Channel 7.
Oh my God.
Middleton Medic 34. Medical incident. 3815 Tribeca Drive. Unit 211.
I liked it better before they had the bitch in the box on there. They got that a couple of years ago. It's kind of annoying.
Local storm report from 2 miles north-northeast of Maple Bluff in Dane County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 6.1 inches. Reported by official NWSOBS.
Official OBS.
Central Middleton Tree 4 already around the city of Middleton, Autumn Apartments 3815 Tribeca Drive, number 211. It's an outflow. Yes.
Oh, now we're on the wrong area. Look, little drifts coming across. How cute. Here, spotlight them a little bit. There we go. Isn't that cute? Little baby snow drifts. Not to be confused with adult snow drifts. What direction are the winds coming out of? Is it coming out of the south?
Like 149,
I can't even tell. I honestly can't tell which way the wind's coming from.
Sterling 121, 242.
One temper.
Local storm report from 2 miles southwest of Fort Wayne in Allen County, Indiana. Snow magnitude measured 7.0 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
be right. I made a couple changes to it, but I'll put them here, over here. But if you want one, it should be right.
10-4, thank you.
All right, well. Christ, I don't know what the hell I just swallowed, but we're back in town. Man, it's just dumping snow out here, people. Holy my God. I guess we didn't even need to drive all the way to Cedar Rapids. We could have just sat here, waited for this. Best we've had all day. It's an east wind? I don't know. The snow's blowing every which way. I can't even tell. I filled up last night. So we did that entire loop all day today on one tank of gas. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, and it's not empty. It's just telling me it's empty.
1,017.
It's pretty good. We've been all over the place too.
Oh, sheet, you've got Indy in 81 and also in 69 South. So he's doing 81 and 69, and Rudy's doing all of 59. Is that what I'm reading right?
10-4.
Okay, I thought that's what I was reading. Just wanted to make sure.
Yep, I was just testing it.
You know, it's not right to test a blonde, correct?
Ha ha ha, you're so funny. Oh my God, I'm dying laughing.
I'm sorry.
Ha 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 ha. Wow, it was funny. God, it's like having Daniel in the car with you.
That was sincere.
Well, something freaking happened up here. You got, what
well,
the
then you're pretty
fuck?
smart for a blonde, aren't you?
There's like 6 cars and 1 cop car. How much you want to bet somebody slid into somebody? What the frick is going on here? Only 1 cop. It can't be too big of a deal. It's the sheriff's department too, so it's not even their area. What the hell? I might stop at this. Oh, I think it's just somebody slid into somebody. I don't think it's as big of a deal as it looks. Yeah, it's not as big of a deal as it looks. You got 1 goober slid into the other one. And this isn't even the sheriff's department's zone, so this is city, but we actually have a really, really good sheriff's department in this county. Seriously. We've had a line of really good sheriffs over the past several years. The last one retired early. I think it was a medical thing, and then they appointed this guy named Cody, who was the canine deputy for a while. He's really good. We're lucky to have one of the, probably one of the better sheriff's departments anywhere, honestly. They treat themselves as if they're a customer service provider, because they are, in a way.
Local local storm report.
They don't
from
bother
4 miles
anybody.
southeast of Sullivan in Jefferson County.
If you get pulled over by
Wisconsin.
them, you're doing something pretty wrong because they don't bother anybody. They kind of live by the philosophy of don't bother people because it just pisses people off unless they're doing something stupid. So they're pretty good. I think even all the police departments, except for New Glarus, don't even get me started on frickin' officer window tint up there. But everybody in this county is pretty good. The city cops down here are pretty good too. Frickin' deputy, we're frickin' officer window tint up there in New Glarus. And Rob's neighbor tells me his son calls a pedo cop or something. I don't know what the story is behind that one. I'll have to find out. Sir, your window tint is very illicit. I'm like, yeah, I know it is. Cool. Just give me a ticket. I'll be on my way. Illicit. Didn't say that it was illegal. He says it was illicit. I'm like, oh, it's illicit. Man, that just sounds so much worse.
Hennepin in Putnam County, Illinois. Snow magnitude measured 8.3 inches. Reported by Co-op Observer.
Illicit window tint. Oh my God, help.
From 3 miles south of Polk City in Polk County, Iowa.
It's illicit.
Snow magnitude measured 7.5 inches.
Where's my
Reported
coat?
by official NWSOBS. Additional information.
Where did
Event total so far at NWS
Did I not?
offices as of
Did I
6
lose my
p.m.
coat? Oh, there it is. Oh, Jesus. I thought I lost my coat. It's down here. All right. I was about to have a freaking panic attack because I stole this coat from my last job. Or no, 2 jobs ago. I'm just kidding. I didn't steal it. I just took it. They bought us all these really nice Carhartt coats and then treated us like dog shit. Like, that's how they made up for it, was they bought us these expensive coats. I don't think I was supposed to take it because I'm pretty sure that, like, the whole stipulation was it was, like, company property. But they never told me not to, and I just took it because whatever. I mean, I'm sure that sounds way worse than it was. I didn't steal it. I just have it still. I don't work there. I honest to God didn't, like, steal it. I acquired it. I mean, I've been wearing it. You know, I didn't want to give, like, lice to somebody else.
132 is 10-8.
That's our 132.
One 165-10-7 for fuel and def.
That's our 165.
Road and Medic 47. Medical incident. 7228 Pine Row Road. DeForest Medic 52. Medical incident. 929 South Street. Medical incident. 7228 Pine Row Road.
This is Verona Engine 1 on 947 and round. They're coming from Midvale and Vernon. Town of Verona, 7228 Pine Row Road, present 769. It's an alpha level response. See Edwards.
Okay, I'm back. 1 second, I'm gonna get a photo posted.
Attention to Forest Medic 52 response, Village of Forest 929 South, Stormont Fall. See Edward 827.
One 143-10-7, fuel up, top it off, and put it away.
That's our 143.
It's actually really pretty out. Alright, radar says well, let me look at radar.
131, 141.
Jesus.
ahead.
Give me a second to look at a different radar site here.
DFD outfit the shop in Broadhead.
Yes, there's a barrel straight in the walk-in door. There's the barrel of RV, antifreeze, and a barrel of Decibel sitting there.
10-4, I'm gonna go get something from you there right now, so appreciate it. I can get in, right? Door's not locked.
No, the door is unlocked, and I believe there's a jug sitting on top of the barrel.
10-4, appreciate it. Thanks, Nate.
He's the best.
Local storm report from Ashwaubenon in Brown County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 1.1 inches. Reported by official NWSOBS. Additional information. Liquid equivalent is 0.11. Local storm report from 2 miles south-southeast of Holmen in La Crosse County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured 3.2 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information.
Oh, RDD2
Still
got
snowing.
covered up with snow. I'll go down there and clear. Let's go down there and clear that camera quick. Maybe just snag it. It's not far away.
Medic 52, medical incident, 6639 Patterson Crossing Boulevard, Unit 114.
Well, I can just go snag it, honestly.
Storm report from Pensacola in Oconto County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude estimated 3.5 inches. Reported by public.
31 to 1,000.
531.
10-7 broadhead shop for a few minutes.
God dang. It's kind of nice because the snow fills in the potholes, which is great. There's a lot of them out here.
For 165.
And could you put me down for 7.5 gallons at a depth?
7.5 gallons of depth. 10-4.
Thank you.
I think a lot of the snow is actually blowing off of the road. It's clean in some spots. I think that's from the wind. I don't think it's the plow. Christmas lights up here. Somebody got it. They're not super great. They're not very colorful, but at least they put them up, so they get a pass. Up here on the right, might be hard to see on camera. They're not super bright. They're not super colorful, but they count. Better than nothing. Give them credit here. Okay, they're actually not that bad. They look better up close. They look way better up close. This road drifts shut all the time, but I think they've had a plow down it. Alright, where the hell is my camera? Next pole. I think it's this pole coming up. I'm just gonna snag it. It's one less I gotta get tomorrow. I mean, it's dark out. We kind of get the gist of it, you know.
Sterling 125, 1042.
125, 10-4.
Oh, we are not in four-wheel drive. I'm about to go in the ditch, so we better put it in four-wheel drive. God dang. That's why you put it in 4-wheel drive before you end up in the ditch. Come on, go. Fucking traction control piece of shit. Sorry, I start to cuss my truck out when it doesn't do what I want it to do. Come on, traction control. I could totally turn it off, but that just sounds like a lot of work. I'm floored right now. There we go. Stupid traction control. Alright, I'm not on the road. Well, I am now, but I wasn't there for a minute. Okay, I go grab.
Quantity information.
I see it. Good do.
10-4.
Oh, fuck. I get back in the truck before the snow gets in with me. Okay. This frickin' snow is miserable. It's really pretty to look at, but it's not pretty to stand out in. I'm telling you that right now. It wasn't that deep. I didn't have my shoes zipped up, and then I came in over the top of my boots. Now I'm pissed. Yeah, this road likes to drift shut. Can't tell what side of the road I'm on. I'm definitely on the wrong side, aren't I?
Storm report from Partyville in Columbia County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude measured
131 to 1000, 910.
reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, storm total measurement.
On the wrong side of the road again. across. We'll take the township and the county roads. They'll be in worse shape. That's kind of the goal, see the crappiest road. This one's been plowed recently. Oh no, it's just them going into here and turning around or something. Maybe. No, it's been plowed. Drifting shut again though. Hey, you got Christmas lights there too. That's nice. Looks like they've had one pass with the plow, and there probably won't be another pass tonight. Usually these township plows they're usually done at 5 or 6. I mean, if it's a really big deal, they'll keep going, but usually they're just done at like 5 or 6. Well, my foot's on the brake, it's to the floor, we're just going right through that. Alright, okay. Oh, that'll be all over Twitter in about 7 minutes. He just blew a stop sign. Yep, I sure did, because I had my foot on the brake and we weren't stopping, so. And then they'll be like, well, you're driving too fast. Okay, out in the middle of the country with nobody else around. Oh yeah, big freaking no-no there. Jesus Christ. Just for the record, if there would have been cross traffic, we would have slowed down way sooner. I actually thought we would stop, but apparently not. I didn't realize it was that slippery. So it'll be okay, everybody. Just hold on. It'll be all right. We're going to get through it.
Local storm
They're
report
typing
from
up the tweet
Eddyville,
right now. I know it.
Iowa. Snow magnitude estimated 5.0 inches. Reported by Broadcast Media. Additional information, event total so far. Relayed by Who TV.
I might need to put it in 4-wheel drive. At least for these hills. Just slipping with no weight in the back. Traction control, man, I got it like floored and it just doesn't want to let us do anything. I mean, it's great at times, but others it's not. I'm just too lazy to reach my hand up there and push the button, so I'm just gonna keep it floored.
Report from 1 miles northeast of Maple Bluff.
Let it figure it out. It's a good test.
Wisconsin.
Learn how good the traction
Snow
control
magnitude
is.
measured 7.1 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, 7.1 inches storm total. 3.1 inches of that total fell from 4 p.m. through 6:30 p.m. CST.
It's a good experiment. Get to know the truck.
In Dunn County, Wisconsin. Snow magnitude estimated 3.0 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
And for the trolls on Twitter asking why we rolled the stop sign, if you had to ask, you've never driven in the snow before. That's all I'm going to say. My God, it is just slippery out here. I did turn traction control off, and I can't even get it to grip. I am bound and determined to not put it in 4-wheel drive until we come to the intersection again. Like, this is a good learning experience for this truck, I guess. It's a science experiment. I honest to God can't get it to bite at all. There's just not enough weight in the back. Well, I'm the chief of Skywarn, so I can do what I want. You don't need no 4-wheel drive. 4-wheel drive is only a luxury, only an option.
146 will be 10-7 at 5 corners and K to knock the snow off the lights.
4146.
Hey, thanks for sharing. Alright, we made it to the intersection. We did it. We are now allowed to use four-wheel drive again. Hit my map zoomed in. Alright. Alright, well now would be a good time to put it in because I might not be able to go in here without it. There we go. There we go.
.146 Penny.
4146.
God, what a terrible sound. Turn them off. Oh, somebody's mailbox got taken out. Probably by the plow.